Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, we need to figure out how to have our mic on before we start the stream. That's fantastic. I don't know why that happened. Give me 1 second on this. Let me make sure everything else is working. Okay, everything else should be working. I don't know why I was muted. All right, fantastic. Let's start again. So again, we have a large area for severe weather today. We have an enhanced risk for severe weather in the southern plains, where the main concern today will be very large hail, damaging winds, and even a few tornadoes. We also have an area back over in the Ohio Valley in the northeast that we are not going to be covering nearly as much today because this risk will be relatively lower speaking. It's mostly going to be hail and wind and then maybe a brief tornado. A couple areas that I'm watching for the greatest tornado risk today will be one in the southern plains and back into the Mississippi Valley, and the second of which will be back over in areas like Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, where there is a very brief tornado risk potentially between now and like 4 o'clock. So we aren't going to really talk too much about the Northeast today. They actually just issued a severe thunderstorm watch up there. But overall, the threat of severe weather in the Northeast is a bit less concerning. What is more concerning today is going to be areas like Texas, Southeast Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana, where there is going to be an elevated risk today for large hail, damaging winds, and even a few tornadoes. So we are going to be watching that potential very closely. And notice again, we have that enhanced risk for severe weather today. That is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Again, not nearly as high as yesterday. We had a moderate risk in the Midwest yesterday, so it's not nearly as high. And overall, the tornado risk is not as high by any means as compared to yesterday, though we will probably at least have a couple of tornadoes, maybe even a few tornadoes across this area from even the Ohio Valley back into the southern plains. I think the tornado risk overall today will be much lower comparatively to what we had yesterday in the Midwest. A few reasons why. Overall, the low pressure system that brought the severe weather yesterday was negatively tilted and it moved to the northeast. This disturbance here is really not associated a whole lot with that low pressure system, and the strongest of the low-level winds are all back over in the Midwest today, and there's not going to be any severe weather there. So we are not really going to have the same sort of environment as we had yesterday. The low-level jet today here in the southern plains will try to crank at times, maybe upwards of 20 to 35 knots with a strong southwest, or not really strong, but a moderately weak, I should say, southwesterly flow, which will spin the atmosphere just a little bit. So we'll have a little bit of spin in the atmosphere, and we might be able to get a couple of tornadoes, but overall strong tornadoes, it should be a very low risk today. But with how 2024 has already gone with severe weather, and with the amount of 5% tornado risks we've had in Texas, with there being strong and large tornadoes, I'm not ruling out anything today because it's just been that kind of year. So that's another reason why we're live anyways for today. Just a quick update on some of the storms that we have out there in addition to the watches. We do have a tornado watch that was issued for a large chunk of central Texas, West Texas, and even into a pretty large chunk of North Texas. This is going to go all the way until 8 o'clock Central Time. So again, that's about 6 hours from now until it finally ends, but we are going to have a tornado risk between now and approximately 8 o'clock tonight, with all modes of severe weather being possible, but the main concern being very large hail and maybe even a couple of tornadoes, in addition to the threat for damaging winds. We are going to be watching also for regular severe weather back over west of Dallas-Fort Worth in the severe thunderstorm watch. That also goes until 8 o'clock tonight. That is where some of those initial supercells will develop. We have some showers and storms attempting to develop east of Abilene, and one just south of Bollinger. And again, any of these storms that end up developing here in the severe thunderstorm watch will have an elevated chance, at least at a risk, for some large hail and damaging winds. There might be an isolated tornado in here, but I think the risk is much lower there. I do think the greatest tornado threat today will be in this tornado watch. And honestly, I think our greatest tornado risk will be right in here, just to the south and west of DFW, where we will probably at least have a chance for a couple of tornadoes. Now, the severe thunderstorm watch further to the north and east, it's a much shorter-lived severe thunderstorm watch for those in Arkansas, or at least most of Arkansas, back into Oklahoma. That watch goes until 5 o'clock today, where there will be some large hail and damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado. We do have some storms rolling through areas like Memphis right now. These were a bit more intense before. They are kind of struggling just a little bit, but we do have a surge of damaging winds pushing through Oakland and eventually going towards Brownsville here in western parts of Tennessee. And again, the main concern here is going to be damaging winds, and that could be as high as 70 miles per hour as this activity does continue to move eastbound. And I don't think that's really much rotation. I'm trying to verify that real quick. Maybe a little bit of rotation back over near the Luxora area. Looks like we have at least a little bit of circulation there, so I might have to watch that. I'm going to see what this next velocity scan shows, because it's coming in right now. There actually might be a little bit of circulation there on that leading edge near Gold Dust, Tennessee. We have a radar scan coming in right now, so we're going to check that out here real quick. Yeah, by the way, the blue in the background, that is our new RGB light. I have not even set it up yet, so it's going to be manual lighting today for whatever we use it for. It looks kind of cool. The blue background, it looks pretty cool. All right, that looks pretty broad. There's a little maybe area of circulation there on the leading edge just to the west of Ripley, but I'd say more than anything, it's probably going to be more of a wind threat as that does continue to move eastbound, eventually going towards Ripley and just south of Blytheville. And then back over also northwest of Nashville, we also have some damaging wind events here. Again, the majority of the storms here today in Tennessee and as well as back into Kentucky will be the threat for damaging winds. We could see maybe a brief tornado, but that threat should stay low. And then we also have a new severe thunderstorm watch back up into New York and Pennsylvania. I'm not, again, going to talk much about this today, but the main concern with any of these storms will be mainly hail and winds. It's overall just an ordinary summertime sort of event back up in the Northeast today. It's really nothing crazy, and the same thing goes really anywhere here on the East Coast. We'll watch it closely. If anything does become more concerning, we'll let you know, but right now it just does not look too crazy. Now, back over in the DFW Metroplex, we do have a few hailstorms here with damaging winds also. We are watching for a low tornado risk with this activity. I do think the problem with these storms right now is that they're a bit more elevated. So if they do stay more elevated here, I do think the tornado risk will stay lower, at least for now. And then as we get closer to 3 and 4 o'clock, I think our increasing tornado threat will come more into play in this area. So overall, I do think we'll have a better shot at least of a couple of tornadoes, maybe near the DFW Metroplex or just south of that as we go further into the afternoon hours. I don't think it's going to be really an imminent threat with these storms since they do appear still more elevated in nature. But anything that can become more surface-based will definitely have a better shot there of producing a tornado risk. But for the time being, mostly a hail and wind threat for Dallas-Fort Worth. We do have a storm actually moving through Flower Mound right now that has just developed, and that will produce some large hail and damaging winds as that tracks to the east. And then we'll also be watching for some new storm development right over here near Weatherford and Fort Worth within the next hour, and any storms that develop there will also have the same threat of damaging winds and large hail. Also, the storm that is back over west of Coleman, I think will be probably the most concerning today. Anything that kind of develops in this corridor here just south of Abilene, I think we'll have a much greater chance of producing a tornado threat, and this is one of those storms. It is relatively discreet, might be a bit elevated, but as it continues to become a bit more surface-based, we definitely could get a tornado risk out of that storm as it does continue to track to the east throughout the afternoon hours. And then also back over in parts of the hill country of Texas, we're not going to talk much about these storms since they are just so rural, but overall the main concern here is hail and wind, and anything that can remain discreet like that one may produce an isolated tornado risk. But it looks like we have some storms firing up here right along Moran and back over just to the east of Abilene. We will have Connor Croft storm chasing with us here in just a little bit as he does approach some of the storms that are over here near Abilene, so we will pan over to him once that happens. We will also probably have Storm Intermediate at some point, not sure when, but they are kind of in the same area, so we'll at least for right now have Connor Croft with us in a little bit once it gets a bit closer to the storm activity. So that's really what's ahead today, and a lot of these storms will be hail and wind producers, and it's kind of crazy to say this, but we do actually have 18 severe thunderstorm warnings, and in Oklahoma we actually have a destructive storm. This one is producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and baseball-sized hail. That is something. Wow. As radar indicated. This is a destructive storm for two different things, wind and hail. It's not just one or the other. We have big hail with this storm here that is going to be just north of Wright City. It looks relatively rural here. In addition to that, we're looking at the threat for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So if you are in this warning, definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows. That is a substantial threat here for severe weather here in southeast Oklahoma on this particular storm. And you actually can see on the correlation coefficient that hail. That is all hail right now that's falling just south of Highway 144. So that is a big hailstorm right there that is going to continue to track very slowly to the east here, eventually going into parts of Arkansas like the Hatfield area and just north of DeQueen. So those will be the next areas in the track of that. But yeah, that's a really impressive hailstorm right now moving eastbound. We're going to be watching this one very closely. That is the most significant storm that we have right now. Let me just double check the other warnings. Yeah, this is the most significant storm that we have by a long stretch. The highest other warned storm would be 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that's over there in western Tennessee. So that's a big storm right now in Oklahoma. Is it lagging? What is lagging? Hopefully it's not lagging. All right. Thank you, by the way, Katie and Chris, for both becoming Velocity members. And also thank you to Vicky for gifting a member. Thank you, Montessa, Logan, and Rachel for all becoming members. And thank you, Mia, for the $5 super chat. What's the timing for Waco, Texas? I think overall the main concern will probably be between 5 and 10. If you're talking about the face cam when it glitches here and there, this face cam is broken. I have a different face cam that I need to put in. If you see my face cam lagging, that is what's if that's what you're talking about when it comes to lag. This face cam for some reason has had some like glitches whenever I like move my head and stuff. So we have another face cam. I just haven't had time to set it up. So that should hopefully be in tomorrow if I have time. The entire video is buffering. That's not good. So when I move around, I played with my streaming settings a little bit last night. Hopefully we're not having any issues there. Whole stream lagged. That's not good. All right, if it does happen again, let me know. If it's actual, like, if it's like the stream, if the stream ends up like freezing, that is like actual lag. If it's just like, you know, pixels or whatever that are buffering or something like that, then it's kind of a different issue. Just let me know. It's only momentarily. Yeah, we'll look into it after the stream. We've had some issues. I don't know why. Can't get the right OBS settings for some reason on this. We've had some issues with the stream. They've been minimal, but... by the way, this storm that is south of Abilene right now is producing large hail that is up to the size of tennis balls, in addition to the threat for damaging winds right now up to 60 miles per hour. And again, that is currently tracking to the east. This is going to be a relatively discreet storm here for a while, so if it's able to become organized, it will have the chance to produce a tornado as it does continue to move east towards Coleman, as well as Santa Ana, and eventually going towards Brownwood, Texas, which Brownwood, by the way, was the only city or town in Texas yesterday that really actually saw a thunderstorm, like a significant one. They end up seeing some pretty big hail back over there near Coleman and Brownwood yesterday, so they're going to be in the track of this storm as it does continue to move to the east, and that one will definitely be in play for a tornado risk down the road. And again, the storms right now in Dallas-Fort Worth, they are a little bit less concerning overall. They are still producing hail and wind. If anything can become surface-based here, there will be at least a low tornado potential, so we're going to continue to watch that very closely as these storms do continue to track to the east here over the next several minutes. So that's what we're looking at right now. Corey's windshield broke. Brandon's did too. Brandon got his fixed though pretty quickly. Thank you, Rhonda, for the $10 super chat. I wouldn't be too nervous if you're east of Dallas. Again, I do think the main concern today is going to be large hail across the board. I think almost all these storms that develop today will be mainly a large hail producer. Look at this storm, by the way, over near Abilene. We don't really have a great view of this from the radar site that's back over in Dallas-Fort Worth, but this storm right now is becoming pretty organized. So the radar site's right where the hook is. We actually got a hook on this storm here. So this might develop into something here. We'll have to watch that. That's just developing now near just east of Abilene, near Moran. And again, any storms that can stay discreet back over here west of DFW will have an elevated tornado risk. So we're going to be watching this area very closely over the next couple of hours. And that storm down the road would be on track to go towards like Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's a long-term threat, but that would be the next area in the track of this. Now, again, we can't see the rotation on the close-up radar site because literally the hook echo, or the hook that we have on this storm, kind of like the west side of the storm, is literally over this radar. So we don't have any information there. I'm guessing it's not really rotating right now, but it might be something to watch for as it tracks eastbound. It might end up producing some sort of tornado risk. So that's kind of what we're watching for here right now, as this does move eastbound. That storm is just blowing up right now. So we got a couple of storms in west, kind of central Texas here that are producing that threat for maybe a tornado down the road. Am I under a tornado watch? I am not. I don't live in Texas. I used to live in Texas, but I don't live there anymore. Hey, Jeremy, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, the stream might be lagging because of your internet. That's a possibility. It also could just be me. I'll watch it back at the beginning and see if there's issues later. I have not noticed anything on my end. Yeah, I'm watching it right now. I don't see any issues. So I think if you are having any sort of lagging issues, it might just be your internet or your connection. Because I was just watching it back. I didn't see anything. All right. What about Memphis, Tennessee? I think the main concern over there near Memphis will just be wind. All the storms right now that are going through Memphis are predominantly just wind producers. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything else besides wind here. You can see the surge of wind going through going towards Brownsville, Tennessee. We also got one near Covington. Again, any of this like yellow on the leading edge is going to be your damaging wind threat. So this all right in here is damaging winds. And that's all currently tracking to the east. So that's the main concern. I think overall today, Tennessee is mostly just going to be wind. I wouldn't expect a whole lot of hail. And then the tornado risk should stay low. I think really the greatest concern is going to, again, be in Texas, southeast Oklahoma, Arkansas, and northwest Louisiana, where significant damaging winds and hail will be possible. And then also the threat for a few tornadoes. And we are still watching the storms that are really primarily back over here near Abilene that will have the best chance at producing the threat for a tornado. I'm really watching this storm near Moran really closely. This one is, again, discreet. Don't have a great radar view on this because, again, the hook that we have on this storm and where the rotation would be literally over the radar site. So we don't have any view of the velocities here, but or at least a good view of the velocities. But that would be a storm to watch for as it moves east, just to the south of Breckenridge. And it looks like Connor is approaching that, so we will pull up his live feed once he gets a bit closer. But thank you, Barbara, for becoming a Velocity member. All right, well, we have a quick second, and we don't have any, really significant warnings aside from the one there in Oklahoma. I did want to tell you, we have this new RGB light. You can't see it. Maybe you can. Let me see. If I turn it around? No. Okay, you can't see it. This is a new RGB light that we have. All right. Now, I don't have it fully set up, but when we have tornado warnings that are issued and stuff, it will go red once it is actually configured. I have not been able to configure it. Once we have like PDS warnings, it'll go pink, it'll go purple if there's like a tornado emergency or something like that. It's blue right now because that's just it looks like a pretty chill color, honestly. I like the color blue in the background. It feels relaxing, So this is a new RGB light, and just kind of watch here. You can change the color here. So that's like red. It's a tinge of red. It's kind of like pink. So, yeah, there's all sorts of different things I can do with it. But, yeah, it's a brand new light that we'll kind of play around with. I don't have the light on the right color anymore. Okay, I think it's no longer blue. Dang it. Okay. That's fine. So, yeah, pretty cool stuff. Again, these upgrades wouldn't be possible without the members on the channel, so I do appreciate everybody that's a member on the channel. Almost all the membership funds do go towards upgrades, and this is a pretty big one. Again, I wasn't able to configure it. I literally just got it like an hour ago, and I kind of rapidly set it up, and that's just kind of on a manual setting right now. But once we configure it into the Stream Deck, it'll be much easier to use. So that hopefully will be in place tomorrow, which, for the record, tomorrow's severe weather threat does look a little bit concerning. We actually have an enhanced risk tomorrow now. I didn't even notice that. This is the risk for severe weather tomorrow, which we will be live again tomorrow. We'll probably be live Friday. We'll probably be live Saturday. We'll probably be live just about every day over the next like 5 days. This is the new risk for severe weather tomorrow. And if you're new to the channel, again, subscribe. We'll be live again tomorrow. 2 areas that we're watching for tornadoes. We got a 5% tornado risk back over in Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and even North Texas. I do think we're going to see some sort of hatch tornado risk here in Oklahoma. This time of the year, again, very favorable for tornadoes, especially even in the southern plains. So I do think we are going to end up getting a strong tornado risk in place tomorrow in Oklahoma. So again, we'll definitely be live if that all ends up happening. I'm trying to see what the latest run it shows. It looks like relatively discrete supercells tomorrow. Latest run doesn't show nearly as much of that, but if anything can remain relatively discrete tomorrow, we are going to have an elevated tornado risk. So that's going to be something to watch for. The wind and hail risk is why we have an upgrade back over in Nebraska and Kansas. So again, we'll most likely be live. This is a massive risk, by the way. I mean, it covers a huge area, but really the only area that we are actually going to cover is going to be this, because the eastern storms, again, are just ordinary summertime storms. I know some people ask, why don't you cover my area when there's severe weather? Well, if I'm not covering your area, it's usually not that bad. Those are just ordinary thunderstorms, that might produce some isolated $quarter to $half size hail and, maybe some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It just wouldn't be anything outrageous. So that's why we don't always cover everything. All right. Thank you also Sky Meadow for the $10 super chat. Thank you Slime for the $5 super chat. Oh, by the way, some updates from yesterday. I know some people are wondering what happened to the truck drivers and stuff. I don't have great information. I've heard a couple of things. I'm not sure how accurate they are. But I have heard that the 2 truck drivers in that video that you saw maybe on Twitter or you were just here for the live stream, those 2 truck drivers, by the sounds of it, are okay. So that's from what I've heard. I've not seen any reported fatalities or anything aside from the apparently a storm chaser died in the Greenfield tornado. That's at least from what I've heard. Again, prayers to anybody that was impacted by the storm in Greenfield, including that chaser. I don't know who the chaser was. I don't know the name, but really scary stuff there in Greenfield yesterday. Right now, that tornado is a preliminary EF3, but it is still far from being surveyed. Like, the survey is not even close to being done. So that tornado is probably going to get upgraded. It's almost undoubtable that there was at least a violent tornado. And I think almost any meteorologist can kind of agree with that from the damage that we saw. But again, not going to speculate too much on the rating because it just doesn't really matter that much. What matters is that everybody is hopefully okay there in the Greenfield area. But yeah, those are really the only reports that I have right now. But I don't know who the chaser was. I don't think it's anybody that's on YouTube, but I could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure. I couldn't remember. I don't remember seeing the name of it. But unfortunately, yeah, there was unfortunately a death there, and that was to a storm chaser. And if this is all true, I believe that is the first storm chaser death that we've had since El Reno from a tornado. So it's been a long time if that is all true. And I heard that on Connor's stream earlier, so that's a pretty crazy fact if that is actually all true. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Coleman and Santa Ana, west of Brownwood, Texas. This is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, in addition to the threat for tennis ball-sized hail, and that's moving eastbound. That is our new severe thunderstorm warning here. And any storms that can remain discrete like this one will be producing an elevated threat for large hail and as well as the threat for a tornado. So we are still monitoring the storm closely in case it does try to organize. It could produce a tornado down the road. Same thing goes for the storm that is just east of Abilene. I do think that one might have a chance of producing something as it does continue to dry, or as it continues to move to the east. Thank you, Nancy and Kitty, for both becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Taz, for the $20 super chat. Hope your upgrades mean you will always be with us as long as you can. I'm planning on being on YouTube for, you know, as long as I can. I'm not planning on going to news like immediately after college. So as long as there's a demand for coverage, we'll be here. Don't worry. Four people died in Greenfield. Wow. I didn't see that report yet. Update the tanker. Okay, so this is an actual update. So this is from the, okay, so I'm just gonna pull up the, let me find this real quick. One moment, please. So I do have an update actually on the tanker, so there's an actual update. Okay, so this is from yesterday. So this was the video from yesterday. So if you remember, there was a truck that flipped over right here, or this truck flipped over, and then there was a tanker truck that also drove right into the tornado. I don't think it's in this video clip. Let me go to the other video. There's two videos here. This is the other video. That truck drove right into it, that tanker truck. I actually didn't see that when we were live. I honestly was just paying attention to the sign and also this truck. I don't know how I didn't see that when we were live. But that tanker truck flipped over as well. So the update on both of those is at least good news. So update on the tanker truck from yesterday's footage of the tornado that crossed highway near Nevada, Iowa, which is about 40 miles to the north of Des Moines. There have been no reports of possible injuries to the driver or drivers. So that is hopefully good news. I have not seen any reports. I saw a report at like 6:30 last night. It was probably about 45 minutes to an hour after that tornado happened, and the reports were pretty much the same, that, you know, there wasn't any sort of injuries or anything like that to those chasers, or to the truck drivers there. So that's at least from what I've heard. So that's good news. And this was the storm chaser that unfortunately passed away from the tornado in Greenfield was a female storm chaser. The individual was driving her vehicle when it was struck by the tornado, resulting in an untimely death. That's according to Indiana Weather Network. So again, prayers to her and her family, and really to anybody that was impacted by those storms yesterday. Really just scary stuff yesterday. That Greenfield tornado, I'm telling you, it was probably, I mean, we were covering it live. We didn't really have a whole lot of live footage on it until, like, you know, the damage was already dealt there. And I mean, just when we were covering that tornado yesterday, it was absolutely a catastrophe that happened there. It was just really hard to, you know, radar shows a lot. You know, you would think radar doesn't show much, but radar does show a lot. When you look at that debris signature from yesterday on radar, that debris signature was massive. I mean, it was just a huge area, and that tornado was so small. I mean, if you remember, you know, if you've seen the videos of that tornado, at one point it got kind of large, but it was just a large stovepipe tornado. It wasn't even that big. It was, I don't know what the actual size of it was, but it was probably a quarter of a mile, maybe a bit less than that wide. I saw a damage path from this morning, and it looked like a pretty narrow tornado. But that debris signature was stretching for miles on radar, on the correlation coefficient. So that was obviously 100% a strong tornado. It was at least an EF3 according to the National Weather Service survey. But yeah. Also, thank you, Taz, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. A weatherman in Wichita Falls called me a kid on the internet, so don't join the news. I mean, everybody has their opinion. I don't really care. I feel like we've done a lot on these live streams saving lives. Hopefully we have, at least. It's the purpose of them. We're currently in Texas, if you're just tuning in. We have a large discrete cell here that's producing tennis ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then the storm back over in southeast Oklahoma is no longer warned for hail that is up to the size of baseballs. It's now warned for 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Same thing goes for the storm just south of that as well. Slightly higher wind threat and hail threat, but overall these storms are mainly just wind and hail. Very rural parts of southeast Oklahoma near the Broken Bow Reservoir. So those are currently moving eastbound. And again, the ones in DFW right now, those are quite elevated thunderstorms. They are producing at least an isolated wind and hail threat. Right now, not looking at much of a tornado risk just due to the fact that they're more elevated. But any storms that kind of develop down here, again, in this corridor, I think we'll have the best shot at producing tornadoes. Basically anywhere near Abilene, just east of Abilene, and then anything that remains discrete. This one near Bollinger honestly looks the most concerning long-term. The one that is closer to Abilene is still developing. It's not looking super organized yet, but that could develop into something as that does track further to the east. But it is a slow-moving storm back up that direction. Are there delays on the radars that on the app that you're using? No, this is probably the fastest radar scans that you can even get, because we have the Radar Omega Rapid Sweep, and what that does is essentially gets us the radar data even faster than the normal radar. So, now, generally speaking, this is a very fast updating radar. So it will update very, very quickly and right on the spot. Max saved my life yesterday. I was in the path of a tornado and got hit hard. I'm safe because of Max. I'm glad I can help. Hopefully everybody's okay where you are. Yeah, there are always haters. I mean, you know, I get it. Some meteorologists think that the YouTube stuff is dumb, and I've heard both sides of the story. Like, I've talked to actual meteorologists about this stuff, like on YouTube and stuff, and you know, some of them think it's, you know, just unethical and stuff like that. But honestly, I think that, you know, YouTube is becoming a place to go for weather coverage, and it has been for, you know, 2 to 3 years now. And people are ditching cable, and they don't have many other solutions to being able to watch severe weather coverage. So I honestly think that what we're doing on YouTube and what many others are doing, like Ryan Hall and, you know, any other storm chasers and whatnot, like it's a big transition, and I think a lot of people are finding a lot of value out of it. Especially when there's big events. Now, granted, again, this is not a huge event. It is a relatively large event, speaking with how large the area is. But, you know, the risk is an enhanced risk. It's not like the highest risk you can get. But, again, I think it's still needed that there needs to be some sort of coverage. And a lot of news stations are not live when there's severe storms like this. Now, they are obviously, again, mostly wind and hail, and there's no tornado warnings. But I think this is kind of filling that gap. So... by the way, this is the Tennessee storms. It's mostly just a surge of damaging winds right now moving eastbound. So we're not looking at a whole lot. The highest wind speeds on the storms in Tennessee are approaching Brownsville. We do have a surge of wind here, upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Could even be near 70. Highest wind speeds, though, going right into Brownsville, Tennessee. This is actually a radar Omega cyclone port showing that storm right now. It's a pretty impressive looking storm there near Haywood, Tennessee. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning on the extension of this for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So that is moving northeast right now. No tornadoes with any of this activity right now. It's all wind right now throughout really all of Tennessee. Not really much hail either. Mostly just a damaging wind threat. With that said, if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning and damaging winds are coming your way, definitely make sure that you are staying away from windows, because trees could fall down, power lines could fall down. All that stuff is definitely in play. Glad I can help, Taz. Appreciate your $10 super chat. And thank you, Ferry, for the becoming a moderate velocity member. What about Paris, Texas? I think Paris, Texas is more going to be a hail and wind threat. Mostly just, there's a lot of thunderstorms in that area right now. We got a couple of different updrafts in this area. So we got one storm that's, we actually got multiple updrafts, but we kind of have like 3 different storms here. This is the main severe storm. We just got kind of strong storms in Paris. Main concern again is going to be small hail and gusty winds for the time being. Maybe a higher wind threat once that severe storm gets a bit closer. Which chaser died? I don't know. I don't know if they released the name, and even if they did, I'm not going to probably say it here. I've not seen anything other than just a general report. So I'm not entirely sure. Also, thank you to Hunter for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Kyle, for the $9.99. What do you expect for DFW the rest of the day? I think Dallas-Fort Worth is going to have multiple rounds of thunderstorms. So if we go through the future radar here, you'll get a better idea of what we're talking about. There's going to be a couple of different rounds. We have storms going through right now. But as we track into the afternoon, we are going to get more rounds. So we have a round going through right now. We'll probably see a few more storms for the next couple of hours. Might get a small break sometime around 3 or 4. It might also just stay active. We'll have to kind of wait and see. But as we get closer to 5 to 6, we'll probably also get another round of showers and thunderstorms. And any of these storms that do develop will have an elevated chance at damaging winds, very large hail, and a tornado risk, as long as they can remain discreet. It looks like today's live stream will roll all the way until about 8 o'clock, maybe 7 o'clock. Kind of depends on trends here, but looks like the worst of the severe weather is going to be any time between about 3 until probably about 8 or so. It's similar to yesterday. I said yesterday, you know, the main severe weather threat would be like 3 to 8. Ended up being more like 2 to 7, but it wasn't too far off. All right, we do have a view now from Connor Croft. Let's go to this here. So Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen. We are starting to get a view now of the storm that's near Abilene. Looks like at least some level of a lowering, or at least just at least a cloud base trying to develop there. So we at least have some development on that storm east of Abilene. And that's on the right, bottom right of your screen there. We'll full, actually we can full cam it real quick. There you go.
That's an advantage for us.
There's the storm there, just to the east of Abilene. It's not severe warned at this point, but that's the storm that is currently in development that they are passing by.
We're not on our target storm yet. So
Also, thank you, Deanne, for becoming a Velocity member.
Once we get closer to the storm here in about 20 minutes, we'll be close.
We already have 10 new members today. I do appreciate everybody becoming a member.
But right now,
Connor's gonna lose his mind from PDS tumbleweed outbreak again. I can imagine it, honestly. Or I have a view of this here in a second. There you go. That's a better view of the storm. Again, that's the one near Abilene right now. Also, if the audio's too quiet or too loud, just let me know. Or if it's just right. So again, this is the non-severe storm near Abilene. It doesn't look super impressive on radar. It looked a little bit better a little while ago, but I think it's still trying to organize. Yeah, you can kind of see it on radar here. It doesn't look super impressive. It looked a little bit better before when it first initially developed, but we just got a lot of convection, a lot of updrafts kind of in the same area. Might take a little while for this storm activity to organize just east of Abilene. Yeah, Connor has his cowboy hat on today. You know it's going to be a big day when we got a cowboy hat on. He had it on yesterday, so big things are happening today. It's going to be a big day whenever he has his cowboy hat on. Connor's audio is too low. Okay, let me go back to him and change that real quick.
We saw how far we are from Brownwood.
All right, that should be a bit better.
I'm worried that by the time we get down to Brownwood, it's going to be like in the hail court.
It's the best membership to buy on YouTube. It's kind of just up to you. There isn't really a best one. There are some benefits to each one, but
slice it from the west too.
Do that.
If we wanted to avoid the baseballs.
more up to just kind of your preference.
I think we'll beat it.
Yeah, we're
Sounds good.
from
Okay.
Brownwood, and it's only moving about
20.
20, 15, 20.
Yeah, we should be able to get there.
By the way, these are the storms back over in Tennessee right now. Again, looking at mostly a damaging wind threat across the board. Anywhere from eastern Arkansas back into western Tennessee. Got a surge of damaging winds going through Brownsville right now, back over in Tennessee, also near Halls. So a couple of different areas of where the highest wind speeds are. That'll be upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. That could knock over trees and power lines. And again, this is a live radar Omega cyclone port. You can see how windy it is there. Very windy conditions here back over in western Tennessee. And so if you're in anywhere in these areas in western Tennessee, just make sure that you are staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as these storms do pass your area. Hey, I'm not expecting much of a tornado risk with this, but damaging winds can still do a similar impact when it comes to severe weather. And the ones near Clarksville are kind of the same way too. They're just mostly wind, and also we might even get a flooding threat due to this training effect that we have with the showers and storms. The outlook for today for flooding is mostly just a marginal threat back over in Tennessee. I honestly wouldn't be surprised though if we got a bit more flash flooding there in northwest Tennessee with that training effect that we have with those showers and storms. There will be a chance for some flooding as well back over in North Texas if any storms are able to train. I think that greatest concern honestly will probably be near DFW or just east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area where we had already a lot of storms going through this area. We actually do have a flood warning in effect for those in Denton, Sherman, and Denison. So we're not just talking about severe weather today, but we also have a little bit of a flooding threat to deal with as well. So turn around, don't drown on the roadways today. While that happens, we might have a little bit of rotation developing here. I'm trying to see. And it doesn't look like much. Looks like more of a wind threat. Might have a little bit of something developing though there near McKinney. It's like more of a hail and wind threat. That storm's been trying to organize a bit. We'll see. Thank you, Body, for the $25 super chat. What's up with the mustache? I don't have a mustache. And also, I haven't shaved my mustache area in over 2 years. Just a fun fact. So, I'm trying not to shave it so it never actually grows out. I think that's how it works. Also, thank you, Ben, for becoming a Velocity member. I see Reed's clips. Yeah, I saw a lot of them. I did see Reed's videos. Those were pretty crazy. Those were very crazy. Definitely have some hail, by the way, moving into Frisco and McKinney. So stay away from windows. $quarter to $half sized hail, the primary concern here right now in this particular area in North Texas. Again, close to McKinney, which is Collin County. Just passing Denton County as we speak, just north of Dallas-Fort Worth. I'll say Charles and Fernando for becoming Velocity members. Everybody's gonna die in McKinney. You guys remember that? Everyone in McKinney is dead. Oh, who was that? Was that Pete Delkus? I think it was. Can't remember his name. I think it was Pete. That's so funny. It was like one of the funniest things I've watched in a while. It was funnier than the boiling state of Arizona clip. Yeah, it was like 100,000 degrees in McKinney. That meme was actually crazy. Yeah, we do have a hail core, which is circled right here, moving into McKinney, Texas. If you're in McKinney, again, stay away from windows. Hail up to the size of golf balls is actually going to be a possibility here. So we're now getting a report up to golf ball-sized hail as possible in the storm. I love Pete Delkus. I used to watch him a lot when I lived in Texas. He has a great personality. All right. Hey, Tristan, also for becoming a Velocity member. Hey, if you're just tuning in, we are looking at a hail core here that is located near McKinney and Allen. It's about to move into the west side of Allen, Texas, and eventually going towards McKinney. So if you are in this warning, again, just stay away from windows as this does continue to move east-northeast over the next several minutes. And also, thank you, Sherry, for the $10 donation. Appreciate that. Thank you, James, as well, for the super chat. Thank you, Chris, for the $5 super chat. My buddy fell asleep without a trampoline and woke up on with a trampoline in his yard. You know, the flying trampoline meter today, which we have a nice little teeny tiny trampoline here. The flying trampoline meter today is only a moderate, or it's like a medium risk. It's not a high risk or anything like that. I don't think we're gonna have too many flying trampolines today. Let's hope. We don't need more flying trampolines today. Okay. This storm actually looks like it's organizing now. Yeah. This could get tornado warned soon. We got a hook echo developing on this one. Just west of Coleman. If you're in Santa Ana or Coleman, I would seek shelter. That could definitely get tornadic as that moves eastbound. That rotation actually looks relatively... I mean, the rotation doesn't look strong, but we have very strong winds that are going away from the radar right now. So look at that storm organizing right now near Coleman and Santa Ana. That's back over south of Abilene. So this is the supercell. There you go. Now there's a tornado possible label. So this has at least been upgraded to now a tornado possible. What that means is that we are essentially just monitoring the potential for a tornado. It's not enough to have a tornado warning, but it's also, you know, enough to at least raise some awareness about the potential for a tornado here. You know, again, the circulation, not really strong right now, but we have some strong winds that are going, you know, get away from the radar, and this could definitely turn into some sort of tornado risk as that moves eastbound. That's, again, just near Coleman and Santa Ana right now. So we're going to watch this storm for sure very closely. Thank you, Fernando, for the $25 super chat. I'm an airline pilot who watches your stuff, learn more about weather. I'm glad I can help. Just got 1/2 inch to 1 inch hail in Frisco. Yeah, we've had it. I saw a report on Twitter that this might be up to golf ball size now. Can't really verify that, but we definitely have a CC, you know, representation here of at least hail. It doesn't look major, but it does look like that hail core at least is increasing to some extent right now, as that does move towards the McKinney area. And I'll be moving into McKinney here and Allen. It's moving into Allen first, and then it'll be going towards McKinney. It's moving east-northeast. I don't really think there's much of a tornado risk with this storm right now, but it might be something to watch for down the road. It does appear as if it's more of a wind concern right now with that storm and hail. It sounds like Connor's going towards this storm, by the way, so this is the one that they'll probably focus on. This one honestly looks the most organized. I do think this will have the best shot at producing a tornado down the road. We might also get something near Abilene, but those storms right now kind of struggling a little bit. So just some thunderstorms popping up there. Nothing severe right now, but those will have to be watched for as they move east. Yeah, usually when you see black and pink, at least on this color table and the reflectivity, we are looking at more of just hail, essentially. We're just looking at the hail. A lot of the time it's heavy rain, but it also could be a mix of hail. It just kind of depends on the situation. Now, if we go to the correlation coefficient, you'll at least usually see the hail representation. In this case, you actually don't really see it much. Maybe a little bit of something back up here near Route 84, but that's what we've been looking for in the correlation coefficient. I'd see it better on this radar site. Let's see. Yeah, there's a little bit better of a representation there. So there's definitely hail here. It would be approaching Coleman, and it's up to tennis ball sized hail right now moving east. So that would be the main concern. But you can definitely see that hook echo is coming together right now. That's the northern radar site, which does factor a little bit of contamination. And even the one near San Angelo did show at least a brief stint there of a little bit of organization with a hook. This latest scan showing it a little bit more of a broad hook here, just to the west of Santa Ana. But I do think over the next half an hour or so, this will definitely try to wrap more and probably produce a tornado threat. That's actually up to 2-inch hail. Sorry, not tennis ball sized. But regardless, large hail. Very large hail potential here on this storm. Thank you, Carlos, for the $4.99. Appreciate it. The Greenfield tornado is a preliminary EF3. They are still doing surveys. They've barely... I don't know how much surveying they've done, but I don't think it's been much. Again, they said it was at least an EF3. I would honestly... I do think it's going to be higher than an EF3. Just personal opinion. With the damage that we saw. But regardless of its intensity, it really does not matter. I don't think there's any reason to really speculate about the intensity of the tornado right now. What matters most is that everybody's okay there. Hey, Jeff, for becoming a Velocity member. When is tornado season over? I mean, I don't know what tornado season, we're talking about here. Are we talking about like the Southern Plains, or are we just talking about in general? Because, I mean, tornado season, it varies where you are in the United States. Here in Texas, it usually winds down in June. Unless you're in like West Texas, it kind of lasts through June. But like North Texas is usually done in June. I mean, I've got to tell you, this severe weather season has been insane. I actually looked at this statistic earlier today. Last year, we were live 5 times in April and 6 times in May. This year, we were live about 26 times in April and approximately 20 or 25 times already here this May. So, yeah. I mean, obviously that's not really a statistic that you can base much off of, but you at least get the idea. It's been much more active this year than last year was. Here across the United States. We've been live basically 3 or 4 times more in April, and same thing with May. Which was pretty insane. We actually have a storm developing southeast of Midland, Texas now, too. Look at that thing blow up. Wow. What is the instability over here? Jeez. That thing blew up, like, fast. Oh, this radar's up. Okay, that radar's updating every, like, 6 minutes. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, that's a really strong updraft. Even then, it looks pretty strong. Go to the infrared imagery here. That storm blew up fast here. Of course, southeast of Midland. That's pretty impressive. Well, I don't know how many streams we've had this month. I mean, I'm talking about just general streams, not like days. We were live 21 out of 31 days in April, though, which is insane. We had like 26 or 27 streams, I think. Wow, the instability is pretty crazy today. Look at this. This is the mixed layer cape, which is, again, instability in the atmosphere. Instability, again, is like putting gasoline into a vehicle. It's what fuels severe weather. Just kind of a general sense of things. And you'll notice the instability values today across this corridor that we're watching for severe weather. It's quite high. And we got instability values anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000 joules per kilogram, which is pretty impressive. The storm that's back over in West Texas that we're just looking at, that's a lot of instability. Wow, look at that. That's a huge area of instability in the atmosphere. The temperature's 95 degrees while the dew point is 70. That's pretty crazy. 5,800 joules per kilogram of surface-based instability. Wow. That is crazy. That's a really crazy environment there. Now, I don't really expect much of a tornado risk there, but regardless, still pretty impressive there. These are kind of the storms in the infrared imagery here over the last couple of hours. So again, you can just kind of see how they've been blown up. Any of this like blue that you're seeing are cold cloud tops aloft. We got a lot of those north of McKinney and even back over west of Brownwood. So just a couple of different areas where there's a tinge of blue is appearing, which could again lead to you know, basically just very tall cloud tops aloft. The storm near Brownwood that does have a tornado possible label. Let me check that one out real quick. Let's go to the echo tops and look. Give us a better estimate of how tall this storm is. The echo tops on this storm are upwards of 60,000 feet. That's a tall storm. Wow. So this is a pretty tall thunderstorm that is also rotating, for the record. We do have at least some circulation right now approaching the town of Coleman, Texas, and as well as Santa Ana, which again, there is a tornado possible label here. So we are watching for the potential of a tornado here as this does continue to move east. Thank you, Jeff, by the way, for becoming a Velocity member. Johnny, if you click the join button, you'll be able to see. It's like $2.99. When will Ohio get another storm? I mean, there will be a potential for storms today, but I honestly don't think you're going to see much. I think it'll just be mostly isolated wind and hail. I do think, yeah, this is the risk. So again, you're under a slight risk in most of Ohio. I do think Saturday and Sunday will be outbreaks. Sunday, we have an enhanced risk right now in about like 6 different states, but right along the Mississippi River. Slight risk back over in the Ohio Valley. I do think we are going to end up having a severe weather outbreak on Sunday. And that will include the Ohio Valley. I do think Sunday is going to be a huge day. How big? It could be at least... I wouldn't rule out a moderate risk, honestly, for Sunday. I know we're multiple days out, things could change, but, you know, Sunday looks very potent for storms. And I'll have a forecast on that tomorrow, talking more about it. Not going to talk too much about it today, but I do think Sunday is going to be a big day. I did post something on Twitter and Facebook about it, which are both at Max Velocity WX. You want to check those out. Post updates on there all the time. But this is the CSUMLP, which essentially is just like it's essentially a computer generating storm prediction center outlook. No humans really involved in this, and it basically gives you an outlook days out, which has been actually pretty accurate. It showed a similar outlook for the Midwest a few days back, and it was kind of the same thing. But, it shows a pretty high risk back over in, like, the lower Midwest and Ohio Valley. Now, again, we're still several days out. This could change, but it is showing higher probabilities overall of there being severe weather in the Ohio Valley as we go into Sunday. So, looks like Scary Storm Sunday will be panning out probably in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. But that'll be primarily the lower Midwest. So, like, areas like Chicago and Wisconsin, I don't think much will happen there. So... The storm in McKinney is still warned for quarter-sized hail, but I'm not ruling out the hail's a bit larger. And this right here is your hail core moving right into Allen and Fairview and McKinney. The other storm we've been looking at is the one back over near just west of Brownwood, Texas. That is also producing some large hail and damaging winds. And it might also produce an isolated tornado, so we're watching for that as well closely. Am I covering the Ontario storms? Not really. I mean, if anything happens that looks crazy, I'll cover it, but... I'm not really paying too much attention to the Canada storms today. I usually don't. Unless there's, like, nothing happening in the United States, I usually will not talk about Canada too much. The northern radar site is showing some pretty strong rotation. But that might be contamination. If we go back to the south, the radar site to the southwest, it shows a broader area of circulation. Let's see what the velocity is showing this next scan. We could get a tornado warning on this soon, if that rotation does continue to stay intense. And this is right now going towards Bangs in Brownwood, Texas. Bangs, Texas had a big hailstorm yesterday. It looks like we're about to get another one there. That's the area of circulation, just southwest of Coleman. Still relatively broad in nature. Still broad circulation. The northern radar site is factoring a bit more into the contamination from the hail. A lot of the time when we get hail, it kind of plays around the velocities. So that's what we're seeing from the northern radar site. But there's definitely a big hailstorm about to enter into Coleman, Texas. There's no doubt about that. Big hail coming that direction. Oreos or Nutter Butter? Definitely Oreos. Thank you, Mia, and as well as LT Gaming for becoming Velocity members. And welcome to the Velocities. We have 17 new members already today. Holy cow. We do have 16 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. That does not include Canada. I think Canada's higher. I think Canada has some warnings up there. I do not live in Texas. I've already been over this. I do not live in Texas. I used to, but I don't anymore. Getting closer to 250,000 subscribers. I don't know where we're at right now. I haven't really looked. We are 4,000 subscribers from 250. Holy cow. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Because we actually could hit 250 today. I wouldn't rule it out. If today's a long live stream, it's possible. DFW has a storm. I think the Dallas-Fort Worth storms right now are primarily just hail and wind. So.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. New tornado warning in Texas, and that's the one in Brownwood. So there you go. Just talking about this a moment ago. So if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It's going to be going towards Brownwood, Texas down the road, but Santa Ana, Coleman is included in this tornado warning. We've been talking about this one for a while, so I mean, I'm not really shocked by this warning by any means. That rotation has at least been trying to intensify here, just to the southwest of Coleman. So yeah, this is definitely in play for a tornado. We'll have a view of the storm probably pretty soon with Connor Croft. He's still a little to the east of the storm, but we should at least have some sort of visual of this down the road. So yeah, if you're in Coleman, Santa Ana, or Bangs, Texas, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. It's a basement, storm shelter, closet, or bathroom. If we do get a tornado here, again, it definitely could produce some damage as it moves towards Coleman and Santa Ana. The rotation's a little bit on the stronger side of things right now. Circle it again, there you go. So again, that's moving east right now. Thank you, Matthew and Tanya, also for becoming Velocity members. Let me check and see if we do have any visual of this. I don't know if we have any sort of cameras in this area. Also, there is a new warning for McKinney, Allen, Richardson, a few other areas there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Basically, Collin and Rockwall counties, and as well as Dallas counties. That's for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So, that's the main threat right now. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a brand new tornado warning just issued moments ago from the National Weather Service for the storm that's going to be near Coleman and Santa Ana, near Bangs. It's going to be going eventually towards Brownwood. So if you are in this tornado warning, the pink polygon, make sure that you're seeking shelter. Again, the rotation is starting to strengthen a little bit. It's been broad for a little while, but the latest scan is probably the strongest it's been. It's not really that strong yet, but it's probably not far from producing a tornado here. So this is a relatively discrete cell, and any storms that can remain discrete like this one will have an elevated chance at producing a tornado. We might even see something out of the storm that's west of Sterling City too, so that might be something else to watch down the road, but definitely a concerning storm nonetheless. And we'll wait for the next radar. Actually, no, we'll go back up here real quick. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning near Plano and McKinney. So again, large hail is the main concern here, up to the size of quarters. Aside from that, not much else is expected with that storm. And maybe some damaging winds, and perhaps, again, frequent lightning being a possibility. Our new velocity scan coming in here in just a moment. Is DFW weather going to get worse? I think later this afternoon we will have a better shot at, you know, bigger storms that produce hail and wind. I think really so far this morning and even into the afternoon, a lot of the storms have been elevated and they've developed very early into the day. I think if they developed like 2 or 3 hours later than they developed, I think it would have been a bigger deal when it came to the severe weather threat there. But I still think as we go into this afternoon and evening, we are going to have a better shot at hail and wind if any storms do redevelop just west of Dallas-Fort Worth. The velocities did not update on the latest scan, but by the looks of it, we do not have anything confirmed on the ground right now with this storm. It is still radar indicated rotation, moving eastbound, and it'll eventually go towards Brownwood, Texas. Forgot to change the light. There you go. Ominous. It'll actually be automatic when it actually happens down the road. There was a few tornado warnings in Oklahoma this morning. I don't know if anything actually materialized out of those. How's the cap? There isn't really a cap today in North Texas, or really anywhere in Texas. Well, there's a cap somewhere, but I mean, you know, with where the storms are developing, there isn't really a cap. Cap is not really a factor with today's storms. Today is not a high risk. It is an enhanced risk in the southern plains. It's a step below the risk that we had yesterday. And the tornado risk is also 2 steps below with what we had yesterday. And Connor Croft, you can see on the bottom right, he's heading towards this storm, so we'll see if we get a visual of this down the road. Again, the rotation as of right now, not updating, but we don't have any CC drop. So the good news is that we don't have anything confirmed and on the ground right now. Trying to see if we get a velocity scan here. Let me go back to the northern radar site. Yeah, the northern radar site, even though it's dealing with some hail contamination, is also still showing some broad circulation. This is the latest radar scan on the closer up radar site south of Coleman, so still broad as of right now. Yeah, it might take a little bit for this to get going. We'll have to wait and see. That rotation's still definitely on the broader side of things as this continues to track east. It's going to be eventually heading towards Brownwood and early Texas. What is a cap? A cap is a temperature inversion in the atmosphere that prevents storms from essentially developing. So we've talked about this before, but think of it this way: think of it as if there's like a lid in the atmosphere that's preventing storms, like a lid on like a teapot or something. So essentially, we are going to have, you know, as we go up in the atmosphere, temperature decreases. That's the rule of thumb. Now, once we get to a certain part in the atmosphere, there could be a temperature inversion where the temperature all of a sudden increases, and then it starts to decrease again. This increase, that brief increase, will prevent clouds from developing basically above that. So storms will be capped off at a certain level, and if that cap is not overcome, we are not going to see storms that bubble up. Now, if the cap is overcome either by temperatures that cool aloft or warm up near the surface, so one or the other, we will eventually have temperatures just cooling as we go up into the atmosphere, and that will eventually allow for storms to bubble up all the way. So they'll go kind of like this. They'll just kind of, you know, storm up, and we'll eventually actually get a supercell. So that's a cap, and I accidentally drew it off the screen. One moment, please. Let me redraw this. Here we go. So storm would end up just kind of bubbling up like this and actually being a supercell. That's if the cap is overcome. That's a basic explanation without a sounding. If I did it with a sounding, it would probably be a bit easier, but nonetheless, that is kind of what it is. It's very common in the southern plains. It is common also even in the central plains. It is a lot less common in like the Midwest or like the Ohio Valley. But it is definitely very common in the southern plains. I'm not capping about the cap today. I don't think we have much of a cap here in Texas. The only areas that there actually would technically be a cap would be like, you know, maybe like South Texas or something. But even then, I don't know if there really is one. Also, we do have a new SPC update for today. I will show you the new update in a moment. Once that does come in. Yeah, it's not to be confused with the Cape. Cap and Cape sound very similar. Yeah, the cape, I call cape instability. I never call it by the word cape because it just sounds like you're wearing a hero cape. Like it doesn't sound right. So I always call it instability. I hardly ever say cape. Now, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning west of Brownwood. The rotation, as I mentioned a moment ago, is still at least on the broader side of things. We don't have any tightening yet, but we are still watching for the potential of a tornado. It would, if there is a tornado, it would be just to the south of Coleman, approaching Santa Ana, and eventually going towards Bangs, Texas. It's traveling right along Route 67. So if you are in the pink polygon, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And that circulation right now just to the south of Coleman. Zoom out just a little bit. Right there. All right. Let's see. New SPC update, I think, has come out. Yeah. All right. So here's the new SPC update for today. Don't think there's any major changes here. The tornado risk actually grew a little bit. It's a little bit larger in the Lake Erie area, where there's a small little increase of the low-level jet that might spin up a brief tornado. Same thing goes kind of in this area. It's kind of like the same sort of situation, just maybe a brief spin up. And then back over here, we have a slightly better chance of actual tornadoes, like maybe a bit on the, maybe not on the stronger side of things, but at least maybe on the ground for a few minutes, or, you know, something along those lines. I couldn't rule out a strong tornado, but the low-level jet is overall not super strong today. It's really around 30 knots. Good amount of veering in the atmosphere, which will lead to more spin, but it looks to be more of a hail threat today. You'll notice that hail threat is hatched, and the wind threat still remains a normal 30% enhanced. Not hatched, which means that damaging winds should behave themselves under 75 miles per hour, but I can't rule out an isolated storm near 80. We already had one earlier back over in Oklahoma. Connor's an hour out from Brownwood. That's exciting. He's near Rising Star. Sounds like a fun place to be. Right, here's the latest radar scan again. Still relatively broad circulation right now south of Coleman. And that circulation would be kind of right in there, just south of Coleman. Got a big hail core going right into Coleman, Texas. Anybody watching right now in Coleman? You guys seeing any big hail there? Let's see if we have any reports out of Coleman. A friend in Florida for becoming a Velocity member. McKinney, Texas is mostly a $quarter to $half sized hail threat right now. We actually had golf ball sized hail over in Argyle, Texas earlier. Wow. Had a few reports of that near Canyon Falls, which is in Argyle. If you have photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm not sure how many people are in Coleman. Coleman looks a little bit more populated. But there's a pretty large hailstorm going right into Coleman. It's warned for tennis ball sized hail. So we are likely getting somewhere in the ballpark of tennis balls, maybe even baseball sized hail there. And still broad circulation on this storm right now, but it is tornado warned. Again, if you're in Santa Ana or Coleman, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. Fort Worth is not done for today. No, I mean, you guys are still, there's still going to be more storms later today, more than likely. We're watching for development over here that'll move east. So, DFW, you're not done. I know it's kind of one of those situations where you would think, well, we're going to get one round of storms and then we're done, but that's not how today's event is going to go. We're probably at least going to get one more round of storms, which would be sometime between now and about 7 or so, maybe 8. I think the latest we'd have any storms in, like, near Dallas, Fort Worth would be like 8 o'clock. So this is the next storm to watch for, which is now warned for hail and wind. And this is the first storm that we're actually seeing that's organizing now back over here near Strawn. And that's on track to eventually go towards Fort Worth. Still some broad rotation right now going towards Santa Ana and Bangs, Texas. But obviously, at any given moment, this could drop a tornado. So stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Also, a new watch will be issued most likely in Tennessee here soon. The threat for damaging winds and isolated hail will continue. The area of greatest concern is from Jackson, back near Waynesboro, near Franklin, and near Waverly. We also have a threat outside of that, back all the way to the east in areas like Murfreesboro, and as well as Carthage. And that new watch will probably be issued in the next hour. Okay, look at that. Looks like the rotation's beginning to intensify now. It's just southeast of Coleman, where the strongest area of rotation exists. Now, I know the northern radar site is also showing strong rotation, but presumably this right here is going to be hail contamination. Looks more like some sort of hail contamination there. But that would be your main area of rotation. It would be near Santa Ana right now. Or we could have a lowering or even a wall cloud. You're near Route 84 right now. So that rotation's definitely intensifying. And it does appear as if there is a wall cloud on this storm, from what I'm seeing on Twitter. So there's at least some sort of lowering right now. So we are definitely looking at a potential for a tornado with this. So again, near Santa Ana right now. Okay. And that's the strongest area of rotation. If we do have a tornado, it's near Route 84. It'll be moving towards the north side and really maybe even downtown Santa Ana. And it's going to be on track to go towards Bangs, Texas, just west of Brownwood. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Latest scan is slightly broader, but I wouldn't get too fooled by this. We could still see a tornado. More than likely, if we do have a tornado, it is going to be rain wrapped, though. And it's currently moving east. Zoom out a little bit here. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in Texas, back over near Brownwood. We have a lot of other severe storms right now, but the majority of these are hail and wind producers. I'm honestly not looking at much of a tornado risk with most of these storms. Looks like mostly wind and hail. Let's go back to Texas here. And this is your area of circulation right now, just to the north of Santa Ana, moving east. You're in this warning. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Did Max paint his bedroom? No, that's our RGB light. Did not paint my bedroom overnight. Also looks like we have some non-precip rotation back over near... Yeah, we have a little bit of rotation also south of Sterling City. So you might get a warning on that one too. That's northwest of San Angelo. So watch that storm closely too as that moves to the east. We got a couple storms that are rotating right now. How far out is Connor? I'm not entirely sure. I think somebody said an hour. I think he's probably closer to 30 minutes out, maybe a bit sooner than that. He is approaching the kind of like the leading edge out here. The rain. He's at least driving through some very light precip from the upper level cloud deck. Let's see what the velocities show here. Yeah, San Angelo definitely has to stay weather aware. Again, I do think the greatest tornado risk will come with any of these discrete cells that are developing. We got a couple of them right now. We got the one over here that looks like it's intensifying a bit. Back over to the northwest of San Angelo. It is very rural areas of Texas, but a tornado's a tornado. Did this radar beam just skip over the storm? I think it just skipped over the storm entirely. There you go. Alright, so still pretty strong rotation right now, right in Santa Ana. So still pretty strong area of rotation right now. That's going to be moving again to the east. Bangs, Texas will be next in track of this. We could have a tornado, though. If there is one, it is going to be located here near Santa Ana, moving towards Bangs. So if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. But we definitely have a pretty strong RFD surge here, which is going to at least lead to some damaging winds. The question is, are we actually going to get a tornado here? With an RFD surge like that, I think we might. As it moves towards Bangs, Texas. At the bare minimum, we do have some spin in the clouds. I do at least have photo that there's at least some spin in the clouds, maybe some sort of lowering developing. So this definitely could drop a tornado. As this continues to move east right along Route 6784. I do think any of these storms that do stay discrete today, like this one, will have an elevated chance at a tornado threat. And the other one that's back over to the west of Dallas-Fort Worth, this new storm that's developing, it isn't probably an imminent tornado threat, but it might be something to watch for down the road as it moves east. It could produce a tornado risk once it gets a bit closer to Dallas-Fort Worth. So we'll have to watch that one as well. This storm's echo tops are still around 60,000 feet. This storm's huge. It's a huge storm here in Texas. This is your typical Maytime storms here in Texas, where you get these big hailstorms, massive storm structure stuff. I wish the cloud cover wasn't as thick. You probably could see the storm going all the way from the surface up into the atmosphere. It's probably a huge mesocyclone here. This is still radar indicated, by the way, still not confirmed. Radar indicated rotation right now here in Texas, east of Coleman. Thank you, Lydia, for becoming a Velocity member. And the latest scan still showing a little bit of broad circulation. Again, it's not super strong here. It's still on the broader side of things on this latest scan. Still watching it closely, though. We are a little bit further away from the radar site, so there's a chance that there might even be a tornado here. Just can't clearly see it on radar. But from what I'm seeing right now, we don't have anything confirmed. There is at least some circulation in the lower cloud deck, which is where that tornado threat will start to try to ramp up a little bit. We really gotta work on Max's pronunciations. Thank you. I appreciate that. My family's from Santa Ana, trying to get reports. Hopefully they stay safe there. I'm trying to see if we have any reports also. I'm kind of circling through things here. Also, it looks like we're going to get some sort of watch possibly back over in Ohio and Indiana. Timing of initiation is uncertain, but environment will support large hail and damaging winds. That includes Ohio and southeast Indiana. And if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning cell again that is currently located over to the northeast of San Angelo, south of Abilene. New radar scans coming in here in just a second, so we'll stay here. And we'll zoom back out here in a moment once we have an update, as long as it's broad rotation. Do have an RFD surge here, so again, it is an organizing storm, or it's at least trying to organize as it does continue to move eastbound. It will be going towards Brownwood, early in Bangs, Texas, and Lake Brownwood will also be in the track of the hail core with this. Again, we do have a large hail core with this, probably tennis ball sized hail falling near Coleman and just to the west of Santa Ana. Just waiting on the velocities to update here. Connor is back over here. So he's not far from this. He's actually getting there pretty quickly. Here's the latest scan. Again, still broad circulation as of right now. Do have a big RFD surge with this storm. It does at least give you an indication that we do have at least have some organization of this supercell right now. Still not really wrapping very well, though. We don't have anything super strong here in the middle. And when we see this gray area in between, usually represents a broadened area of circulation. But we are still watching for a potential for a tornado. So yeah, if you're in the warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. If you are in Coleman, Texas, at this point, you're not looking at a tornado. You're just looking at a lot of hail. I would still stay in your safe place there because the threat for tennis ball-sized hail will continue in that location. We at least do have some circulation here. Still watching it closely. Can we get a reading in Kentucky and Tennessee? The majority of the storms in Kentucky and Tennessee right now are producing predominantly a wind threat. We may have a tornado here. Either that or just a lot of dust. There could be an RFD surge. Yeah, I think it's just an RFD surge. Okay, never mind. There is definitely rotation with this storm. There's no doubt. It's more of, you know. Okay, we have another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's more about if we can actually get the tornado to drop here. There's a lot of rotation in the clouds. It's just not dropping. Velocities on radar are pretty representative of that still. New tornado warning. That's going to be the one that is, wow. Wow, that really is wrapped here. Jeez. This storm west of San Angelo is wrapping hard. This one's probably going to produce. This storm is wrapped really hard over here to the west. We've been talking about this for a little while. This is the most impressive that this storm has actually looked now. A very impressive circulation on radar. Very impressive hook as well. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is a very strong couplet. That is on track to go right towards San Angelo, too. This includes Iron County, Sterling County, and Tom Green County. I don't know if anybody really lives here. It looks very, very rural. Let's hope that's all it is. I do think this is a very rural area of Texas. 58 people. Okay. So this isn't impacting a whole lot of people, luckily. With that said, this does look like it is going to try to produce a tornado. It actually might already be on the ground. That's really strong rotation. Yeah, this one looks like it's already on the ground. If not, it's about to be on the ground. So yeah, if you're in this warning, definitely seek shelter. That's a very strong rotation. That tornado definitely could be on the ground right now. That's going right towards Highway 163. And it will be on track for San Angelo down the road, even though it's still well out from now. Still ways away. That circulation on the Santa Ana storm still looks broad. Might be something developing on the back side of that storm, but we'll see. But wow. That's some rotation right there. I mean, it doesn't get a whole lot, tighter than this, so we'll see if it does drop. This thing is wrapped hard, though. We got a very discreet supercell out here. Here's a view of it. Yeah, again, all the tornado warnings that we have are going to probably be in Texas. We could get a few elsewhere, but if you see a tornado warning, it's going to be more than likely here in Texas. We could still see an isolated tornado, though, back over in Oklahoma, Arkansas, maybe even northwest Louisiana, but it is a relatively low risk. And maybe even in northeast Ohio. Here's the latest velocity scan. Which is still the same thing. I'm waiting for the next scan. Yeah, that rotation's definitely tightened here over the last few minutes. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. And if you are in this pink polygon, which is south of Sterling City, it is a population, again, of 58. So, a very rural area. But this one is probably going to drop a tornado. And if it does, it will be on track for San Angelo. Obviously, that's a long ways away from now. But, you know, it's a pretty populated area there in San Angelo. Velocities update in a second. No CC drop as of right now. We also could have a tornado here. The problem with the CC radar is that it's really not going to show much. That looks like a tornado to me. We probably have a tornado here, but again, the problem is going to be that there isn't really anything here that is going to be lifted up, so we can't really verify if there's a tornado because there's no correlation coefficient drop, unless there's some sort of observation of this. The good news is that, again, it's a very rural area here. The main area is going to be Highway 163, but the CC is probably not going to show much here on this particular storm, purely due to the fact it's just, again, mostly probably farmland. That's a really impressive looking supercell here. Wow. It's probably on the ground. The other one near Santa Ana has been struggling a little bit. Connor Croft is quickly approaching that, so we'll have a much better shot of that here soon. So if you're right now along Highway 163, just south of Sterling City, make sure that you're avoiding this storm, as this one is again producing the potential for a tornado. It might already be on the ground, as this does continue to move east. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter about this storm or any others, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm currently trying to pull up the... Just trying to see what's actually in the track of this. I'm gonna pull up a satellite imagery here. Okay, it looks like a lot of farmland. I don't even know what's here. It looks really like nothing here. I'm seeing like buildings, but like they don't look like anything. They might be like warehouses possibly, or farms. It's like a few lots here, but I don't see much. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, that's probably on the ground. We might have a strong tornado heading towards Highway 163. Again, no debris signature, but that appears as if it is a tornado that's going to be crossing right over into Highway 163. West of San Angelo, Texas again. That's pretty crazy. I mean, that's, again, just a very rural area. We're not probably going to get any sort of verification with the correlation coefficient. Again, purely due to the fact that this is just such a rural area. There's like literally nothing here. With that said, obviously, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you are in the warning, again, it's like 58 people, so luckily it's not very populated. It looks like the more populated area would probably be over here, where it looks like there's more roadways. That's just to the northwest of Arden, Texas. But that appears as if it is a very rural tornado here. Yeah, it looks like all farmland. I'm looking at satellite imagery. It does look like all farmland here. That's almost definitely a tornado. This is a photogenic tornado that would be on the ground here, if it is. Be very photogenic. Let's see if we do have any visual of this. I'm not seeing anything right now on this particular storm. Still trying to see if we have any information on this. I'm not seeing any reports right now or any photos of this particular tornado. I'm not sure if there's any storm chasers out here, honestly. But if there is, I mean, this is probably a pretty significant tornado happening back over near Highway 163. And again, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere here. I mean, down the road, really the most concerning thing about this is that it is going towards San Antonio. Or sorry, San Angelo, not San Antonio. San Angelo, Texas. It's really the most concerning part about this particular supercell. Wait for the next velocity scan. We're still watching the storm near Brownwood, Texas. That rotation is still broad as of right now. Again, we do have Storm Chaser Connor Croft approaching that. I bet if there was a Storm Chaser out there, they're looking at a very photogenic supercell. I mean, that looks like a tornado all day to me. They just updated the warning. It is still radar indicated. Again, it more than likely, I would say, is on the ground. I don't know if we have any visual of this, but the rotation on radar is very strong. It's a farm NATO out here. A big farm NATO probably in progress near Highway 163. That's quite remarkable. I mean, it's a really strong couplet. Yeah, I just don't know if we have any sort of storm chasers on this. If anybody knows, let me know. To me, this looks definitely like a tornado. Yeah, if you're anywhere in this warning, seek shelter. It's again south of Sterling City, Texas. Well to the west of San Angelo. It is again very rural areas. There's about 58 people in this warning, but it is a very strong area of rotation, and it is more than likely a strong tornado. If we have one on the ground here, it's a very impressive rotation on radar. I mean, and I'm kind of surprised with how strong this is this far to the west too. We have velocities cranking at 80 miles per hour going towards the radar. It's pretty impressive. Hey Jesse for the $5 super chat. Oil field area, probably several hundred workers out there without shelter. Now that's not good. Yeah, hopefully they had time to get to at least somewhere, some sort of safe place. Otherwise, get into a field, like kind of into a ditch. Still nothing confirmed on this storm. I'm waiting for another radar scan here. And no CC drop. I don't think we're going to get any confirmation of this unless we get some sort of photographic evidence. Yeah, if there's a tornado here, though, it is going to be probably very photogenic. So, you know, if there are any chasers out here, there's probably a tornado here. I mean, look at that rotation. It is still really strong. It's approaching Highway 163 south of Sterling City. Pretty unbelievable. Now, if we have had a tornado, this has been on the ground for a little over 7 or 8 minutes. If it is definitely on the ground. But we still don't have any confirmation here. But it's very likely that we have a tornado here. I'll be surprised if we don't. We just can't really verify it because if there, you know, we don't have any sort of debris signature here. There's really nothing here. It's just a lot of farmland. But very photogenic tornado happening there south of Sterling City. The other tornado warning that's back over near Santa Ana and Bangs still has some broad circulation approaching Brownwood. This is a live view of Connor Croft. He's approaching that storm right now. So very ominous dark skies there. I don't think we have any live cams there. I kind of doubt it. I don't think we do.
Super Souls is gonna just train over this area in the next few hours.
I think the majority of them are on interstates anyway.
That one near San Angelo is looking great. Way west of San Angelo. On the boundary.
Way west, dang. Did it confirm? Oh.
Definitely a tour on the ground.
Nice.
Wow. That's what happens when someone gets on the boundary.
It's another like 3 hours west though.
Is anybody...
No one's probably on that.
I'm listening to Connor. I don't think they're talking about it too. I don't think anybody's actually on this storm that we're looking at right now.
Rip.
There is. It's like a lone chaser or two.
Yeah.
If you guys do see anything on any social media platform about this, just let me know. Again, I'll try to relay information on it. But again, we just don't really have any sort of information about this. There's probably a tornado. It's going to be crossing right over Highway 163 as we speak. It is going to hit a few different silos, so that might do something to the debris signature. We'll see. That's now right over Highway 163. Look at that thing. Okay. I think we do have a tornado now. I think that is a debris signature. We at least have some sort of signature here. That looks like a tornado. Velocities just went back a second, but that tornado, I believe that is a tornado now. I think, yeah, right there. So looks like we do have a tornado now. It's right over Highway 163. So I think this has been a tornado the entire time. I just don't think there's any way to verify it with the, you know, the CC. But there's probably some sort of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere there. And no, we don't have any live cams along 163, or at least from what I was looking at. So, yeah, looks like this is now on the ground. I'm not going to officially... Oh, wow, this is now a PDS tornado. Wow, that got upgraded.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, so this is now officially a PDS tornado in Texas. So this is a large and strong tornado. This is only issued when we have strong and large tornadoes on the ground. This is according to law enforcement in the area. So this is, again, a large and strong tornado, which does not surprise me. We just don't have any visual. Again, it's 58 people in this warning, so it's not a lot of people. But if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. From what I've heard, there are a lot of workers in this area, perhaps in this area, which would mean that unfortunately, you know, some of them might be without shelter. So if that is all true, this is definitely a pretty dangerous situation for anybody that is out there working in the fields, because it sounds like there's a lot of like oil fields here and stuff. Again, we do have a debris signature that's very small. Once again, the reason why is because that this is just such in a, again, rural area here of Texas, and there's really not much here. So the really good news about this is that it's impacting a very small amount of people, not like what we had in Greenfield yesterday. With that said, this is still a relatively dangerous storm. Tucker, you can just say south of Sterling City or west of San Angelo. I mean, there's really, again, there's no towns here. This is northwestern Tom Green County and north central Irion County. So, again, the good news, again, very rural area. The bad news is that it sounds like there are workers that might be out here in oil fields or something right now. And so, unfortunately, that would be impacting those people that don't have a shelter. So if you're one of those people, try to get into a low-lying ditch. Otherwise, try to find an alternate shelter place nearby if there are any there. But again, this is now officially a PDS tornado, which means that this is a particularly dangerous situation right now crossing over Highway 163. It'll eventually move towards more, it looks like, a fields. Let me go back to the satellite imagery and see if we have a view of that. It looks like it's just a lot of farmland here right now. And this is south of Sterling City. And it's also to the west of San Angelo. Might be like a windmill farm over here. I could be mistaken. Does anybody know what this is? Right here? All these things are here. Are these all windmills? Can't really tell what these are. There's a ton of them, though, in just this area. It's north of Suggs Ranch, where this large tornado is on the ground. Oil? Okay, so that's all. Okay, so these are all oil farms. So there's definitely a lot of people in the track of this. The population might only be 58, but This is definitely a storm that is producing some pretty significant damage. Oh, this is Connor on the other tornado warning, back over near
winds now. I think
near
it's trying to
Brownwood.
wrap
Back in there.
Very
right
ominous
there.
skies there. Big flashes
CG.
of lightning there.
Be back in there. Big lowering right there.
Maybe like if there'd be a tornado, I'm sure the camcorder.
This is
will
again,
help
what
out.
we're looking at here is the Brownwood storm, so not the one that we're looking at here
Guys are
near
just tuning in.
the PDS tornado.
Yeah,
Big time supercell right
We're
here.
getting an outflow right here, so there's definitely some inflow right
Oil
there.
farms, I don't know. Whatever they're called, oil fields, all the same thing. But if you're one of those workers that, oh wow, look at that. We actually have a CC now. So that's a definitive. We at least have some sort of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere now. It looks like on Highway 163 here, we actually have some sort of like silos right along the roadway. So I'm guessing that's what it just picked up. Perhaps some part of a building. So there is definitely now a debris signature here that is within this particular tornado. And again, this is right now moving east. It's going to be just southwest of Water Valley. Now, long term, this is going towards San Angelo, but I don't know if it's going to make it that far with this intensity. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. But it looks like we got some sort of outflow boundary kind of pushing down here to the south. That might weaken it. See what the velocities and everything show. Still got a debris signature right over east of 163. It's north of Old Burke Place. Approaching some oil fields. See what the velocities show here.
Is it right here? Yeah,
Oh,
right
that just
right
updated.
here.
Let me go back to here. Here's the latest velocity scan. So still got a tornado. It's going to be right here, just east of 163. And this is south of Sterling City, Texas, west of San Angelo, Texas. Still a pretty definitive debris signature here on radar. Moving eastbound. It'll be going towards Carlsbad down the road in San Angelo. I don't know if it's going to make it that far, but if it does, San Angelo definitely needs to be staying weather aware. But we definitely have a debris signature there. It's been on the ground. Presumably this tornado has been on the ground for a little over 15 to 20 minutes now. We just didn't have confirmation until a few minutes ago. Once this got closer to the highway, this was again confirmed by law enforcement. So very, very rural area. And then the other storm that's near Brownwood, Texas will likely no longer be tornado warned in a moment, but that's what that storm looks like right now on radar, or sorry, in person with Connor Croft's feed. Again, just very ominous skies here. It is producing some big hail,
Just a bunch
up
of
to tennis ball sized hail, and also the potential for damaging winds up to 60.
Back here. Oh wait, we're losing visual of the wall cloud even now. So
Yeah, we're getting.
Look at their
some
face cam, by the way. They have a camera on the top left to look at them. You can't even see them. That's how dark it is. It is very dark on that storm. And again, this storm here is 60,000 feet tall, which is crazy.
Saw a bunch of cars driving into it.
yeah,
I wonder how that's gonna go.
I'm not scared.
This storm over near Brownwood, Texas, the one that's not PDS, this one is, I mean, it's super tall. You can't see anything.
So
It's pretty crazy. It's very, very dark out there. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is your PDS tornado warning. Again, it's a large and strong tornado confirmed by law enforcement moving eastbound. It is going to be west of San Angelo. It is producing, again, a pretty significant tornado here. Even though it's a very rural area, it is pretty significant because there's a lot of oil workers in this area of Texas, and we are right now at 345. So presumably those oil workers are still out there. We still have a debris signature here, so there's no doubt that this is still on the ground right now, moving eastbound. So right now it's crossing over a lot of different oil farms just to the south of Sterling City. But this tornado right now is just kind of riding along the outflow boundary that we have. So we'll see how long that lasts for, but we got a couple different outflow boundaries here that are kind of colliding with each other. But it does look like that tornado is definitely shrinking in size. So let's kind of hope that trends that direction. That outflow boundary should definitely weaken it out here. I'm trying to see if we have any other reports on this storm right now. I just don't think there's any storm chasers out here, so I don't know if we have any visual of it, but I'm very curious to know how photogenic this is, because I mean it's a very rural area, and I would assume that it's not rain wrapped at all. Maybe a little bit now. It looks a little bit more rain wrapped with the outflow boundaries, and it looks like the tornado is shrinking in size, but still, pretty crazy storm here.
65,000 foot.
And that's the storm over near Early, Texas. That storm is 60,000 feet tall, and you cannot see, you can barely see anything there. That is crazy.
It is a decent representation right now. It is so dark.
Yeah, this is not the one that's on the ground. I don't even think it's tornado warning anymore, but yeah, that tornado warning was canceled or expired.
If you guys are just tuning in, we're chasing the storm all day, and we got a lot more chases on the horizon, so make sure to smash that like and subscribe button. Wow, it's really dark.
You guys, it's not even 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We're at like the sun is like almost above you right now, and you can't see a thing. That is so ominous.
This is crazy.
It's actually crazy. I mean, again, this storm is 60,000 feet tall. It's like a solar eclipse almost.
Oh, easily.
I think it's darker than a solar eclipse.
Easily. Thanks for 61,000 subs, guys.
I'm just like turning like southwest.
Bro. Dumb storm over there.
That is...
There's no way to forecast.
That's horrifying.
Well, I mean,
If I was underneath that storm, I would be scared. I mean, that is crazy. I've never seen a storm like that dark before. At this time of the day, I mean, it's not even 4 o'clock. It's just a huge supercell. And this is the one that's a PDS tornado back over west of San Angelo. It looks like it is starting to occlude. This is the storm that Connor's on. That is 60,000 feet tall. We got a massive hail core right now just to the northwest of Brownwood. The echo tops on this storm are massive. Possibly as tall as 60 to 65,000 feet up. Right now, the radars nearby are estimating around 60,000 feet, so that's a really tall thunderstorm. The one that's producing a tornado is a little bit marginally large. It's about 50,000 feet, which is still pretty tall. And it does look like this tornado has now completely occluded. But it could redevelop, but it looks pretty occluded now on this storm. Is still... Oh, now it's back down to radar indicated. Alright, so this is no longer a PDS. It is now back down to a normal radar indicated tornado. So that did occlude pretty quickly after the PDS was issued. Still pretty crazy. It was a crazy storm. Hopefully all the oil workers stayed safe there, because that is... Again, this area not populated, but it looked like there was a lot of oil fields there, and more than likely a lot of those oil workers were probably impacted by this. As it is still, you know, it's still the daylight hours. A lot of them are still out there at 3:50 in the afternoon. If you guys do see anything about this storm on Twitter, again, you can feel free to at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay information. I don't know what kind of information we're going to get on this storm, because it's just, again, just such a rural area. I don't think there are any chasers out here, but nonetheless, very interesting supercell that we had here. From what I heard, again, I don't 100% know. I don't know the you know, what this area exactly is. I've never been to this part of Texas, but from somebody that told me in chat, which I think they super chatted and told me like they, you know, work in this area, they used to or something like that. They were saying that there are possibly hundreds of workers that are in this warning. So the population is 58, but by the sounds of it, there was hundreds of workers. So my dad is an oil farmer there. Hopefully he stayed safe there. And this is the storm near Brownwood, Texas. Probably the most concerning storm of the day. It's the one near Brownwood. Doesn't look super organized for a tornado risk, but it is producing some giant hail right now. Just to the north of Brownwood. Well, we're going to continue to watch all these storms very closely, including this one and also the one back over near Brownwood, and also any other storms in general, but Texas looks the most concerning area today. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We are closing in on 250,000 subscribers. Again, this storm down the road will be going towards San Angelo. So the next area and track for this concern is going to be San Angelo. There are two different outflow boundaries. If we go back a little bit, you'll see the action here. We had this outflow boundary kind of converge with the other one right here. And so we kind of have a weakening area of rotation now. That should limit the tornado risk overall with this outflow boundary kind of colliding to the southwest. But nonetheless, we could still get some large hail and maybe a brief tornado back over near San Angelo. But it is probably going to be a tornado this storm in particular will probably try to recycle as it moves east-southeast. So that's really the next concern here. There's a new enhanced risk for tomorrow. There sure is. Again, we'll probably be live tomorrow. All right. Pretty crazy evolution, though, of the supercell. Now, it's crazy to think. I mean, look at this storm. Let's look at the velocities over time. A very photogenic tornado. A pretty strong tornado by the looks of it, too. Really crazy animation there. So our first confirmed tornado of the day is back over in the middle of nowhere, Texas, south of Sterling City. Now, we've had crazy tornadoes this year, and this is another one. I know we didn't have a view of this, which we usually do with a lot of these, but, like, we didn't have a view of this tornado. I bet it was probably a pretty long, at least a strong tornado, but possibly like a stovepipe or something. It's probably something pretty photogenic. I think it would have been pretty cool to see there. Hey, Shay for the $5 super chat. Pennsylvania in any danger of tornadoes today? I don't think so. Other than northwest Pennsylvania, we might get a brief tornado. I'm not really that concerned about Pennsylvania today. Honestly, the only states that I'm really concerned about would be like Texas, main concern there. Oklahoma, Arkansas, and maybe Tennessee and like northern Mississippi. Maybe a little bit concerning, but it's mostly just wind over here. I'm really not expecting much of a tornado risk there. I do think there will be a little bit more of a tornado risk in like northeast Ohio, but even then, I just don't think it's going to be much. I don't think it's enough to really be that concerned about it. Tornado possible in Pennsylvania. I'll check it out real quick. To be honest with you, I don't really see anything here that looks concerning for a tornado risk. Might be like a little bit near Abbott, but again, it's even if we got a tornado on that storm, it would just be brief and weak. The environment up there is really not favorable at all. I mean, the low-level jet in general is really weak. The veering profiles don't look very impressive. It overall just doesn't look like a great environment for tornadoes in Pennsylvania. Unless you're back up near Lake Erie, I think it's a bit different. Tornado watch in Killeen? There's a big tornado watch. Now, the wording today that the Storm Prediction Center used, which I don't usually read too much into it, but they basically said a couple of tornadoes are possible. So I would have to kind of agree with that here. I think that's going to be the main concern. A couple of tornadoes possible, which we just had one. So maybe one more. No, there might actually be more than that. We'll have to wait and see. It really just depends on if these storms can all maintain being discrete. Right now, the one near Mineral Wells is discrete, but it's not really staying very organized. Because we had a initial supercell that was there that fizzled out, and then we had a new updraft form with a different storm. Kind of like almost like a handoff here with the two storms. Wow. Connor might want to be careful. That's a big hail core going right into Brownwood. That is a huge hail core. Wow. There is definitely tennis ball sized hail coming right into the north side of Brownwood. Actually, that might go right towards Connor. I think Connor might just be realizing that now.
Hell, I don't, I guess.
There's a big hailstorm going right into Brownwood.
coming. Big hail. Hail.
I don't know who he's talking to.
You need to get under an awning.
I guess he knows at least.
He has a helmet on at least.
I guess. Not gonna feel good still.
This is our...
It's our turn.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna make it. That guy, I'm not so sure.
Just... What if there's what if this is a rain blob and it's just showing up as hail?
It could be, but it's worn for tennis balls, so...
I would assume with the environment in place,
yeah.
Big hail, so... That one's hooking.
It looks like he's going south, trying to avoid this hailstorm. I don't blame him.
We'll get there.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to outrace this actually.
Well, if it turns right, we won't have to qualify.
If you look at this hail core here, it's racing. Let me measure the speed on this. Over the last 5 minutes, this has moved 6 miles. This hail core right now might be moving upwards of 60 miles per hour to the southeast. Now that's pretty crazy. You might run into hail no matter what. Don't want to have another Brandon Kopic situation where your windshield gets almost blown out entirely. By the way, this tornado warning back over in the middle of nowhere, kind of near Tom Green County, south of Sterling City, and a lot of oil fields. No tornado as of right now. It might get a new warning. We'll see. It's going to be moving towards San Angelo. I would at least expect a severe thunderstorm warning, but if not, we could also get a tornado warning with this. We'll have to wait and see. There you go. Well, there's your warning. That's going to be your new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label. This does include San Angelo, Cristobal as well. So there's now a tornado possible label on this storm with damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour being possible. So yeah, that warning will be allowed to expire for now, and we'll be back down to normal severe thunderstorm warnings for at least now. Hey, JD, for the $5 super chat. What has you concerned for tornadoes in Northeast Ohio? I'm not really concerned about it, but I do think there could be a brief tornado. There is a small little pocket time frame between now and maybe up until 6. I don't think it's going to go that late, but there might be a brief tornado. There's enough of a low-level jet where we could get a brief tornado up there, but I don't know if we're really going to see that. The low-level jet just increases just a little bit, and the atmosphere is favorable for maybe a brief tornado, but really not much beyond that, in my opinion. So I'm not super concerned about Ohio. Thank you, Kitty, as well, for the $5 super chat. Big dog, mute your mic when you're slurping on that water bottle. It's become a meme on the channel. All right, the tornado warning has now officially expired. So we're back down to a tornado possible label on this particular storm. And then the one over back near, wow, all right, this is a destructive storm now. So now a destructive storm near Brownwood, Texas. That's producing baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So the storm that's basically going towards Connor, that big hail core, it's moving right into Brownwood and is now officially a destructive storm with hail upwards of 2.75 inches in diameter being possible. That is, again, baseball-sized hail. So stay away from windows if you're in Brownwood, Early, or Blanket. It's a dangerous storm right now. A lot of storms just kind of colliding with each other right now. It's becoming a bit messy for this tornado setup. Thank you, Kim, also for becoming a Velocity member. We have 23 new members today. I do appreciate any of you guys that have become members today. It's the best way to support the channel. I do appreciate it. While that happens, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. I will pan it over to Connor, who is driving through a hailstorm, sort of.
Severe warning on ours now.
South. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's see what it's for. Ping pong still.
Ping pong. I'll punch ping pong.
Yeah, by the time we punch, it might not be ping pong.
I'll punch ping pong. Not worried about no ping pong.
We'll just have to hope one does not hit right in the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't be the end of the world other than that.
Yeah, as long as it cracks part of the side window.
Good thing your
over
sunroof.
there. protected. We don't need any baseballs around here, Chad.
All right.
Freaking dark. That's a dark storm. Guys are just tuning in. We got over 6,000 watching, only 3,000 likes. Takes 2 seconds.
Okay. We might get another tornado again. I'm glad I went now and not later. We have another strong couplet developing on the same storm going towards San Angelo. Right there. So it's trying to do it again. We might get another tornado. That's a stronger couplet developing on the Hook Echo here. Again, unbelievable. I mean, this supercell looks crazy on radar. Just to the west of San Angelo, so it looks like we might get another tornado on this. That rotation again intensifying again. This will probably get a new warning. It's super dark, I know. That storm that Connor's on is upwards of 60,000 feet tall. So it's a very tall supercell over there. It's also producing baseball-sized hail, which is now a destructive threat. So it is definitely a big hailstorm, too, to go along with all the problems there. See what the next velocity scan shows. Again, I would not be surprised if this got a tornado warning, if that rotation continues to stay that intense.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, that timing's interesting. All right, we have a new tornado warning on this storm, even though it hasn't popped up on your screen. There you go. There's your new tornado warning. Again, that's just west of San Angelo. So if you're in the tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Our timing is interesting. So we're back to a tornado warning again, west of San Angelo. There's your circulation. It's pretty rural areas still. Arden would be the main location on the track of this. It's again for Iron County, Sterling County, and Tom Green County. Those are the main areas in the track of this storm right now. So if you are in the tornado warning, again, seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. It's probably going to drop another tornado. It might already be on the ground. I just don't know if we don't have anything officially confirmed here. It's going to be hard to confirm this just due to how rural it is. And there's really nothing probably being hit by this. And this is just west of San Angelo. Population in this warning is 204. And I believe, again, this is probably a lot of oil fields. That's my guess. Also, a new severe thunderstorm watch was issued for central Tennessee. That includes Nashville. Goes until 10 o'clock tonight. Damaging winds is the main concern. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning west of San Angelo. This storm initially did produce a large and strong tornado back near Highway 163. Could produce again as it moves towards San Angelo. And this storm's just riding along the outflow boundary, so we'll have to kind of see how it interacts with that. Again, the first time that northern outflow boundary kind of collided to the south, it weakened out. Has intensified again, and there may be a tornado with this. And it looks like long-term, if we do have a tornado, it will probably miss San Angelo. It is kind of diving this direction with that outflow boundary going south and this one kind of going east and southeast. So the hope is that this does avoid San Angelo, and I think it will. Now, with that said, we will probably at least see a hail threat there in San Angelo, and maybe even a wind threat. Thank you, Kyle, for the $4.99. It went from 93 to 73 in DFW. Are you talking about the temperature? I wouldn't be surprised by that. Rain cool air will definitely do that to you. Thank you, Doc and Dag, also for becoming Velocity members. Greg, I'm not expecting anything in Oklahoma City tonight. Tomorrow looks like a big day, though, for Oklahoma. Maybe not a big day, but a moderately big day. I do think we'll get some sort of enhanced risk in Oklahoma tomorrow. This is a pretty textbook supercell. I would have to say, though, the outflow boundary is definitely playing a pretty interesting part in this. It's definitely hurting its tornado risk, I would say, a little bit. A lot of ranches. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of oil fields and ranches in this particular warning. Can Max see my comments? I can. Again, there's like 13,000 of you and there's one of me, so I'm not going to be able to read every comment. Even then, I usually don't read comments during warnings unless, you know, we're kind of in between scans. So the rotation, again, it's kind of in the, and maybe near a ranch or something like that, or oil fields. It's really rural areas northwest of Arden. So if we have a tornado again, it would be right there. This was PDS at one point, so just keep that in mind. It is a storm that could produce an isolated strong tornado as it moves down to the southeast. Drunk NATO? I don't think there's any drunk NATO potential with this storm. If there's outflow boundaries, I just don't see this being that sort of type of tornado here. Alright, let me quickly zoom out here. Also, we got another storm back over to the west of this that is also trying to do some weird stuff. That one's blowing up now, too. North of Styles. We don't have any CC drops, so again, no debris being lifted up into the atmosphere if we do have a tornado. Here's the latest scan. Well, maybe it is going drunk NATO style. Never mind. I didn't think we'd have much of a drunk NATO situation. It looks like we do have a little U-turn happening on this. It looks like this tornado, if it is still there, it is occluding. Because that rotation on the latest scan just moved directly north. So, yeah, this is a... Okay, I'll take back what I just said. We jinxed it. It looks like we have a drunk NATO here. If it is on the ground, this would be a drunk NATO. It's, again, started going down to the southeast, and now it's turning north. It's kind of just doing a little wrap around, and then it'll probably just occlude out. Yeah, these outflow boundaries are pretty crazy. We got two of them converging. Actually, I think we have another one over here, too. I could be wrong. If it is, it's very slow moving. What is a drunk NATO? It's basically when a tornado takes a big U-turn. You know, it's going one direction, and all of a sudden it just goes back a different direction. We made up the term. It's not an actual meteorology term, but it is a very popular term here on the Max Velocity channel now. Looking at Kentucky storms real quick. Might actually have a little bit broad rotation here in Monticello, south of Somerset, Kentucky, but that also might just be hail contamination. The storm's near Nashville right now, mostly just wind producers. We could get an isolated tornado, though, out of this. Maybe like a little QLCS tornado. Yeah, we got a little bit of circulation, actually, south of Gallatin. Southeast of Gallatin in Tennessee. So maybe a low tornado risk with that right there, as that moves northeast. Otherwise, it looks like mostly damaging winds. And the storms in Dallas-Fort Worth, relatively weak right now. Again, our next concern, if you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, which I think I just had 2 different super chats about that, anything right now for Dallas-Fort Worth would be coming out here, like, within the next couple of hours. So it'd be anything west of Dallas-Fort Worth that would produce a threat for severe weather. That's the storm that I'll be watching for in particular. We'll have another radar scan on this storm in a moment. This is from Dink on Twitter. Look at that. Wow. That right there is some intense lightning. Just that's an eastern DFW, by the way, so not far from Dallas-Fort Worth. And that rotation is now fully occluded. Or mostly occluded. We actually could still have a tornado here. very, very tiny CC drop maybe there. But even if there is a tornado, it is very tiny, very rural, and it's probably occluding. But continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, because this could definitely drop another tornado as it does move to the southeast, just west of San Angelo. Is the outflow hurting it? I do think it is. I think the outflow is hurting the tornado potential. The northern outflow in particular, I think, is hurting that potential more than anything. Its convergence, I think, is kind of hurting it. Usually, outflow boundaries will hurt the tornado risk quite a bit. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just west of Dallas, Fort Worth. That's for Weatherford, Mineral Wells, sorry. That's going to be for the threat of damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour, and the threat also for some quarter-sized hail as that continues to track to the east. Also, the storm that Connor's looking at, let me go to this real quick. So it looks like Connor's going to try to get south of this storm here and try to get maybe in the backwards hook on the back side of this right here. Let me draw more lines so you can see it. Right there west of Mullen. So there might be something there west of Mullen trying to develop. I don't see much rotation on radar right now, but it might be something that develops down the road. So we'll watch that closely. And we'll have another radar scan on this storm in just a second. As I mentioned before, I don't think San Angelo will get a tornado with this storm. I do think, though, there will be some hail and wind. I think that this storm is kind of driving to the southeast, mostly because of the outflow boundaries. Whoa! Jeez! Just see that?
We'll have to run that video back.
Oh my god.
Man,
Go back a few seconds here.
Yep.
Wow! That is some bright lightning.
We'll have to run that video back.
Oh my god.
That is a big CG right in front of him. Jeez.
Yeah,
Insane amount of CGs.
so it's only warned for quarters still. Quarters? Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
It's only warned for quarters.
We've seen two different cloud of ground lightning strikes. One was a video and one was just live there. Wow, that's bright. Latest scan showing really broad rotation now. It looks like that tornado risk is dying out again on the storm. That is some Texas-sized lightning right there that we just saw. And still see it on the back of my eye. I mean, that's going to leave at least some sort of mark in your eye there for a few minutes. It's like a flashbang. Talk to us about lightning. Lightning is bright. There you go. That's your talk. Thank you to Lance, by the way, for becoming a Velocity member, and thank you, Blue, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Blue. That is our highest tier membership on the channel, and I do appreciate your support. I don't know what you mean by that, Shay, but I mean, lightning is going to be possible with any storm that we have today. It's a very favorable environment for some lightning. I mean, any thunderstorm in general will produce a threat for lightning. Most thunderstorms. I mean, a thunderstorm is called a thunderstorm for a reason. It produces lightning. So. What about the storm just west of this one? It looks like it's building fast. I mentioned it a second ago. This could become tornadic 2 down the road. I think its problem, though, is going to be the outflow boundary. But we'll have to wait and see how it interacts with that. Because the outflow boundary is kind of to its south now. And this storm is developing just off to the north of that boundary. And the other thing to keep in mind is that we just had a big supercell go right through the same exact area. So I think the problem is the energy that's being used by this storm is going to kind of hinder the development of this storm as it moves more to the east. See what the next velocity scan shows here. That rotation has weakened, though, pretty quickly. Thank you, Latte, for becoming a Velocity member. As of 4 minutes ago, by the way, this is actually a confirmed tornado. It might not be on the ground anymore, but it was confirmed 4 minutes ago. I'll just change it over, even though I don't think it's on the ground anymore. But
this is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I didn't realize it got upgraded, but either way, I do think this has occluded. If not, it might still be on the ground. If it is, it's going to be kind of a non-precip area here, just to the west of Arden. According to somebody on Twitter, this is a white cone tornado northwest of Marston, Texas. But that was as of a few minutes ago, and the velocities on radar do not really show that anymore. It did a little while ago, back like near 4 o'clock. But it doesn't look like that anymore. I mean, there could still be something here. Just the velocities don't show much of anything there. But if we still have a tornado, it would be located, again, kind of over here to the west of San Angelo. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows. All right, here's the update. Photogenic tornado 30 miles to the west of San Angelo. I am retweeting the photo on Twitter. It lifted 4 minutes ago. So there you go. I kind of thought there might be been a tornado before that. We were talking about it, but the velocities have weakened substantially on radar, so there's definitely no tornado on this at this point, probably, but just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the pink polygon just west of San Angelo. I mean, honestly, I kind of figured there was a tornado. I mean, the storm before it, too, it looked like there was a tornado for a while, but, you know, again, we're not going to get any sort of CC drop on most of these tornadoes, at least over here, because, again, it's just all farmland for the most part. There's really not much here, so at least it has lifted at this point. But the photo of the tornado is on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Will Brownwood Lake get any hail? Probably not right now. I mean, the main hail course dived down to your south already. Texas is doing Texas things today. I do have to say that. We had 2 tornadoes with the same storm today, and it's just this one right here, west of San Angelo. Doesn't look like it's on the ground by any means anymore. Again, from the report that I'm seeing, it lifted, according to Daniel Shaw, so it's probably no longer on the ground. Well, I don't know why the storm reports aren't on here. Here are storm reports. There we go. Okay, here are the storm reports. Storm chaser video showing tornado on the ground. Location estimated by radar. So that was as of about 10 minutes ago. Law enforcement confirmed tornado on the ground about across Highway 163 South. That was back at 3:35 with the PDS tornado that we had earlier. So those are a couple of the reports that we've had in these areas. West of Coleman near Valera, we also had power lines down on a highway. Winds were estimated around 70 miles per hour. And also a lot of quarter-sized hail reports in Brownwood. Nothing really above that from the looks of it. So it looks like that baseball-sized hail threat did not really pan out here. Also, thank you, Paul, for becoming a Velocity member. I'm in San Angelo. Temperatures dropped really quick. That is all because of the rain, cool air. And also, actually, more than anything, it's actually probably because of this outflow boundary. I didn't even think that. The outflow boundary is probably dropping those temperatures by quite a bit here. If we go over to METAR data, we'll put on temperatures. Yeah, temperature's already down to 83, and that's near the airport south of San Angelo. 100 degrees in Big Lake, Texas. So that's pretty warm. I mean, you can see the temperature difference, though, all across North Texas. I mean, most areas right now are in the 70s. Waco's in the 90s or near 90. It's in the mid 80s actually. Yeah, the biggest difference will probably be, you know, observed over here near San Angelo and like basically areas over here in the hill country. Stephanie, yeah, usually it is. It's usually fine. I have seen lightning literally strike through toilets before. Like into a toilet. It's a very rare weather phenomenon, but I gotta see if I can find it. But fun fact, you can actually get, very rare, but you can actually get struck by lightning if you're on the toilet. That right there. I don't know who had this photo, but that right there, that can happen. It's a very rare phenomenon, but it can happen in some cases, and I don't know exactly why, but apparently if it travels through like the pipes or something, it can do that or something. I don't know the exact explanation for that, but it can happen. That happened back, I think, 2 years ago. 2 years ago from May 5th. So that happened. That's a little over the 2-year anniversary of that that toilet getting blown up by lightning. The lightning literally struck through the ceiling and hit the toilet. I've never seen that before, but it's a possibility. I mean, you know, it's interesting. Let me what day was that? What day of the year was that? I think it was May 21st, or I think it was May 4th actually. May the 4th be with you in 2022. It was on a Wednesday. So if it happened on a Wednesday, it was on a wacky weather Wednesday. And not a tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday. That was probably one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Probably one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Who would have thought you could get struck by lightning by sitting on a toilet? Most people wouldn't think of it, but, I mean, you know, it's interesting. Thank you, by the way, to Kronos for becoming a Velocity member. Justin, I don't know where Diddley, Texas is. I need some sort of specification on the city. Again, most of Texas, though, overall, is mostly a hail and wind threat. We'll have a chance for a, again, a couple of tornadoes. We've already had 2 with the same storm. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado with that activity west of Waco, but it needs to organize. And back over near Dallas-Fort Worth, the storm that's near Weatherford is struggling from the morning convection. So far, things have not been that bad in the DFW area. I really kind of thought DFW might get hit a bit harder than what we've seen so far today. We've seen some pretty big hailstorms that at least go through, like, southern Denton County and even southwest Collin County, but... If you're just tuning in, this is still technically a confirmed tornado, at least according to the National Weather Service, but I don't think it is on the ground anymore, which is why we've not been really saying much about it. Again, I talked about it a few minutes ago, but it looks like it's occluded at this point. I'm not seeing any sort of redevelopment on that. What I am seeing is another storm that might be trying to pop up here, and we could get a storm merger, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Thank you, Jared, for becoming a Velocity member. Brett, that'll be something that comes out in a little while. I just have not had time to release a water bottle. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning. Again, lightning is not technically a severe threat, but there is going to be a lot of lightning with any of these storms today. So don't be shocked. You're probably gonna hear a lot of claps of thunder and lightning, or lots of claps of thunder and not lightning. You can't see claps of lightning, but you can see claps of or hear claps of thunder. Wow, English. And that'll be happening across areas really anywhere in Texas today. Any of these thunderstorms that pop up will be very electrified. If you were watching a little while ago, we had a couple of CG strikes, so it's all possibilities today. Big cloud of ground lightning strikes, all possibilities. But it does look like that initial area of rotation's kind of dying out. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they just cancel a warning. This right here looks like it might merge or something like that. So we do have a new storm developing on the outflow boundary west of San Angelo. So that'd be our next threat, basically, with this particular storm. My dad works for a plumber and told him that the lightning can hit the electrical and the grounding cable attached to the water heater, resulting the water heater exploding. That's interesting.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Arkansas. That's going to be on the storm southwest of Little Rock near Prescott and Hope. It actually looks like a pretty strong area of rotation. So that's your new tornado warning right there. Again, just south of Blevins. Going towards Prescott. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. No problem, Kronos. Appreciate you tuning in. Sash, that is the plan. It'll be ingrained on there somewhere. And this is a brand new tornado warning for Hope, Prescott, and Emmett, Arkansas. We don't have great radar coverage here, but we do have at least some circulation. That's going to be near Hope, going towards Perrytown and Prescott. Emmett, Deanne will be in the track of this as well. Iron Springs, Boynton, Redland, Cummings Springs, Bluffton, Dills Mills, Morris, all included in this warning. Harmony, Sudden. And that's in southwest Arkansas. See what the next velocity scan shows here. We all have really great radar coverage here, so it's going to be kind of hard to confirm anything on radar. But we'll kind of wait and see what we can see here in a second. It looks like a broad area of circulation right now. There's just a large, broad area of circulation right now in this storm in Arkansas. Also, the tornado warning in Texas has been officially, I believe officially canceled. Yeah. Tornado warning actually expired. So that one expired. So the tornado warning now in Texas has expired. This is the tornado warning in Arkansas, which again is a, again, broad area of circulation right now moving northeast. And areas in the track of this will be Perrytown, Emmett, Laneburg, Cummings Springs, Redland, Boynton, Prescott. A few populated areas in here. Prescott, I think, is pretty populated. So definitely some bigger towns, maybe some small cities here right along Interstate 30. Now, 20,000 people are in this warning. So this is the, I believe, most populated area that we've had in a tornado warning today. Let's see if we have any live shots of this storm. Because it's traveling right along the interstate right now. For some reason, though, the traffic cameras in Arkansas just, like, don't want to load. Not sure why. I don't think we'll have a view of it. Either way, this is still capable of producing a tornado. We do have a live cam actually out of Texarkana. Let's go to that real quick. Yeah, it's on the right side of your screen. Just looks ominous for skies wise. And right there is your broad area of circulation. It's moving right along Interstate 30 here in Arkansas. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, just in case this does try to drop a tornado. Have I ever experienced a tornado? I have not. The storm that Connor is near does have some rotation, by the way. They've been talking about it a little bit. They're at the bottom right of your screen. Well, we'll go to them if we see anything. There is a little bit of rotation on this. A little bit on the back end of this storm near Mullen, Texas. Approaching 84. So if you are in that area, again, just stay vigilant. It's poor radar coverage in this area, but not ruling out an isolated tornado with that storm. Again, widespread view. We no longer have that tornado warning in Texas. There is a tornado possible label. We might see a storm merger happen here, which looks like that's going to happen. So we might get a better tornado risk with this, but we'll have to wait and see on that. And then the one again back over near Hope in Arkansas is the one that is currently tornado warned. Poor radar coverage, but if we do have a tornado, it'd be right in here on the hook near Hope and Perrytown, moving east and east-northeast. Bluff City and Prescott will be the main locations in the track of this. They've already condensed this tornado warning a little bit. Oak Haven's kind of on the cusp of this. But it still does include areas like Perrytown and as well as Bluff City. Trying to see if we have any reports on this right now. Yeah, no live shots of this right now. Where do you have the best radar coverage? Wherever the radar sites are closest to. I mean, this is just in the middle of two radar sites. And what I mean by poor radar coverage is when we have one radar site like right here and then one here, and we're kind of between the two. Usually when we're between two radar sites like this that are regional, there's just low resolution, which means that the velocities radar and reflectivity just looks a lot less quality. And we don't have as many pixels, and it also means that we won't be able to see the rotation nearly as clearly in a lot of cases. Which leads to some issues like range folding, which is a common issue. So some of those issues do come up in these sort of situations. But again, this is in southwest Arkansas right now. If you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll have extensive severe weather coverage for the next several days. And we are also currently 3,200 subscribers from 250,000. Storm merge in San Angelo. Yeah, we've been watching that. Let me see if it's actually merged now. It's pretty close to fully merging here. Storm merger happening here in Texas, near San Angelo. So there's a little bit of a storm merger happening there. Now, in addition to this, it's not really just about this storm. It's also about the other one that's back over near Mullen. We do have at least some rotation here. Connor's approaching this really quickly. This is his live shot on that storm right now. A lot of lightning there. But he's getting pretty close to where that rotation is, so we'll see if we actually end up seeing anything. It's not tornado warned, and there's no tornado possible label on this, but...
Yeah, there's definitely structure in there.
Are storm mergers bad? Typically, they will increase the tornado risk because we have two updrafts basically colliding into one. or multiple. It depends on how many storm mergers there are. But David, it wasn't my video. It was a public traffic cam. Unless they use my reaction, which I'd be surprised by. A lot of news stations use that footage.
There's a tail cloud. Buried in the milk.
So again, we have an area of circulation near Gold. Wait, I don't even know how you say that name. South of Mullen, Texas. Here's the latest velocity scan. There's still some circulation there. So we'll see if we see anything. Again, they're getting pretty close to that area. And then the storm merger happening near San Angelo, which looks like we might get some sort of tornado threat going with that again. So we'll have to wait and see on that. And then this is the tornado warning right now that we have in Arkansas, again, near Prescott and Perrytown. If you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And the radar coverage here is very, very poor, very low resolution. But I do want to remind you that this is definitely going to have a potential to produce a tornado. With the environment is in, it could definitely produce an isolated tornado. It's very discreet. Looks relatively organized too. And if we had a tornado, it would be down here near Hope right now. And that'd be approaching Bluff City, Arkansas here pretty soon. Goldthwaite. Such a weird name. I don't know how you, I mean, I don't know what language, is that English? Is that like a different language? Somebody said on Twitter, we are in Plano on the border of Allen, and we've had hail twice now. The first time was more concentrated around 2:30, and again a couple of minutes ago. And Pete Delkus, a meteorologist at WFA, responded and said, "Congratulations, you're the winner." I actually have somebody watching right now from Hope that was in the tornado warning. Not really a view of much, but again, if we do have a tornado, it'll be in that black circle. It's definitely hard to tell what the rotation really is because we are just so far away from the radar site. But if we do, again, indeed have a tornado, it would be down here where the hook is. Somewhere here near Perrytown. And that'll eventually go towards Bluff City. Thank you to Greg for the $10 donation through the donation link. I do appreciate that. You guys do see any reports on Twitter? Again, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'm not sure how much of this we're actually going to see on radar. As I mentioned before, we don't really have any velocities view of this. But if there's a tornado, it would be located, again, where my black circle is. Just south of Prescott. Where's Waldo, Arkansas? I don't know where Waldo, Arkansas is. Where's Waldo? Thank you, Seth, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, the camera that Connor's looking at is dark, but that is also the back camera, which is looking to tint. So that's just naturally going to be dark. I didn't realize that when we were looking earlier. But his rear window is tinted. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Storm near San Angelo, again, just had a storm merger, so we are watching for a tornado potential there. Should stay low, but we're watching for it. Here's the view of that other storm near Goldthwaite, Texas, which has some broad circulation. Let's see if we see anything here. This is technically a severe storm, not tornado warned.
Jeez, what a mezzo. About to be like toward our south.
To our south?
Yeah.
So, this way.
Yeah.
What? Oh, I see what you're talking about. What radar are you using?
I don't know. Both of them suck.
I know, we don't have a good one. We're like in the middle of the radar.
Yep.
Pool. Yeah, it looks pretty broad. Like
just right here, big mezzo.
There's some lightning right there.
Hard to tell what's going on.
Yeah. So grunge.
A lot of lightning with that storm for sure. These are all pretty highly electrified storms.
We're on the supercell here.
I think it's hooking to our southwest towards due south of
Now this is cyclonic rotation that we're looking at.
Of Richland Springs.
I'll zoom in on the bottom right.
Yeah. Get south here in a second.
We're gonna see if we can see anything through the clouds here. Oh, look at that rotation. It's actually stronger on the latest scan. Look at that. We actually might get a tornado here. They're kind of they're right where the rotation would be right now.
This thing right in front of us, thing's sick.
It doesn't show up great on the camera at all. No. On my phone, at least.
Show up great anywhere.
That rotation, bottom right, that's actually intensified. Look at this. It's going to be going towards Goldthwaite, Texas. It's kind of hard to see, but maybe on the left side of your screen, that's some sort of cloud base are lowering.
There's some motion in the clouds. I can't tell if it's rotating or just it looks like inflow. It's getting some inflow at least. It's wrapped.
Grungy.
Our LCL heights.
We're trying to see if we see anything. Again, they're right where the rotation is. I mean, Connor's literally like a quarter of a mile, maybe southeast of where the strongest area of rotation appears on radar.
I don't know why we have a choice.
And for the record, this could technically be contamination, but I don't feel like it really is that heavily geared towards contamination. A lot of the radar sites nearby are showing it.
East, and then maybe go north again if we have to. I feel like.
What about to this highway right south of us?
I feel like this is gonna go to Temple.
What about the highway south of us? 16. Temple.
16.
Will there be an outbreak this weekend? I do think there will be. I'll have a video on it tomorrow, so just make sure to subscribe to the channel.
I see Highway 572.
I should have a video on it tomorrow.
I would say go east.
What is San Saba?
It's a town.
The storm is warned, it's just not tornado warned.
Dude, I'm looking at radar, look on maps with me.
I mean, if there is a tornado, we would basically see it in front of us. The cloud base is pretty low here, so.
Why would we go that way? Unless we're because that thing is moving so fast. If we go that way, we're gonna intercept and fall behind. It doesn't look like a tornado's imminent anymore over there. No. Storm. So I wouldn't go.
Looks like sure.
I don't think we'd want to go that way.
That is kind of. That is actually. I say we go towards Lametta.
Somewhere east.
Lametta.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Lametta.
I agree with that.
Is this the 65,000-foot storm? I'm not sure if it's that tall anymore, but I don't know if it ever got that tall. But it is right around 60,000 feet still, according to radar. With the echo tops.
All right, let's go there. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, the radar still shows pretty strong rotation, but again, there's a solid chance that some of that is going to be contamination.
I mean, it was actually a really nice structure for a second.
Yeah, it looked good for a second.
It's a really cool storm for a second. Now it's just pure milky grunge scud.
I think if we see a tornado, we'll have to get hit by it.
Yep, if we want to see a tornado, we're going to have to be in it.
You got it. Light work.
Light work. Now it's like ahead of us.
Definitely interesting. It looks very ominous. I kind of feel like we might get something here, though. I mean, that rotation, if that's not all contamination based, which I don't think a lot of it is.
Flash flood threat, we go due
it's a pretty.
Might have to play it.
It is a broad area of circulation.
South, maybe.
That's contam, but
yeah. Dang, that looks creepy back there.
There's definitely like a mezzo right to our north.
Oh.
Yeah. Dang. We're going due east with it, so.
Yeah.
It might cross. It's gonna go right into Goldthwaite. Just keep an eye north.
Yeah.
Just in case. Never know.
keep parallel.
There isn't really a whole lot of an update right now on the Arkansas tornado warning, by the way. This is the one again near Prescott and Perrytown. Still a relatively organized storm from the looks of it. Again, we're looking relatively high up into the atmosphere. But still not seeing anything really definitive on radar. We're, again, in a radar column kind of hole here. There's a lot of range folding, so we don't have a great view of this, but if there's a tornado, it would eventually go towards Bluff City. So if you're on the warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And then this is the storm again that we've been watching here. That may try to produce something. We're kind of watching it closely to see if it does anything. Again, we're using the couple different radar sites here to try to verify this, and it seems like there's definitely some level of rotation there. So it's probably a little bit higher up into the clouds, but regardless, it looks like there's something happening here. Again, Connor's right on the storm where the rotation is. So kind of wait and see if we see anything here.
Wow, it just looks dark in there.
I don't even know what to think.
It just looks dark in there.
I can't make out any rotation.
Look at it, Ben. Look at it. There it is.
Oh, there's the wall cloud.
There's the mezzo.
Mezzo.
Can't see what it's doing, but it's there.
And the latest radar scan shows it really strong, but that again could be contamination.
It's gonna cross close.
I do think there's rotation.
Yeah,
I just don't think it's this
big
strong.
mezzo right there, Chaz.
The radar's showing it
How
very
you
strong.
guys really
I
see
think there's contamination with this.
Is there like a low light mode?
Yeah, I'll turn on low
A
light.
new tornado warning has
Well, they
been
have issued a
issued.
tornado warning on this. So that doesn't really surprise me. I think some of that might be contamination. But there is a tornado warning here for this storm near the Goldwaith area. There you go. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible.
I say we keep going east. Go east
In
a
a
little bit.
second.
We're getting the rain now.
Can you see it?
I just see the like wall clouds.
Okay, hold on. Maybe like a quarter of a second there.
Tried to be a little bowl.
Yeah, whoa, I still see it, Ben.
It's a big mezzo though on this storm.
Like a bowl
I know, it's
lowering.
like a bowl lowering.
Bowl lowering.
There's definitely a lowering back in there. Looks like the wind's picking up a little bit in the distance too, so there's at least some sort of RFD surge.
Trying to drop.
This includes Goldwaith, Bazaar, and Star, Texas for this tornado warning, and Center City and Pleasant Grove.
Velocity's picking up.
Wow, that's strong. You start north.
I think we're good to go east a little bit.
Okay.
It's literally gonna.
If we have a tornado, again, Connor's
Yeah, it's literally gonna pass right in front of us.
pretty much right where it is. So
I think it'll go right over Goldwaith.
One of those.
Look, see, look. It'll probably go right over.
One of those dive south. Randomly.
Well, it's going.
the storm
east
right now
of
is
us
moving more east and east-southeast. That's the direction. So down the road,
Camcorder for a second.
this will eventually go towards Center City. And long term, it's on track for like Gatesville and maybe Killeen and Temple. But again, those areas are so far out in front of the storm that it's probably not going to really, it's probably not that big of a concern there right now. That rotation's definitely strong. No doubt about that. To some extent, it's strong. I do think still a little bit of this is contamination, but if we do get a tornado, it would be going right into Goldwaith, Texas. And this is again a live shot right now where the tornado would be.
In front of us.
I can't even tell.
It's a pretty rain-wrapped area of rotation, so and I think Connor might be in the RFD surge now.
We got a nice little bowl
Clearing.
for a second.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely east of us now, so I think we're safe to go east.
Well, I can tell it's northeast of us because the wind direction. It's not too far. It might be still somewhat to our north. What exactly is the wind direction right here?
Now, rotation's still pretty strong. If there's a tornado, it's going right into Goldwaith, Texas.
Yeah, it's out of the left.
From left to right?
Yeah.
Or just straight
left to
straight
right.
down
I think
the
we're
road?
getting RFD.
Straight down the road?
I think we're getting RFD right now, so we're behind.
Slightly behind it.
Yeah. We're getting northwesterly, I think.
Yeah.
Now we're
Yeah, it's
getting
blowing
westerly.
across the road, so it's in
Westerly.
front of us somewhere. Jeez.
Can't see a thing.
Holy grunge.
Looking at radar, I mean,
Possible tornado right in front of us, guys, and we can't see it.
nope. It's tornado warren. Okay, it's
Whipping.
we're good to keep going west to Goldwaith. It's gonna go north
Okay.
to Goldwaith.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go west.
Yeah, okay.
We're good.
Jeez, man.
It is going to be so hard to see this. I mean, again, if you look at radar here near Goldwaith, Texas, it is completely rain wrapped now. There was a bit of an opening there on that rotation, but it has become heavily rain wrapped. So if there's a tornado, it's moving right into the town. But they are saying that there's a bull lowering on this. So there could definitely be a tornado here. Seek shelter if you're in Goldwaith, Texas. Again, they're basically inside the storm, so we're going to see if we see anything. It might just be a little tad to the west of the rotation now.
Probably, yeah. Well, we go due east to Goldwaith, it's going to go south of us. So,
South of us?
yeah, because it's moving a little southeast.
Also, we still have a tornado warning for Nevada and Clark counties in Arkansas.
So we really don't have
The rotation still remains broad.
yeah, other than that.
And again, this is the one in Texas right now, near Goldwaith, Texas.
Wait, actually, we do have a southeast.
I know, there's highway, south something.
Right here.
Yeah.
Where's Moline? We'll take that. Keep up with it.
Latest radar scan still shows that rotation right over Goldwaith.
Right in front of us.
Again, if there is a tornado, it's going to be basically right in front of where Connor is. So we'll keep looking at his feet at least for now and see if we see anything.
Moving south right now.
Yeah.
Radar's only going to show us so much since we're just so far away from the radar site.
It's gonna be a squall line here.
Just every minute. Probably tried to produce right when that squall hit it.
Yeah.
It's gonna die.
Flashes, bro. Oh, that's why.
Yeah, the flash flood warning said flooding is expected to start soon.
Yeah, well. Wow, and this circulation, we got a view of it for a second.
Yeah. And then buried.
Got westerlies here. Right
Hey,
in front
Reverend.
of us.
Appreciate it.
Got southerlies. I mean, your wind's coming out of the north. Following this road, it's right in front of us.
Now, Connor is chasing with Ben Williams.
With these dumb roads, I don't even know what direction we're going.
He's not with
Yeah,
Freddie.
I know. We're going south, and now we're going east.
If you're just tuning in, this is again a tornado warning near Goldwaith, Texas. Rotation is relatively strong over Goldwaith. This is Connor Croft against storm chasing right now in Goldwaith, Texas. So if there's a tornado, we'll probably see some sort of evidence of that. So if you are in the tornado warning for Goldwaith, Center City, or Pleasant Grove, Texas, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
Lameda?
Play the other storm?
Well, I mean, there's no storm to play right now.
The good news is as of right now, we're not seeing any damage.
We go to Lameda, and then maybe
There's the RFD surge they're driving into now, so they're starting to drive into the RFD surge.
Good flood change.
They're getting closer. If there's a tornado, it would be in front of them.
No joke. No joke.
could definitely play flash flood at some point.
The RFD surge is on the back side of, like on the west side of a tornado typically, or south side. Kind of depends on what the tornado is and where it is, but
Nope. Like,
that's awesome, fan man. Appreciate you becoming a member.
Just go due south and then.
Isn't there another circulation to the southwest of us?
Yeah.
I don't know how. I don't think that one's gonna do anything. It's just,
I don't think any of these circulations are doing anything at this point.
And this is what we're looking at on radar. Goldwaith, Texas, against Seek Shelter. Latest radar scan showing that rotation traveling right along Route 84 right now, moving eastbound and east-southeast, going towards Center City and Star. For reference, this is southwest of Dallas-Fort Worth. It is southeast of Abilene, northwest of Waco. It's basically the areas that are kind of nearby.
still really dark.
Yeah. Here comes this RFD though. Another circulation to our south. South one's like becoming dominant.
Yeah, you wanna just drop southeast on that one road?
Oh!
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop on this road.
Towards
We're not gonna see
this
it.
highway right here.
Oh, it's getting big hail.
This highway.
You know what I'm take that one?
Yeah, well, it goes due southeast of us. This would be so far southeast.
Yeah.
We want to stay out ahead of it a little bit.
Not sure
It's definitely very dark out here. Again, these storms that we're looking at, this one that's tornado warned, they are upwards of 50 to 60,000 feet tall. So it's going to be dark no matter what. And it's not even 5 o'clock again. So it's relatively still in daylight hours. And
I think I'm going to drop in from the north on this one.
no,
Like go eat,
100% going to be a situation where it's going to be dark outside.
Oh, okay, I see.
Our rotation again is going to be approaching.
I want to drop south on it.
It's right now again near Goldwife, Texas. It's moving down to the southeast. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. It's very hard to drive in these conditions with all this rain falling right now.
It's a blob of rain.
Yeah.
Then I wonder if just east of here the flash flood is going to be even better.
Probably will be. It's just going to get even more blobby. Trying to get into the circulation that's going to pass just to our south. New circulation trying to pass to our south.
One up here tightened up quite a bit.
So a little interesting thing happening on radar here. Connor's alluding to this too. We do have it now. So the initial area of circulation that's warned is here over Goldwife. It's a little bit broader. We have a new area of circulation developing south of Goldwife, which that might be where they're going now, because this rotation does appear as if it's now intensifying. It's north of San Saba, Texas. It's again a relatively rural area here south of Goldwife, but it's near Big Valley and Castor. That one does look a little bit more impressive to me. So this is what it looks like right now again in this area. There might be a new tornado warning. I would seek shelter if you're in Castor or Big Valley, Texas.
There's going to be big hail in here. If we're not moving, hopefully it won't
We go
crack.
back up the
Near and just west of Route 183.
Might be the play. That gas station looked packed.
No, there's areas.
You think so?
There was spots when we were there 3 minutes ago. I don't know about now. The spots could be taken up now.
Dude, this is wrapping up though.
Yeah.
Just south.
Just dive south and see what we can get.
Yeah, let's wrap it up to our south.
Once we get a little south, we will probably have less precip on
I
us.
don't know about that.
A little bit less, because like, look,
Maybe a little bit.
here comes the hail.
Hopefully it's not too big.
Quick update on the tornado warning in Arkansas
Quick.
while they drive south here. Quick update on the one in Arkansas. This one's going to be east of Hope near Prescott. Again, this circulation, there isn't really much here to see on radar here. It's if there's any sort of tornado, it would more than likely be back over west of Chidester. That's what it is. North of Roaston. So, again, there's a lot of lightning with that storm. It looks more severe than anything. I don't think it's really a tornadic threat. But if you are in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. Also, we have a storm near the Douglasville area that has now a hook echo, and this one could actually get interesting. So this is a storm to watch for. It's going to be just to the southwest of Texarkana, and that one could produce an isolated tornado risk. So we're going to watch that one closely. And then the storms near DFW, they are not going at all. So it looks like Dallas-Fort Worth, you're not done yet, but for the time being, the sinking air has dominated that area, and it looks like the overall threat for severe weather, at least for now, is a little bit lower. Still a chance, though, for maybe an isolated storm or two between now and probably about 7. But I would say the chance is low.
Hit that subscribe button.
Getting bigger.
Getting bigger. Hit the subscribe.
Flash flooding, hail.
Yep. Oh boy, that one was big. Hit the road.
How big? Ping pong?
Ping pong, yeah.
Bollinger, all of our windows got knocked out on both cars totaled on the 11th. Was that from the hail? Or was that from a tornado?
Right in front of us. Wind is ripping.
Wind's picking up here. The hail's also picking up here.
Dude, we're about to get some big hail. I feel like. We're to our west. I think we
I'm not sure exactly where Connor is anymore. I'm pretty sure he's closer to that southern rotation now. His location tracker has not been updating in the last few minutes.
We're in between like 3 radars. I don't even know which one to use.
I don't know.
Yeah, this is the tornado warning near the Gulf Wait area
Biggest to our west.
of Texas, approaching Castor, Big Valley, and Pleasant Grove, Texas.
Visibility's about a 1/10 of a mile.
I can't see anything in here. far off this is. Like, this could be here, could be here, could be here.
It probably, I mean, look at it over scan after scan. I mean,
doesn't matter. Not like the radar is just going to instantly switch and be like, oh, the missile's here.
By the way, the tornado warning in Arkansas is has expired. They have not issued a new warning for that. Correctly. There's actually not a new warning on that at all. So just a strong thunderstorm there as of right now. The one near Prescott.
I mean, it's definitely down there. Should we just punch out of this, maybe?
I think we punch out of this, honestly.
Wind's picking up again.
Whoa, intense winds, guys.
Intense RFD. Here goes the window. Right in here.
There's just like a couple drops.
Look at that, my bed soaked.
My bad.
I'm obsessed with you.
We're getting
rocked here.
We're getting like P's to quarters, wind driven about 40, 50 miles an hour.
Quick update, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this entire area. Lometta and Gatesville all included in this for ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is still, again, a tornado possible label on that. They do have the tornado warning still ongoing for Goldwife, Texas. Which, again, that is where Connor is right now. He's basically where this rotation would be, or nearby at least. I'm not sure exactly where he is corresponding to the rotation, because his location tracker isn't updating, but I would guess he's not far from the rotation with the RFD surge that we just saw.
Cannot see.
Yeah, the radar, the velocity's like tightening up in their rotation.
The CC's not going to show much here. It is way too far away from the radar site. We would need a pretty strong tornado to have any sort of CC drop on this.
Yeah. This road kind of slingshots a little bit east, so.
That should help us out.
Yeah. Holy.
All right, as I continue to drive there, quick update on the storm near San Angelo. This is producing the potential for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Low tornado risk as of right now with this, but not zero. It has predominantly become outflow-driven, so the tornado risk on that storm should in nature be a bit lower. There's also one just to the south of Abilene that is producing hail and wind, but not really much of a tornado risk for now. And then another one over in the hill country that's producing similar threats. And then Dallas-Fort Worth, again, pretty clean right now for severe weather. But we are still watching that area just in case something does happen. Let's go back to Connor. They are again pounded with rain right now.
See about twice as far.
All right.
Very heavy rainfall in there. A little bit of hail. Hail didn't look super big by the looks of it for where they are. Definitely some damaging winds for sure.
Blind.
Might have been some like $1.50 sized hail where they are here near Goldwife.
I think it's still coming behind us.
Yeah, it still would be inflow to this.
If you're new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe and like the stream. And we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. We are now only 10 subscribers from 247,000. Look at that RFD surge and flooding. Wow.
I can't see.
Get in the right lane.
I'm trying to pass this guy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Doesn't even look like there's that much.
Can't even see.
I know.
Well, just look through the camera, honestly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, what is that?
That is a big RFD surge, and it's also, there's definitely some flooding there too. That's a big RFD surge though right there.
These storms with so much moisture also have so much precip.
This P-watts are probably like a million.
I know. High P-watts.
Yeah, there's definitely some flooding here, that's for sure. There's been a lot of rain falling here in the last 30 minutes. I guess it must be prone to flooding, at least on those roadways. I mean, it's not like this area hasn't seen that much rain. They've probably seen rain for about an hour, but that's probably a good 2 to 3 inches of rain that's fallen there. But again, we do have a tornado warning still ongoing for Goldwife, Texas, which you just saw there, the big RFD surge. And what I mean by that is basically a big surge of winds on the backside of a storm where we're trying to see some wrapping. If there's a tornado, it's probably be down here now. The rotation's really not in this warning anymore, so That's where it shows on radar. But this tornado warning kind of out of place now as the rotation's been dropping to the south, or at least trying to develop further south on this storm. Lometa is going to be the next area in the track of this. Gatesville is also in the track of at least a hail and wind threat. We do have flash flood warnings actually in effect actually for this area. So there's actually already a flash flood warning here. There's also one for Brownwood, Texas and Santa Ana. So all those areas currently included in flash flood warnings. And rightfully so, with what we just saw, there's definitely flooding. Go back to them once that connection comes a little bit better there. All right, let's zoom out to the northeast real quick. Just want to update you on a few different areas. Northeast, again, we're not really talking about much. It's just ordinary damaging wind and hail events, ordinary summertime thunderstorms. The storms in Tennessee, they are overall still producing a wind threat, maybe a brief tornado risk, but it's mostly a wind threat at this point. Severe thunderstorm watch here does go until about 10 o'clock Central. And then the storms back over in Arkansas, none of them are severe anymore. Mostly just wind and maybe an isolated tornado. The storm that is west of Texarkana does look like it could produce something. There is definitely a hook echo there, and this storm may become a tornadic situation at some point soon. That is going to be moving basically towards the south side of Texarkana, and that'll go towards Route 59 and Interstate 49. And other severe storms east of DFW with lots of lightning, some wind, and some hail. DFW remains clear. And then the storm near San Angelo is also producing some large hail and damaging winds. Upwards of maybe golf ball sized hail being a possibility. So again, Connor right now is driving through this tornado warning cell near Goldwaith, Texas. Flash flooding is ongoing. Got a lot of rain. Got a lot of wind, lots of lightning, got basically everything. The only thing we can't see is if there's a tornado.
Well, I mean, if we want to chase flash flood,
We're probably going to lose them a few times here. They're going through a lot of rain. This storm, for reference, is huge. It's very tall. It's a very tall supercell. These are the echo tops. So this thunderstorm right now that they are near is about 58,000 feet tall. So it's a very tall supercell. That the one that's trying to produce a tornado. The one to the east of them is actually 60,000 feet tall. So it's a bit taller, at least according to radar. So these are some very tall thunderstorms here. Yeah, I do think the storm near Texarkana could get tornado warned. The rotation's still relatively broad right now, but maybe down the road that might produce something. So we'll have to wait and see. It's going towards Douglasville and just south of Redwater. And again, that's currently tracking mostly to the east-northeast. So stay weather aware if you're in this area. Again, it's not imminent, but with how discreet the cell is, I would not be surprised if we got a tornado there.
3 and 6 inches of rain. So that's a lot.
We are officially 3,000 subscribers, by the way, from 250,000. I do appreciate all of you guys that have subscribed. Pretty crazy stuff.
We have a PDS flash flood warning.
Is it?
Isn't that the upgraded one?
I don't know.
Okay, well, we have a dangerous flash flood warning.
Reported at least, but I guess.
This is a considerable threat for this flash flood warning. And again, they're going through Goldwaith, Texas. 1 to 3.5, about 1.5 to 3.5 inches of rain has fallen. An additional 1 to 2 inches is expected. And that flash flood threat is obviously ongoing right now. We've been seeing that in real time. So there's definitely some flash flooding there. They're driving through a bunch of flood waters right now. Which again, not super big flooding. It's not like a flash flood emergency, but there is a lot of water on the ground there. You can tell just by the way they're driving, and they've obviously gone over some big areas of water on the roadways. You can still see it here. It just looks like an ugly day. It almost looks like you're in like a tropical storm here. How much rain is there? Just looks very tropical.
There's a road near Lometa that kind of goes like northeast and then a little back.
Okay, yeah, that could work. Gotta get to Lometa.
Yeah, just need to get to Lometa, then we can figure it out.
We get in some of these flash flood warnings.
Airline pilots call 60,000 foot tops a go-around. Yeah, never go into a storm never go into a thunderstorm in general if you're a pilot, but definitely one that's 60,000 feet tall. Don't even try. Thank you, Larry, for becoming a Velocity member. You know, this tornado warning honestly may I was about to say might just get canceled. I mean, that almost was really crazy timing. I was literally about to say this warning's probably going to get canceled, and that happened. So we no longer have a tornado warning. The timing in these streams the last couple of days has been immaculate. It's been pretty unbelievable. So we no longer have a tornado warning near Goldwaith, Texas. But we still have many storms here that are producing large hail and damaging winds. That is the continuing threat here. I'm eating a Feastables bar right now. I'm trying to eat some food. I do think our next concern for a tornado risk, it might again not be imminent, but it might be something to watch for soon, would be the storm near Douglasville. There's a broad area of circulation there. It's on track to go towards Texarkana. So that'll be the next area in the track that says that moves east-northeast. And we still got the storm near San Angelo. Probably a low tornado risk with this, not zero. Mostly a golf ball sized hail risk right now. And then the storm north of this one that's developed west of Winters is producing mainly a wind and hail threat. And again, that's moving east. It's up to 2-inch diameter hail now, so definitely a significant hail storm for sure. Let's go back to this storm. And we'll go back to Connor, and I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Front edge of this line.
Yeah, we're just shoot north and engage flash flood mode here.
Very good. I guess I can look at 3-hour rain accumulation. Gold weight is getting probably pounded. So.
What? Oh yeah, cold, whatever.
Gold weight? I think it's
problem is I think gold weight is going to be
trying to see how much rain has fallen. It is not working. No internet.
All right. I do want to quickly update you on something that is kind of crazy.
Oh, maybe 1 hour.
Couple of things.
here, 3 hour.
We quickly just go to here so I don't hear the other audio here. So first thing, so the tornado that happened between Polk and so the tornado that flipped over the truck, if you remember, again, yesterday, pretty easy to remember it. We had that truck that got flipped over. Again, I reacted to it live on that traffic cam. That was an EF2 tornado preliminary with maximum wind speeds of 135 miles per hour. That could change, but that's the preliminary rating. That was on the ground for 35 minutes. And then also a photograph that was taken. This is literally insane. A photograph was found in McIntyre, Iowa, way up near the Minnesota border from the Greenfield, Iowa tornado. That is 175 miles that photo traveled from Greenfield, Iowa. That tornado that was huge, the one that was EF3 plus, went all the way up to the northern parts of Iowa from that debris, which is just literally insane. So, really crazy stuff there for sure. All right, let's go back to Connor here.
We had some nice grunge structure.
Yeah,
half an hour ago.
Nice mezzo in the grunge.
Embedded supercells.
Yep.
A little bit too embedded for my liking.
See? Dumb cruise control. I don't even realize it.
That's what I do. When I can't cruise, I always speed by accident.
Like, beautiful whale's mouth right in front of us, though.
Yep.
That is definitely a scary looking cloud. Big SLC.
Yeah.
I would talk more about radar. I'm just trying to eat a little bit. Looks like we had some circulation developing here too, west of Gatesville. Connor's over here, by the way. His location finally updated. He's back over here near Lometa. This might be the next area to watch for. There's some rotation there. That's just west of Gatesville, Texas. That is going to be on track to go in the direction of Killeen Temple as well. And not an imminent threat, but it's something to watch for down the road. They have added a tornado possible label to the storm near Douglas now, Douglasville. Rotation looks a bit broader here, but it is an impressive supercell just by the structure. We got a hook echo and everything there. Moving to the east-northeast, so it might be something to watch for down the road. I would say overall the threat here is on the lower side of things, but definitely not zero. So we'll be watching that closely. By the way, thank you, Jeremy, for buying a Drunk NATO t-shirt. Appreciate it. All right, let's go back to... actually, we'll stay here for a second. Wait for the next velocity scan here. How's Ohio looking? Haven't really looked at Ohio at all. I didn't think there would really be many storms up here today. And I'm not seeing anything right now. The closest storms are in Indiana or in Pennsylvania. So Ohio looks fine right now. You might get some storms here soon. I just don't think we'll see much. This is the future radar. So this is like 6, 7, 8 o'clock. The HRRR indicates storms developing at 6. I don't know if we're really going to see much, honestly. I feel like if we get anything, it's just going to be isolated hail and wind. Really no tornado threat, in my opinion. Maybe a brief one near Cleveland, but I don't know. I'm not very confident about that threat today in Ohio. I just don't think we have that many ingredients in place there today for weather, or severe weather.
Boy, that's not too dark, chat. Fogging up on the inside of the car. We're doing a dumb thing where we fog up.
It doesn't even look like it's on the inside.
Even out the dew points. There we go. Need to even out the dew points. Like probably 80 outside and 20 in here.
I bet Gatesville's gonna get big flooding too.
Yeah, I might be able to
Wow.
transition over
This is
there.
the tornado from earlier. From Camber K. It's from behind the ranch in Arden, Texas. So that's the second tornado. That's not the first one, but that's the second tornado that happened earlier today. That's pretty wild. I'm watching you right now. Oh, there you go. That's definitely a tornado. I mean, that was the second one. That wasn't the first one, I'm pretty sure. Because Arden, Texas is a bit closer to San Angelo. That is an elephant. If you want to call it that, it's an elephant trunk tornado. That's what that is. Literally, that's basically what it looks like. Yeah, Reed Timmer's made up some interesting names for certain types of clouds and tornadoes. It's interesting. Apparently there's a cigarette cloud. I don't know if that's an actual thing, but I've heard him say that before. It's interesting. Okay. Well, as of right now, I'm not seeing anything super substantial on radar. We still have 14 warnings, obviously, a lot of severe weather. Most of these storms, again, damaging wind, hail producers. We are still watching for a tornado risk It's the main reason why we're live. We still have a tornado possible label on this storm and the one up near Texarkana. Those are the two main ones that we are watching for right now for some level of a tornado risk. This storm right now is approaching a 2-inch diameter hailstorm near Gatesville. So that hail, of course, now increasing. And Connor's now going back apparently north. That's his live view right now. Trying to see if we can get a live camera to Texarkana. I think we have one.
A little concerned about maybe some capping problems, but if the cap.
Ooh, look at that turquoise. Outflow.
Whoa.
Big outflow.
Get a little dusty.
Yep. This is my road.
For now.
Oh, okay, I turned right on a motor.
No,
okay.
you get on a highway.
I was like, man, we're not going to make it on this road.
I think we're going to be on this quicker if we took that first one.
All right, I'm not eating my chocolate bar.
It's like, man, if this is the road I have to take, we're not going to make it.
Turn around.
You guys like the blue color, by the way, in the background? Does that look good?
Shoot at that van.
Looks very chill.
There in about an hour.
Whale's mouth structure above us. So you'll be up there in about what?
Half an hour.
Okay. It seems like it just increased in speed.
Kind of just moving southeast.
I mean, like the entire complex.
Oh yeah.
Not too as favorable for flashlight.
I agree.
But we're gonna intercept this right now. Big wind.
Wow.
Dang. Might lose service going.
Well, there's no
guys.
significant
Guys
warnings about blue one.
About the drive-through. No man's land. So just a fair warning.
Pink was better. The pink is more for, like, we'll use pink when there's, like, a PDS tornado or a purple if there's a tornado emergency.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
We would have to turn around right now and get there.
But it's really, it's manual right now. I gotta make it so I can actually use it on my stream deck. So we're working on that.
The hail looks like it's dropped off now.
Oh yeah, not much big hail here, chat. Here we go, about to get in this though.
Ain't a sun on your wall. I should wear a blue shirt. I'm wearing a sort of pink shirt right now. I don't know. It's a Ron John's surfboard shirt. Very fun. Thank you, Rug, for becoming a Velocity member. We have 35 new members today, by the way. I do appreciate anyone that's become a member. We'll stage out a lot. Yeah, Connor's driving through the storm near Lometa, Texas. Again, this one's currently producing some big hail and damaging winds. Let's try to see if we see anything. And again, there's a low tornado risk on this. I think the main couplet of rotation that we'd be looking at is southwest of Gatesville, which they are still a little ways away from there, so.
There's warned for 70-mile-an-hour wind and 2-inch hail, but I don't think.
Probably getting the 70, not the 2-inch hail.
Nah, I kind of doubt it on the hail part.
We're getting rocked up in northeast Texas right now. Are you getting hit by the storm that's back over in Texarkana? Or are you talking about the one near Mount Pleasant? You know, this one has a hook and everything, but there's not really a whole lot of rotation on it. It's really just wind. It's an impressive looking storm. Just not really rotating much at all right now. And Connor's on the storm near Lometa right now. Lometa, Texas. We have no tornado warnings as of right now. We do have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings still, and most of them in Texas. We do have one in Tennessee. We got one in Kentucky. Got two in Pennsylvania. We got one in New York. Thank you, Mars, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And welcome to the velocities. So just a quick update overall on everything. I'm just going to do kind of a broad overview of everything that we have right now. So we still have the storm near San Angelo that is again producing a threat for large hail. Not really looking at much of a tornado risk with this anymore, but golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be a possibility with this storm. This is continuing to track to the east, eventually going to go towards Eden. So Eden, Texas, be ready for that. The Winters, Texas storm is still producing some golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is also currently moving to the east. So if you are currently in Winters, make sure that you're staying away from windows. That looks like a relatively large hailstorm. We also have a storm that's over back north of Sweetwater near Rotan that is producing some ping pong ball sized hail and also 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Looks like we got a couple of other storms trying to bubble up as well back over here to the west. So those could become severe down the road, but they do really only have a short time window, maybe like 2 to 3 hours to really do anything. And also we still have some storm development that's attempting to develop now just to the west southwest of Fort Worth. So if you're in DFW, we are not done with severe weather, especially if these things can get going. We definitely could see a potential here for some storms that produce hail, maybe even some damaging winds, and then maybe even an isolated tornado. So that's interesting there. Yeah, real quickly do something here. Yeah, this storm development will have to be watched for. It's and relatively discreet. Anything that can really get going here could produce an isolated tornado risk too, but we'll have to see how they evolve. They're really just now developing, so these definitely have a chance to do something as they move towards DFW. And then also the storms over in northeast Texas, mostly hail, wind producers, maybe an isolated brief tornado with that activity. And then back over in Arkansas, nothing severe as of now. Back over in Tennessee, we still have a damaging wind threat there. Maybe a brief tornado, but that's really about it. It's a really low chance anyway for that. And then Kentucky, we're looking at mostly just isolated large hail and damaging winds. Pennsylvania, New York, those areas still looking at mostly a wind threat. But we also could get maybe some hail as well. All right, let's go back to... Yeah, we'll watch these storms in Fort Worth closely. Again, those are just popping up. Let's go back to Connor Croft here. Maybe. I think he's losing connection. We'll go back to him after he gets his connection back. We are watching the storm northwest of Killeen, which could try to produce a tornado threat. So if you're near Killeen, Texas, just stay weather aware. We're going to be watching the storm closely. Thank you, Brooklyn, for becoming a moderate velocity member, and thank you, Nicholas, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And thank you, Katie, for the £5 super chat. Show us the knitted tornado. Gotta reach over for it. A cute little tornado. I was gonna put this in the background. I just don't know how I'd actually hang it. We'll figure it out. This is Connor driving right through the storm in Lometa. He's trying to go east and intercept the storm that's back over southwest of Gatesville. It's a lot of rain. A lot of rain he's driving through right now. Thank you, Marissa, for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you to anybody that's super chat to become a member, Venmo, anything like that. I do appreciate your generosity. I think I've gotten to most of the super chats and stuff, so hopefully I have. A lot of these bigger severe weather events that we have, it's more difficult to do that, so we've been able to get to all of them though. I had a lot of people commenting about this this tornado plush, and I was like, a lot of people are like, can I buy this somewhere? I'm like, I don't know who Lori actually is. I mean, Lori is the person that sent this to me, and I don't know who they are here on YouTube, but there's demand for it. People want to buy it. It's pretty cute. Velcro strap? Yeah, we might have to do that. This is like fully, like, it's custom made. It's not like it's not something you actually buy online. It's like custom crocheted. I want to send you stuff. There's a mail link in the description. I've had a lot of people sending me stuff recently. I got like bars of soap. I can't remember what the name was of it. I've gotten a lot of interesting things. Oh, I'll put the link in the chat. Just give me 1 second. Alright, the direct link is in the chat for fan mail. Thank you, Zero, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it. Carnival prize? No, this is definitely custom crocheted. You can feel it. It's really cool. I love this thing. I need to put it as decoration. Max has the world's longest mailing address. I know. It is a really long address. Thank you, Nicholas, by the way, for the $2 super chat.
There's leaves all over the ground.
Yeah.
These trees are like shredded.
Holy.
Intense storm.
I don't know how in the world he's even driving in this. That is such heavy rain right now in Texas. This storm that they're on, by the way, is now producing damaging winds up to 70 with 2-inch sized hail. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour, so they're barely making any speed on this storm. They're just driving through legitimate rain near Gatesville. Thank you, Gemma, for becoming a Velocity member. I had somebody mail me a $10 Best Buy gift card, and I don't know where I don't know when I'm ever gonna go to Best Buy. The last time I went to Best Buy, I got like literally thrown into a sales pitch on buying their membership. I honestly don't want to ever go back there because it was just such a painful experience. We still have some broad circulation on the storm northwest of Colleen. I'm still watching that. The reflectivity didn't update, but we definitely have some broad circulation here. Southwest of Gatesville, northwest of Colleen. Let me redraw these arrows here. There's still some broad circulation right now northwest of Colleen in Texas. Oh, that was you, JD? There was like 2 index cards in the envelope, and it's 2 index cards. I was like, was there supposed to be a note here or something like that? What can you get for $10 at Best Buy? I have no clue. I could not tell you. Maybe if I have to get like a computer part, I can get it there though, if it's cheaper. Yeah, I can definitely go towards upgrades. I mean, $10 is not gonna be much of an upgrade. I didn't want to go either, so I mailed it to you. Is that somebody else's gift card?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh man, did you have that gift card and somebody gave it to you for Christmas? All right, we do have a new tornado warning here in Texas. That is going to be for the area that Connor is also in. Just to the southwest of Gatesville. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And again, that's moving right now east. Honestly, there's 2 areas I would say that are warned, because that warning's pretty large. Yeah, so they're warning the rotation that's back over where Connor is. There's rotation here, and there's also rotation here. So we got 2 different areas of rotation with this storm. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. How long will the storms last? I think the main concern will be all the way through about... probably through... I don't know, probably about 8 or 9. I think after 8 or 9, things start to wind down a little bit. It's mostly a daytime threat today. I keep forgetting to change the light. Not that it really matters. I can only manually do it right now. And if you're just tuning in, this is a new tornado warning to the northwest of Killeen, Texas. This is also going to include areas near, that's really, yeah, I mean, it's northwest of Killeen. I don't think there, let me look if there's any locations here. This is well to the south of DFW for reference. 23,000 people, so it includes Adamsville and Pidcoke, Texas. So if you're in either of those two areas, again, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. I'd really say the main area of circulation, though, is probably going to be the one that's southwest of Gatesville, even though they're both kind of warned here. I would say that's the main area of circulation. This is Connor's view. I don't know how long we'll have Connor. He's in the tornado warning. They're having connectivity issues there near Adamsville. Thank you, Crump, for becoming a Velocity member. So still broad area of circulation where we're looking on this storm. But if you are in this tornado warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place. This is again for Adamsville, Texas, and Pidcoke, Texas. Slater, Rumley, and St. Elijah Village are included. The reason why this is more populated is probably because of this area too. It's on the northwest side of Killeen, north of Copperas Cove. So that would be another reason why. You guys do see any reports on this as well, you can feel free to at me on Twitter. Still some broad circulation, though, for both storms. But continue to stay in your safe place. Again, just west of Killeen, Texas is where this tornado warning is. The rotation near Texarkana is still pretty broad. And also, the storms that are developing west of Fort Worth are still kind of struggling here. They're not really getting going. So not super concerned about those as of right now. I'm mostly concerned about these storms that are approaching Killeen. The one up in northeast Texas does not look super concerning. Any news on the Greenfield rating? It's at least an EF3. It could be higher than that, but they are still doing survey damage. We probably will not know the official rating for like I don't know, at least a few days. Is Connor inside the storm? Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Can't even see if I can pull off anywhere or not.
I don't know how you can see. Holy cow.
Wow. It's like a hurricane.
Getting stronger, honestly.
A new tornado warning for Rocky Mount, Newsom, and as well as Pittsburgh, Texas. That is the new one. We'll go to that in a second. It's back over in northeast Texas. It's not the one, though, near Texarkana.
Yeah, ahead of us.
Here's the new tornado warning. That's going to be for Rocky Mound, Pittsburgh, and east of Winsboro, Texas. And if you are in this tornado warning, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this will include areas near Rocky Mound, Pittsburgh, and east of Winsboro, Texas. The area of circulation that we are going to be looking at is going to be right in here. So that is the new area of circulation. Once again, that is moving eastbound as of right now. So stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this warning. And then the one that's still concerning is the one near Colleen. It looks like more of a wind threat right now, but we could still get an isolated tornado out of this as it does continue to move towards Colleen and Temple. That's going to be the next area in the track of this.
We're in like a whiteout pretty much.
Again, Connor's driving right through the storm. You can't see anything. I don't think he's going to be able to catch up to this, honestly. It is moving very fast. Storm's moving east at 40 miles per hour. It might be moving faster than that, because Connor is really behind on this storm. He's still driving through a ton of rain. It is a very blinding storm if you are driving on the roadways. There's a lot of rain falling. With that said, it is still a broad area of circulation northwest and west of Killeen, Texas. If you are in the warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place just in case. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Also, there's a severe thunderstorm warning near Waco. Here's the other tornado warning. We got two different ones. Broad circulation going towards Pittsburgh and Rocky Mound. I think Connor's actually in the surge of, like, maybe even the RFD surge on that storm. I was seeing there was a tree there that was bending over. It's very hard to see anything just due to how windy it is.
Trash can blown over.
Oh yeah, there's no trash cans left over here.
The Texas Pain 2024.
I don't know how you can see anything. Like, wow. And this is why this storm is warned for flash flooding.
Hail hitting the side of the window at like 60. He's hitting the car at 60. Imagine baseball for this.
All our glass will be gone.
So we can be glad it's not baseball.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Okay, he's on the back side. I don't know where he is in this tornado warning anymore, but I'm guessing he's not far, at least from the main area of rotation that was warned. Still got an area of rotation northwest of Killeen, but that one's still relatively broad as of right now. And then our other tornado warning in northeast Texas, back over near Pittsburgh, still broad. Again, maybe an isolated tornado, but the rotation still does not look super impressive on radar. I would still say the most concerning storm is the one that they're on right now that's near the Killeen area, or approaching Killeen, not in, but approaching Killeen.
It like slowed down for a second and it was like you could see it just...
Thank you, Eunice, for the $4.99. Thank you, Kenny, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Patrick, for becoming a Velocity member.
We were not touching, we were drifting.
I know. At least we weren't going too fast.
Yeah.
Chris, the main concern on the Mount Pleasant storm is hail and wind.
I just hydroplaned. We just drifted that whole curve. Dude, I thought we were about to go to the ditch.
were going fast,
we were going fast, but
if we were going any faster, yeah.
I don't think any tires were connected to the ground there.
Wow. Here it comes again. Ramp it up.
How long until that road? Really,
2 miles. 2 miles.
A lot of branches down the road there. Definitely have some wind and hail with this storm, that's for sure. There again, it looks like maybe a bit more into a clear area. It's hard to tell. I don't exactly know where they are, honestly, but their location tracker, I don't think has been updating. Unless they are on this road in Adamsville and they're just really on the back side of this. If that's them, which I don't know if it is, I don't know if that's updated, but they're definitely on the, yeah, that is them. Okay, so they're still on the back side of the storm, but even then, that's pretty crazy. And I don't think they're catching up to this. With that said, I'm not seeing much rotation on this storm with this. Again, this is tornado warned, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation. Stay in your safe place just in case. But again, that rotation seemingly broad for the time being. And then back over near Mount Pleasant, we do have a tornado warning again up here. It's not for Mount Pleasant, but it's just south of you. For those in Rocky, Mound, and Pittsburgh, the main concern with this one will be the potential for some damaging winds, but also maybe an isolated tornado. There is some broad circulation here, but I just do not see a whole lot here either. It is still relatively broad. If we did get a tornado, it would be up in here somewhere near Highway 11, approaching Pittsburgh, and as well as Route 271. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, just in case it does try to produce. We also have a new warning in Indiana. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee, and also one back up in Kentucky. We got a few new warnings, just mainly for marginal hail and wind up those directions. Yeah, we got a storm going towards Waco. This is just a severe storm. It's not really rotating. This is the area that we're watching for a slightly more elevated tornado risk right now, as it does continue to move to the southeast. Well, the good news is that Connor has gotten a free car wash in Lometa. And I am guessing that they're probably going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for Killeen here pretty soon, but we'll see. That'll be mainly for hail up to 2 inches in diameter, damaging winds perhaps as high as 70 miles per hour, and there may even be a tornado possible label on that.
Creek where there's not really supposed to be a creek.
That right there. That's the flash flooding that we're talking about. That right there is some flooding. Just got a ton of rain in a very short amount of time. You got flooding now there.
Well, if I open the window, water's gonna start flying. Oh,
you don't get the shot.
There's just...
Wow, look at that right there. That's some big running water here in that creek.
There's
get further down.
What do you mean?
Would have thought we'd do a flash flooding intercept here today.
Yeah, look at that creek, chat. Not really a creek.
I don't think that's supposed to be there.
Nope,
so
definitely got some flooding here now.
A little bit of flooding. Up here as well.
It's like a water convergence zone.
Yeah.
Pretty good water flow here. It's right along Route 281.
Want to go north and see
Yeah, I'll see
It's just north of Lampasas, about 15 miles. Pretty rural areas. Got a few cars driving along there though. Again, turn around, don't drown on the roadways. That is definitely some flooding.
It's over someone's driveway.
Yeah. Maybe probably flooding north here. It might be. Oh, here's a river.
Yeah, usually rivers take a little longer, but we still might find something. It might be high.
If the river's cooking or not.
Might even do another intercept right here for flooding. I think there's a creek under them.
Unusual.
Looks normal, honestly. Not even really flowing fast.
I know. There's a bunch of trees snapped here. I bet that's from like flooding in the past.
Yeah, it looks pretty normal there along the Lampasas River.
town up here.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any flooding in this town.
Some traffic. I don't know how accurate.
Maybe that's like a flood across the road.
Maybe. I don't know if it rains.
And this is a tornado warning that goes for 23 more minutes unless it is canceled, which honestly I wouldn't be surprised if it does get canceled. The rotation on this storm overall has been relatively broad. It's not really there. It looks like mostly wind threat right now going towards Killeen, Texas. So if you are in the Killeen area, just continue to stay away from windows, or just north of Killeen, stay away from windows and that tornado warning. Do have some storms have been popping up west of DFW. Those have not materialized much into anything yet. We are still basically in a 1 hour, maybe 1.5 hour window where those could mature and develop into maybe something larger than they are, maybe some large hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a brief tornado. But that risk is probably not going to last much beyond 7:30. So we really got an hour and a half or so. We got these two storms here. We got one back over north of Denton. We got another little one that's northeast of McKinney. All those have chances of producing severe weather if they're able to mature. The problem is we have a lot of sinking air. So that's going to be one of the problems with all the storm activity that we had this morning. That might decrease the threat of severe weather, but we'll have to wait and see how that storm activity evolves. And we still have the tornado warning near Pittsburgh, which overall this rotation, in my opinion, has been relatively broad. But again, still stay in your safe place just in case. It is just south of Rocky Mountain near Pittsburgh, and it will be approaching Lone Star, Texas down the road. But we do have a considerable flash flooding threat right now northwest of Killeen, and I would expect at least some level of a flooding threat even closer to Moody, Temple, and Killeen, Texas down the road as these storms do move more to the east. We have had 2 confirmed tornadoes today. We had 2, and they're both on the same storm. It was the one west of San Angelo. One of them was actually a PDS, but again, they were, relatively speaking, very rural areas. There's like maybe 250 people in the 2 tornado warnings combined that we had there.
And a little bit of flooding.
There's more flooding right there.
Flooding right there.
That definitely is some flooding.
Driveway.
Also, a large severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for those in Killeen, Belton, Salado, Temple, Little River Academy. That is for damaging winds up to 70, 2-inch sized hail. And there's also a tornado possible label on that. That means that they might end up canceling this tornado warning, but we'll see. Also, thank you, Derek, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. The storms there, San Angelo, have been weakening quite a bit. It's mostly just outflow-driven wind and hail events now. That tornado risk is pretty much 0 at this point. And we still have the storms developing near Fort Worth that we're watching for closely. And your tornado warning back over near Pittsburgh, which can still relatively broad circulation approaching the southwest side of Pittsburgh. And there's your condensed tornado warning. Again, that is currently moving to the east. Lone Star, Texas would be the next location in the track of this, aside from the Pittsburgh area. And then back over in Arkansas, nothing severe right now. Do have some warnings back over in Tennessee that are mainly just wind producers. Not really looking at much of a tornado risk with those, but maybe some damaging winds. And then the storms that are now developing right along the Indiana and Kentucky border are starting to really get going now, but they're all just mainly large hail and wind producers. So there shouldn't be much more beyond that in those areas. But we definitely have a surge of damaging winds that'll be heading right towards Temple. The velocities by radar are estimated at upwards of 90 miles per hour. I don't think the winds are that strong, but if you are in this area, I would definitely stay away from windows, because we had winds that high back over near Houston, estimated by radar, and they end up pretty much verifying in that area. So if you're near Temple, Texas, definitely be prepared to stay away from windows once the storm gets closer to you. Marissa, my favorite cloud is Mammatus. That'd be really cool. That would be really cool. Velocities are estimated at 106 miles per hour. Wow. I don't know if that's legit, but if it is, that is really crazy. I don't think that's happening at the ground, just for the record. I think that's a little bit off the ground, but you know, those winds near the surface could be upwards of 90 miles per hour, if that is all true. The northern radar site is also picking up on very high winds, so the storm does seem as if it is producing very high damaging winds right now. And this would be the area of rotation. If we had a tornado, it would be there, but we got a significant surge of wind right now near St. Elijah Village. Wow, look at this. More flash flooding.
Be careful.
Look at that flash flooding right there. That's again back over near Lometa, Texas.
Wow, listen to the water roar.
Wow, look at that flash flooding. Now that right there is flash flooding for sure. That is a big water flow going through that forest.
See all that ponding even down there by those trees.
Yeah,
Look at that, it comes all the way back there.
Jeez, that is a huge area. Wow.
Yeah, where's that creek at? We need to find that creek. Listen to the roar of the water. There's a whole other waterfall back there. Where's that creek at?
It's called Turkey Creek. There's a little river back there.
A little like lake.
That's a lot of flash flooding there. That's on the back side of the storm. And again, what we're looking on the front side of the storm is a very high wind threat. We have velocities being estimated upwards of 100 miles per hour. Now, granted, again, that's a little bit off the ground, but it is still very significant here. So if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, you should definitely stay in your safe place away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Very dangerous storm here. I wouldn't be surprised if this warning got upgraded. The velocities over the last few scans have really ramped up. We were at like 70 miles per hour on the leading edge. That leading edge wind now is showing up to 100 miles per hour. That would be a serious wind event happening here. And we might even get we might get a tornado warning for Temple, Texas. We'll see. It's a very dangerous storm. I'm not seeing really a whole lot of rotation right now. Big RFD surge, though. I mean, we got very high winds right now in this storm. They're at least upwards of, you know, at least upwards of 75 to 85 miles per hour. Probably higher than that, though. There's no CC drop on this, no. There's just a huge surge of damaging winds with this. Do have a little hook that's developed on the latest scan, but just, again, not really wrapping much. Definitely a surge of damaging winds near Colleen. Thank you, Stanley, for becoming a Velocity member. Looks like this tornado warning will be let to expire. The rotation that we would be watching for would be right here outside of the warning, which is near Temple. Quick update on the tornado warning back up near the Pittsburgh area. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this, so they may just end up letting that tornado warning expire. Rotation's still relatively broad on that one, but we'll keep a close eye on it. I am really honestly the most concerned right now about this storm that is approaching Temple and Belton, because we could have a big surge of wind go in that direction. And if this is all true, which again, sometimes the velocities does, you know, estimate winds way higher than they actually are, because again, this is a little bit off the ground, don't forget. I mean, we're not talking about probably 100 mile per hour winds at the ground. We probably at least have 70 though, or maybe even 80 that's reaching the ground here, especially where the highest wind speeds are near where that hook is. But, you know, regardless, this will definitely cause some power outages and whatnot. And wow, this is the Radar Omega Cyclone port. This is a beast of a storm. It's the Radar Omega Cyclone port near Killeen, Texas. I mean, this is a beast of a storm. You can't even see the entire thing, but this is the shelf cloud. This is definitely going to be producing some damaging winds. There is no doubt. If you're one of my North Texas Weather Center viewers and if you have any photos, you can send it to me on North Texas Weather Center on Facebook. I will try to show some of those. Because this storm is a beast. This is the flooding, by the way. Again, big flow of water here. And there you go.
I can see the rapids.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. This one's going to include Temple, Texas. It's a very dangerous storm, not because the tornado threat could become dangerous, but it's definitely the wind threat that's very concerning here. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's a very dangerous storm, mainly because of the wind threat, but we could also see a tornado out of this. This storm's a beast. There's no other way to put it. I mean, it's a big thunderstorm. This is a powerful supercell that's producing the threat of damaging winds that could be exceeding 80 miles per hour. And in addition to that, it does definitely have the chance to produce a tornado. Again, we got a hook echo right here. Got an inflow notch, so it has some organization there. The biggest concern, though, overall, is definitely going to be this wind threat. Velocities are estimated at upwards of 90 to 100 miles per hour, which is probably, again, a little bit off the ground, but relatively speaking, this is very high winds. That is essentially like an EF1 tornado ripping across this area, which is not a tornado right now, but, you know, that would right there would basically be the same thing, just in a bit of a larger area with this wind threat. So definitely stay away from windows. Again, it might not be 100 miles per hour. It might be closer to like 80 or 90, but you definitely want to stay away from windows. As long as you stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, you'll be fine. Go to a bathroom, storm shelter, basement, or closet. Whatever is most sturdy and most, you know, structurally sturdy, make sure you're going to that place. But the winds in Killeen right now are picking up quite a bit, and they are not even where the biggest surge of wind is. And you can see the wind. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port in Killeen. I mean, look at that. So the wind's really picking up here. This is a fast-moving supercell, and this is definitely going to be producing the potential for some damage. Wow. Yeah, that wind is really picking up. Yeah, again, if you're in the Killeen area, or if you're in... this is warned. Even if you're in Killeen or if you're in Temple, you need to be staying away from windows for sure. This is a very dangerous storm. It is producing a potential for a tornado, but the damaging wind threat is definitely the most concerning thing right now with this storm, as it does continue to move east. It's a very dangerous storm right now. The worst of the wind would be located back over just to the west of Temple, Texas. Oh, look at the debris there. Debris and water flow. This is all from the flooding threat back over to the west. So in Temple, Killeen, those areas, you're also going to have the potential for flooding. Here's the latest velocity scan. Again, your circulation just right there to the west of Mofat, which is also going to be approaching areas like Temple here pretty soon. That rotation's becoming a little bit more organized. Just a little bit. Moving towards Temple. No debris signature, so we don't have a tornado, but we definitely have a threat for some high winds with this storm as it does continue to move eastbound. Yeah, there are going to be tornado sirens more than likely, as long as they're, you know, not out. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port in Killeen. Again, notice the wind very high there right now. Very big surge of damaging winds. This is not where the highest wind speeds are, by the way, so gives you an idea that this storm is really powerful. It's powerful all across the board. We had a big shelf cloud roll through this area, and this storm is definitely going to be producing some damage. Trees, power lines, all that damage is pretty much, you know, I mean, it's definitely going to happen in some of these areas here. There's no doubt about it. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. It's a dangerous storm right now moving to the east. And no debris signature right now, but this is not far from producing a tornado. Even if it doesn't have a tornado, we are still talking about significant damaging winds. So, looks like the wind is dying down just a little bit in Colleen. But just a little bit. The worst of the wind, I think, has just passed through there. And we have a new radar, or a new velocity scan coming in, so we'll see what the rotation looks like. If you know any friends or family in Temple, Texas, or Colleen, or Belton, make sure that they're in their safe place. Please treat this warning seriously. It is a big wind threat. This is not, I'm not trying to be dramatic here. It is a big wind threat from what we've already seen. We've seen significant damaging winds with this storm, and they are definitely still surging. You'd see the leading edge of this activity, producing damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour still. So a big surge of damaging winds right now, heading right into this area near Moffat, Temple, Troy, Moody. All those areas right now in the track of this significant wind threat. Good news is that there still is no confirmed tornado here. There's no debris signature, but we are still watching for that potential as this does continue to move towards Belton, Temple, Moffat, Troy, Moody, Little River Academy. I think I said Belton already, but Belton is in the track of this. Harker Heights and Salado will at least see a wind threat here. Yeah, Colleen definitely just got hit hard. I mean, we were watching the Radar Omega cyclone port. There is definitely going to be some damage there. It's still very windy there. The wind has really not died down much. So we still have some significant damaging winds right now going through the Temple and Colleen area. Temple will be hit soon. They're not hit yet, but they'll be in the track of this here soon. Wow. I mean, Colleen's still getting hit hard. This is the Radar Omega cyclone port. That wind is not calming down at all. Still some very high damaging winds here. This is probably upwards of 60 to 75 miles per hour just here in Colleen alone. Which again, Colleen is down here to the south. This live cam is south of where the highest wind is. The highest area of wind is back over where I just circled. So you can only imagine, I mean, the leading edge here probably still around 60 to 70 miles per hour. But back up to the north of this, north of Harker Heights, we probably have some winds that are surging upwards of, again, 70 to 85 miles per hour, maybe even 90 miles per hour at times. This is definitely a dangerous storm right now going towards Temple. Trying to see if we have any other live shots here. That Colleen camera is getting hammered, though. It is still very windy there. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation right now. I mean, there was a little brief stint of that. It still looks like a big surge of damaging winds that are going upwards of 70 to 85 miles per hour moving towards Moffat, Troy, and Temple. So if you're in those locations, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If you are in this particular tornado warning, and even if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, you should do the same exact thing. And here's the latest velocity scan. So again, I'm still not seeing anything really strong when it comes to rotation. It really does look like more of a significant wind threat, at least for the time being, which will be approaching Temple, Texas here pretty soon. No debris signature as of right now, which is good. So no tornado confirmed, but we definitely have very high damaging winds that will be moving into Temple over the next several minutes. TechScott camera, let me check it out. Which area are we talking? Are we talking like Waco? Yeah, it's pretty dark. It's a lot. That's a shot from moments ago, right along I-35. It is very dark and ominous. Let's see if we have any other views of this. Very ominous. It's another view. This is actually from the shelf cloud. You can kind of see at the top of your screen there. This is the shelf cloud here that's moving through. That would indicate the leading edge of the damaging wind potential here. So yeah, again, this is the live cyclone radar Omega cyclone port right out of Killeen, Texas. We still got very high damaging winds. I mean, I thought we already saw the worst of it. It is still very windy here. The wind is not letting up whatsoever in Killeen. It's insane. Wow. That camera is taking a complete beating right now from this very high wind surge. We also have a hail core developing, if that doesn't help anything. That hail core is going to be producing some 2-inch sized hail. Also, the threat for tornadoes, large hail, and wind damage will continue over the next few hours. A weather watch extension or a new watch may be needed east of the current watch, and that would be anywhere here where we're talking. So Central Texas, north of Austin, near Waco. They may issue a new watch here soon to address this current threat. This is unbelievable. I mean, it's still going. The radar Omega cyclone port right here in Killeen, it is still going. I thought we had the worst of it already for the wind, and this is now inside of the actual thunderstorm. It is just very windy here. Unbelievable. It's the leading edge of this wind threat here. The worst of the wind, again, is back up early in here, but we also have maybe some wind kind of filtering back in on the backside of the storm down near Killeen. Hopefully everybody in Killeen is at least staying away from windows. It's a pretty significant storm right now. If you guys do have any photos or videos of this, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. It's a big surge of damaging winds right now. I mean, is this a hurricane or what? Oh my god, look at the wind still on the radar Omega cyclone port. I mean, this is insane. This wind has been going for like 10 minutes now. I'm surprised we didn't lose power on this. I mean, this is crazy. I guess this gives you an idea of the power that we have with these storms right now. Even if we don't get a tornado, this is producing some significant damaging winds. I mean, we still have the threat of damaging winds here. I don't think there's a tornado here, but man, this straight line wind damage is gonna be crazy here. This is quite literally unbelievable. So again, on the radar Omega cyclone port in Killeen, Texas. Unbelievable. This wind is just crazy. It is absolute. I mean, I thought we were done with the wind. I thought the wind might be winding down here soon. It is still going. It's been going for over 10 minutes now. Like, this thing's been going for a long time. It looks like it might start. It might be winding down a little bit now. But holy cow, that is unbelievable. The tornado warning, by the way, both in Pittsburgh, Texas, and the one here just to the west of Temple, not the one that's currently ongoing, but the one west of Killeen has now expired. So the only tornado warning that we have now is the one near Temple, which is the one we've been talking about here for a while. But that wind was going for a solid 10 to maybe 12 minutes straight there. That was pretty crazy. Well, the worst of the wind right now just went through Colleen, and we still got a big surge of wind right here back over just to the west of Temple and Belton. So if you're in either of those two areas, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows. Lowest floor possible. If you just saw what we just saw there in Colleen, we are going to see probably similar stuff there in Temple. If not, it actually could be even worse than that in Temple. The highest wind speeds are being estimated right here on the leading edge west of Temple. The stuff that we just saw in Colleen was this down here. A little bit less windy there comparatively to this. So we are at least going to see some significant damaging winds there, which could again be upwards of, 80 to even 90 miles per hour. I'm actually surprised this warning is only 70, because that looked like more than 70 in my opinion. That just got crazy there in Colleen. This is from Matt on Twitter from Colleen. Let me, I don't know how I can actually full screen this without showing every message. Alright, whatever. Here we go. This is from Matt on Twitter. It's out of Colleen. Very ominous skies. There's your shelf cloud right there across the screen. It's pretty crazy. The wind is beginning to die down, by the way, in Colleen. It is still very windy, but it's not as windy as before. It's still gusting at like 60 miles per hour. I cannot believe it's still windy there. I mean, I'll just pull it up. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Colleen. It is, I mean, this wind has been going for over 15 minutes. It's not as bad as before. I mean, it's picking up again. This is unbelievable. This has been going for like 15 minutes. I cannot believe this is still going. Derecho? I mean, this isn't, I don't think gonna be a derecho, but this is, I don't think, this is not even big enough to be a derecho. Doesn't even span 60 miles. That's just insane. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I mean, it's still going and clean. This is unbelievable. It's been going for over 15 minutes. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Just wow. I cannot believe that it's been this windy for this long. I mean, it literally looks like a hurricane out there. And it looks even worse than what we just saw like 5 minutes ago. This is unbelievable. Might just look worse because of all the rain, but man. That wind is just unbelievable. So what that's telling us is that it is windy in this entire area. Or not this entire area, but like this entire area here. It's a big area, but that wind is going to be continuing for probably a good 10 to 15 minutes if you're back over in, other areas like Temple. That's just crazy. Yeah, Connor's doing some flash flooding intercepts right now back over on the west side of the storm. This is from JMac on Twitter out of Colleen. And look at that wind. This is on the ground level. I mean, this wind is just crazy. Wow. It looks like a microburst out there. I mean, seriously, it's a huge area of wind. Wow. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, please seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. It doesn't matter where you are in this warning. It doesn't even matter if there's a tornado. I mean, we're talking about really huge winds no matter what. Even if we do have a tornado, I mean, the damaging wind threat is huge here. It's gonna last for a little while too, but we've had damaging winds exceeding at many times 70 miles per hour, at least from what we're seeing. But there definitely could be a microburst there. That wind is just insane. By the way, if you do have a video on Twitter, please @ me. Do not message me, because the videos for some reason are bugging out. I'm not able to, like, click on them. They keep glitching. If we do have a tornado, by the way, it would probably be up here northwest of Temple. It's kind of hard to tell. It's on like the leading edge of the storms. I really think it's more of a wind threat right now. Regardless, we are still talking about significant damaging winds. Radar is there we go. Now it's a destructive storm. So this is now officially a destructive storm for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. I would not be surprised if the winds were higher than 80, just for the record. I think it is higher than 80 miles per hour. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter. Doesn't matter where you are. This is a very significant storm right now that is moving right now across a large chunk of central Texas between Moody and Salado, Texas. Power flashing in Temple. Yeah, I would be surprised if you don't lose power at this point if you're in Temple. With what we've just seen and what is probably to come, I would not be surprised if you lost power. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, you're probably going to lose power. So if you are in Temple, definitely have a flashlight ready, or flashlights ready, because it looks like it's going to be very windy there in the next few minutes. But this has been upgraded to an 80-mile-per-hour damaging windstorm. It is officially destructive, but regardless of that, it doesn't matter what the wind speed is. It's probably higher than that, honestly, but like, again, this is going to definitely knock over some trees and possibly knock over some power lines. And just for the record, the wind in Killeen has not stopped. It is still windy there. It's unbelievable. I mean, this is where that Radar Omega cyclone port is. It's back over here south of Killeen. It is still windy there. It's probably around 50 miles per hour maybe now, maybe 60. It's still going. It's been going for over 20 minutes. I mean, it's still picking up. It's unbelievable. It's been going forever. And the worst of the wind right now is approaching Temple. So this all right here, all that dark blue that you're seeing and light blue, that'll all be damaging winds anywhere from 80 to 95 miles per hour. And we have some damage now coming out of Killeen. This is over from Edon Rama on Twitter. So that's some damage of a big tree down there. Big trees. These are big. These aren't small trees. Those are large trees down in Killeen. And this is more than likely, again, probably a microburst of some sort that just went through Killeen. And we still have a big surge of damaging winds here. This is easily 80 to 90 miles per hour moving right into Temple, Texas right now. It doesn't matter if there's a tornado or not. This is a very significant storm. The wind is just insane on this. This is probably one of the biggest windstorms we've covered in this area. We may have a tornado on the ground near Temple. There may be a tornado on the ground. I'm trying to verify this. We have a debris signature where there would be a tornado. So we may have now a tornado on the ground on the west side of Temple, Texas. If you are in Temple, you need to seek shelter. That could be a tornado. That would be where, if there is a tornado, that is where it would be. The reflectivity is appearing as if that is maybe a tornado now on the ground. Not official, but if there is one, it would be on the west side of Temple. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is a, that might be a tornado. The velocities aren't really tight, but just the appearance on radar, usually when you get a little reflectivity like that, that can sometimes mean tornado. It might not be one, but you should at least, again, you should be treating this as if there is a tornado on the ground with how high the winds are. It's a significant situation here. Lametta, Texas, we do have a flagpole down now. So that's another report there. Not the one that we're looking at in Killeen, which, by the way, that wind is still very strong there. I mean, this is just insane. This storm is crazy. Police scanner is saying tornado in Temple. Let's see if I can find a report on that. Okay, it sounds like there is a tornado now on the ground. From what I am seeing, this would be your debris signature, and that would be a tornado. At least a likely tornado. I won't say it's official, but it is likely we have a tornado near Temple. Oh, yeah. That's a tornado. It has to be. That's a big debris signature on the west side of Temple right now. If you're in Temple, you gotta seek shelter. That is a big debris signature in Temple. As long as this all verifies that, I mean, that looks like a big debris signature on the west side of Temple. The velocities are not really matching up with that, but that is exactly where there would be a tornado if there is one. Usually you would see some sort of tightening on the velocities, but you gotta seek shelter if you're in Temple, Texas. Anywhere near Little River Academy or the Zapkickville area, you need to seek shelter. We got a potentially strong tornado right near Temple. Even if there's not a tornado, we have very high damaging winds. So seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. And even if you're not in the warning, if you're on the south side of Temple, you need to seek shelter. This could be a big storm that, again, it's already a big storm producing really significant damaging winds, but by the looks of it, this is at least some sort of debris signature, more than likely a tornado. But it sounds like there is a large tornado on the ground right now on the west side of Temple. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of observation of this. But that looks like a big tornado on the ground on the west side of Temple. Really worst case scenario right now near Temple. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We have a huge surge of damaging winds on the back side of this, so even if there's not a tornado, we're going to have damaging winds upwards of 80 to 100 miles per hour. And they have issued a new tornado warning. It's not officially confirmed.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, it's still radar indicated rotation. So this is still a tornado warning near Temple. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And if we do have a tornado on the ground, which it is likely, it would be on the west side of Temple and moving to the southeast. You need to seek shelter immediately. New radar scan should be in here in just a second. There's some big damage coming out of Killeen, by the way, from just straight line winds. There are over 80,000 people in Temple, Texas, by the way. And there's likely a there's a likelihood that we have a strong, at least a tornado of some sort on the ground near Temple. Even if we don't, we have a big surge of damaging winds heading into this area. You need to seek shelter if you are in Temple, Texas, in Little River Academy, or near the Rogers area. Still trying to see if we have any sort of sighting of this. It's, again, still radar indicated. Here's the latest scan. If we do have a tornado, again, it would be back down here just south of Temple. I mean, that has to be a debris signature. There's just no other way, I would think. Because that CC still matches up with that right there. So if we do have a tornado, it's going to be on the south side of Temple, Texas, moving towards Rogers and Little River Academy. If you're in this warning, you got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We got a big debris signature still on that. I've had a couple of reports that tornadoes on the ground according to police. Scanner. I just have not seen anything official. Yeah, this is a very populated area, and that's why this is a very serious situation. About 80,000 people in this warning. So if this is definitely on the ground, it's going to be on the south side of Temple near Midway. And after this, it'll be going towards Oscar, Stringtown, a lot of much more rural areas. But this is a very dangerous situation right now in Temple. Yeah, if you look at I mean, this looks like a thumb right here, and you can just see this is your hook right here. So your tornado would be located on the south side of Temple, moving down to the east, southeast, and southeast. Seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. Even if we don't have a tornado, don't forget, don't get out of your safe place if you're in Temple. All right, we still have a big surge of damaging winds. So the tornado, if there is one, it's on the south side of Temple. And then we have a massive surge of damaging winds on the west side of Temple. So you need to seek shelter no matter what. You got to stay there for probably about 10 to 15 minutes. Because what we just saw in Killeen is going to be very similar to what you're going to see. We are going to see some very significant damaging winds in Temple, Texas, probably for the next, 15 to 20 minutes. It lasted in Killeen for about 20 minutes, and it's still going, by the way. So we're going to see some trees falling down there in Temple. We're probably going to see power lines falling down in Temple. And we may even have a tornado that's producing more significant damage than that right now in Temple. And that would be eventually going towards Rogers. It's a very powerful storm with damaging winds upwards of 90 miles per hour as well. The velocities have never been tight on this, so it's still hard to tell whether that is actually officially debris. It just has not been tight and confined. I just don't see anything definitive when it comes to the velocities. But if we do have a tornado, it would be on the southeast side of Temple. And again, doesn't matter if there's a tornado or not. We still have a big damaging wind threat right now, right over Temple, Texas. And those winds are being estimated upwards of 90 to perhaps even upwards of 100 miles per hour right now, as this does continue to move to the east, southeast, and southeast. But nothing officially confirmed. I feel like if there was a tornado, we would at least have some sort of actual report. So I don't know if there's any, I don't think there's anything official about a confirmed tornado, but if we do have one, it would be now on the southeast side of Temple. I'm guessing that Temple is probably without power. At least most of the town is probably without power right now. Just trying to see if we have any other reports right now. And if you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. We got a big wind threat right now going right through the heart of Temple, Texas. That's 80,000 people that are currently being impacted by a significant damaging wind threat, with damaging winds upwards of 80 to 100 miles per hour. It's going to definitely cause power outages. It's going to definitely knock over some power lines. Trees could fall into homes. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen here near Temple with this particular storm. Even if there is not a tornado, it's still producing very significant damage right now. And this hook has been wrapping too quite a bit. Got a big wrapping on this hook. Very strong inflow as well. Is anybody currently in Temple, Texas in the chat? I'm just curious. I know we've had a lot of viewers from Temple kind of tuning in, but I feel like a lot of people are probably without power now. By the way, here's the latest scan. Just for the record, we don't have a debris signature where there would be a tornado. So, at least from what I'm seeing. That's a very dangerous storm that just went through Temple. Trying to see if we have any other reports, but again, I don't think there was officially a tornado here. But for sure, we do have a very high damaging wind threat moving right into the town of Temple, and it's about to be moving towards the Zapkaville area west of Rosebud, Texas, near Rogers. This is still a very significant storm, so if you are in this area, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It's a very dangerous storm no matter what right now. I mean, this storm just looks crazy on radar. Wow. Look at this thing wrap. It's quite an unbelievable supercell for sure. This thing has a big hail core in a couple different areas. We got a lot of hail falling in Temple. Got a big hook echo on this as well. Got a very strong inflow. So a lot of different stuff on this right now. Very interesting dynamic setup on the supercell. Well, here's the latest radar scan coming in right now. Wow, it's still an impressive supercell. If we do have a tornado, it would be approaching Zapkaville, Texas, and again, just north of Rogers. Again, big damaging wind threat here, without a doubt. The rotation on this storm does appear broader. You can see the rotation here. It's still a broad area of circulation. High damaging winds just moved through Temple, Texas. So definitely a significant threat here. Also, we have a big report here. A PDS trash can going down the road and hitting a car over in Waco, Texas, from Austin Farrell on Twitter. That's actually a lot of flooding, by the way, there in Waco. I'm actually surprised. That's a lot of rain that fell there. Jeez. Waco looks like mostly just rain and wind right now. We got storms everywhere. And I mean, this one near Temple just looks very concerning. Yeah, it's approaching Zapkaville and just west of Rosebud. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. Doesn't matter where you are, we're still looking at very high damaging winds right now near the Temple area. This is a very significant storm right now, just to the southeast of Temple. And really the highest wind is going to be in Temple and also going through the southeast side of Temple towards Rogers. Have a big hail core as well. It's likely producing some tennis ball sized hail. And it's warned for ping pong ball, but it might be as high as tennis ball. Let's see the CC real quick. Yeah, it might not be tennis ball, but it's definitely up there. We definitely have some large hail. Could be significant at times as that continues to move through right through the downtown area of Temple. And again, we'll keep you posted with the latest. Make sure that you're subscribed to the channel as these storms do continue to roll here across central Texas. Big wind threat still ongoing for Temple and even as far north as Waco right now. The good news is that the storms up in DFW have been struggling, but we do have one organizing just east of Fort Worth. We'll talk about that here soon if we get a chance. This storm does still remain relatively significant here near Temple. Here's the latest radar scan. It's still got a big hook right here. And that could also be a tornado. Let's see. Still not clear. But if we do have a tornado, it would be right between Seton and Cyclone, which makes sense for this sort of storm. It's right next to Cyclone, Texas. It's going to be moving towards Meeks. That's where the most significant area right now of rotation is, and that's where we might have a tornado on the ground. So again, that's moving east. It's going to be eventually approaching the south side of Rosebud, Texas. So yeah, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Still have at least some sort of maybe debris there, or whether it is debris or whether it's, you know, just high winds or whatever it might be. It doesn't really matter. Still seek shelter. We definitely have a chance here for a tornado. Bare minimum, we have very high damaging winds moving through the east side of Temple. It's still moving through Temple as well. So definitely still a dangerous situation here. This will be going on, it's on track to go towards Ben Arnold, Texas, and Cameron, Texas. Still a very nasty storm here. It's definitely producing damaging winds, that's without a doubt. Power's out in Killeen. Definitely gonna be some power outages there. The Temple Fire Department did report a tornado on the ground near the area of 3rd and French in the city of Temple. Apparently, I don't know how accurate that is. That's at least what I'm seeing. I have not seen any official reports, but I honestly would not be surprised with what the rotation has looked like and what it did look like at one point. That was a little while ago, though. That was probably about 10 to 15 minutes ago when this was actually in Temple. Wow, a front door blew off one of the admin buildings at a hospital in Temple from how high the winds were. I mean, that's insane. Tornado watch has been expanded as well. It does now include areas like Cameron and Centerville, Texas, as there will be an evident threat here for still a potential for tornadoes as these storms do continue to move to the southeast. There was some intense power flashes as well near Temple. Again, we're tweeting a lot of those videos on Twitter at Max Velocity WX. There's a lot of power flashes as well, which is pretty evident. I mean, you don't just need a you don't just need a tornado for that. You can also just have very high damaging winds, and that'll definitely produce some power flashes. We had that happen in Oklahoma the other day. Here's your new tornado watch. That's going to include areas like College Station, north of Austin, Texas, just north of Houston. It does go until midnight tonight. I don't think the threat will go all the way until midnight for tornadoes, but it will at least go probably until about 9 or 10 tonight. So again, a couple more tornadoes will be a possibility in this new tornado watch. Here's a better view of that. A couple tornadoes possible. Scattered damaging winds with some isolated winds as high as 80 miles per hour and some significant hail, all possible. I think a lot of that would be coming from this discrete cell that we have that's currently near the Temple area. So again, that is currently drifting to the southeast. Still no debris signature as well, by the way. They'll probably issue a new warning here in a second. It might be a tornado warning. I'm guessing it'll be a tornado warning. That'll include areas like Cameron, probably just south of Rosebud near Ben Arnold, Texas. You guys will be in the track of this here relatively soon. Yeah, they'll issue a new warning more than likely here in just a moment. So things have finally started to simmer down there in Killeen. We had some significant wind damage there in Killeen, it looks like. So if you know anybody in Killeen, make sure to give them a heads up or give them a call or text and make sure they're doing all right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning for Cameron and Rockdale, Texas. Kind of as expected near Ben Arnold. Again, you know what to do. If you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So again, currently moving down to the east, southeast, and southeast near Route 77. It's a relatively dangerous storm. Even if it does not produce a tornado, it will be producing significant damaging winds. As high as 80 miles per hour will all be possible. It's a very significant storm right now. Also, just a quick update. We do have a storm intensifying near Arlington, Texas, in the DFW area. Doesn't look like a major concern right now, but still watching that closely. And we also have some storms in Louisiana, Texas, and Arkansas. All those are producing mainly wind and hail. So we'll continue to watch that activity closely. There's actually a tornado possible label on the storm that's back over here. That actually may have just produced a tornado southwest of the Shreveport area. So that is also happening. While all the other madness happens back down over here in Central Texas, where right now I do think the rotation is starting to broaden a little bit, but we do have still a very impressive hook echo on this, just to the east of Temple. And that's your hook right here. Let me redraw that. Your hook echo right here, very strong inflow. It's still a very organized supercell, so this could still produce a tornado as it eventually goes towards areas like Cameron, Texas, as well as Rockdale, and just south of Rosebud near Ben Arnold, Texas. Again, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, and we'll be keeping you posted with the latest as these storms do continue to move down to the southeast. We've had no official confirmation of any tornado with this yet, but we've definitely had some very significant damaging winds. That is undoubtedly something that we've seen with these storms so far. All right. And again, the rotation's broad right now, but we're still going to watch it closely. This is the latest radar scan. Let's go ahead and look at this. Thank you, Beth, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Heather, for the $20 super chat. I will be I'll be live Thursday, Friday, or I don't know about Friday yet, but we'll definitely be live tomorrow. I don't know about Friday yet. All right, here's the latest radar scan. It does look like this hook echo. I mean, it still looks impressive, but it looks like that rotation is still a little bit on the broader side of things. Again, if we have a tornado, it'd be in that black circle there. So, again, that's just to the south of Kickville area, approaching Cameron, Texas, near Route 77. And no debris signature on this right now, but if we do have a tornado, that is where it would be. So continue to stay in your safe place. Again, it's still a relatively impressive supercell, even though the rotation is a bit broader on the latest scan. Also, thank you, Big John Tracy, for the $20 super chat. Thank you to Neptune, Purdy, Stanley, and Derek for all becoming Velocity members. I'm not worried about Ohio storms. They're mostly just isolated wind and hail. Here's the latest radar scan. These radar scans are coming in a bit faster now. Got maybe something here near Meeks on the latest scan. Let's see. Wait for the velocities to update. And if you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And I don't think that's a CC drop still. Still think this is mostly, it looks like that rotation is much broader than before. It does look like it's a much broader area of circulation just to the southeast of Temple. Just for reference, by the way, this is a 21 frame loop of this storm. Look how this thing developed. It's quite crazy. It's a pretty crazy evolution of this supercell here. It's still going too. Hasn't really weakened a whole lot. I would just say the only weakening that I've seen really is just from the, we don't have as much of an RFD surge on this. That's kind of gone away. It's not gone away, but it's definitely weaker than before. We definitely still have some significant damaging winds just south of Rosebud, that's for sure. Even if we don't have a tornado, we definitely have damaging winds. That is definitely still a concern here. Hey, by the way, Heather, for the 10 gifted memberships, I do appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity. Smarts in the chat for Heather. Is there a tornado warning in Waco? Or is this just bugging out? I don't know why there would be a tornado warning in Waco. Just give me 1 second. I just got a notification on Twitter of a tornado warning in Waco, but I don't think there is one. Apparently there is. Does anybody in Waco just get an alert of a tornado warning? Or is this like... Or is this a severe thunderstorm warning? Alright, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. Sorry. Okay, never mind. Never mind. There's no tornado warning in Waco. I was about to say, there's no rotation there, so... Just for damaging winds and hail. Never mind. There's no tornado warning in Waco. I was about to say, there's like literally nothing up here. These storms look like garbage up there. It's mostly just hail and wind. And a lot of rain. Which could lead to flooding, by the way. Okay, never mind. But we still do have this tornado warning again ongoing for those in Cameron, south of Rosebud, Texas. And that rotation is still a little bit on the broader side of things. It looks like the hook on this storm is becoming a bit extruded here. As that continues to move towards Cameron and Rockdale, Texas. Even if we don't have a tornado, we are still talking about significant damaging winds that could be as high as 70 miles per hour. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, continue to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this does continue to move down to the southeast. There is no tornado warning in Waco. Sorry, there was a alert that I got that was not correct. The only warning in Waco is just for hail and wind. 113,000 without power in Texas right now. Let me look at poweroutage.us. A lot of those are still from the Houston area, or actually not as many, but there's still a lot there. Look at this. A lot of power outages where we just saw those storms. Bell County now is 52,000 or 53,000 without power. And then Coryell County still has 6,800 without power. And that's about 25% or almost 30% of the county. Bell County is over 33% without power. Okay, that gives you an idea of how substantial these storms have been. They have been very, very substantial. With very high winds and possibly even a tornado there as well. If you guys do see any photos or videos on Twitter from these storms, again, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I will try to relay information. And we should... Yeah, this is the latest velocity scan. So again, that rotation right over near Wilson, Texas, it is still on the broader side of things. I do think the tornado risk is kind of dying on the storm, at least temporarily. Might have to recycle. Kind of reminds me of the storm that happened back near Austin, Texas, like 2 weeks ago. If anybody remembers that. I think it was near Austin. I can't remember. Was that just south? It was just south of Austin. It was like a week or two ago. Maybe near San Marcos. That was the storm. This reminds me of that one, honestly. Reminds me very similarly of that storm. Oh yeah, there's definitely damage in Temple. West side of Temple does have damage. It doesn't look tornadic, at least from what I'm seeing right now. But there is definitely some damage in Temple. Is Storm Runner Media driving through too? We can pull up Storm Runner Media. Give me 1 second. Alright, let's pull Storm Runner Media up here. Right, bottom right of your screen. There's definitely some damage here in Temple. We'll full screen them once I get connection again. Does look like there is some damage here, though. That rotation again is broadening out. Let's go to Storm Intermedia here.
Oh, the T-Mobile source turned itself off for some reason, so hopefully if I get that back, then we're alright.
Let me get my radar going again. Have to do on this phone.
Alright, just gotta give us 1 minute here, guys.
Looks like a lot of leaves down from what I was seeing there, at least in this area.
Too bad we can't call him.
Wow, look at that lightning. You see that cloud, the cloud-to-cloud lightning right there? That's kind of crazy.
Who?
Max.
Oh. I can text them on Twitter.
We'll go back to them once they start driving around again. But yeah, they're right there in Temple where there was some damage. I guess they'll drive around a little bit there. This rotation does look like it's weaker, by the way. I'm not seeing nearly as much rotation on this storm. We'll see what the next velocity scan shows, but it does look a little bit weaker. Oh god. The great trampoline migration here in Texas. I don't even know what's happening here. I mean, we got like flooded roadways and we got a random trampoline that got out somehow. I don't even know anymore. It was sent in by Terry McQueed. Unbelievable.
Trying to figure out where exactly it went.
I would check near like they're in like W Ave T 31.
Okay, so you guys didn't hear the beginning. Apparently a tornado did go through Temple, from what I'm hearing. They're getting reports of at least some sort of tornadic damage. I'm not sure how bad it is, but it sounds like there was tornado damage on the west side of Temple. Also, the tornado warning that was back over near Temple is done. I'm still trying to investigate this more. Okay, if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning east of Temple. Reportedly, there was a tornado on the west side of Temple. I'm not sure how intense it was. Right now, Storm Intermedia is going to where that damage was, so once they get there, we'll let you know. So we'll keep it posted. All right. Yes, we have Discord. The link's in the description. Again, there's still a little bit of rotation right now near Route 77, just south of Rosebud. She is just to the north of Ben Arnold, Texas. I'll be going on the north side of Cameron, so if you're in the pink polygon, again, continue to stay in your safe place as this storm continues to go to the southeast. It is outflow driven. I do think it's struggling a little bit right now. Quick update on Ohio. The storms up here, again, just hail and wind producers. It's nothing really too crazy here. Really a big train of storms here that's all lined up. Big line that's developed here. Mostly just hail and wind, though, right now in these storms right now. Tennessee storms, Kentucky storms, those are all weakening out. Main concern is transitioning now into Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and that's really about it for the three states that we're looking at for a greater risk for some severe weather. And we have now baseball-sized hail south of Shreveport. You don't see that every day. So, baseball-sized hail there in the Shreveport area. Or just south of Shreveport. Just trying to see if we have anything else here. Also got the storm south of San Angelo. That's relatively weak. So yeah, really the main concern right now is the storm that is currently southeast of Killeen. And we also have a storm near Dallas, which is producing some hail and wind, but does not look like it is a big concern right now for severe weather. But this storm is definitely fizzling a lot right now. It's losing a lot of its intensity as it moves southeast.
Poles over here.
Okay, so over here, this might be where the tornado damage is in Temple.
Set to a location that Evan sent us.
Go back to them when their connection comes back. Tags me? Okay, let me look. Yeah. That looks like a tornado to me. There's a roof completely gone in Temple. Or almost completely gone. It's ripped apart in Temple. There's also another video that there was actually a tornado. So whatever that debris signature that we had earlier was, I do think it was a tornado. And Brian Allen just sent me a video of it too. Yeah, so it does look like we did have a tornado on the west side of Temple. And obviously the debris signature that we saw on radar would probably match up with that. Let's see if we have anything else here. But it did look like a cone tornado. But this is more of the damage here.
What about that sheet metal right there? Am I going to clear that?
Yeah,
a lot of damage here. A lot of this looks more wind related, but this could have also been maybe some sort of tornado.
Yeah, look at this. This roof
is just signal again here.
Right here.
Back to the This car wash is damaged here.
Okay, guys, just trying to get past
a lot of random debris here scattered across the roadway near Temple. Or actually in Temple. It's on the west side of Temple. This is where that debris signature showed up, by the way.
Those were not here before.
Again, it doesn't really match up with how big that debris signature was. But this was, if there was a tornado, this is where it would have been on the west side of Temple.
This is W Avenue M.
W Avenue M.
A lot of sporadic damage here.
Just trying to establish where exactly this thing went through at. I mean,
a little bit poor signal there. Let me see what else I can find here. Yeah, Temple does get hit. I feel like they always get a storm every year that's big.
power lines seem okay there.
Looks like predominantly wind damage in this area. It does not look, to me, it does not look that tornadic, at least from all the leaves on the ground. But it's obviously hard to tell when you don't really have, when you're not actually out there looking at everything.
What is that? Branch I ran over. We're good.
And a straight in Temple where there was
I'm looking.
possibly a tornado.
I'm trying to make my way back to that one street that we saw. There's a roof or a shed collapsed over there.
Also, this tornado warning may end up getting canceled. The rotation on this is completely died out. So it looks like mostly a severe storm right now. And again, if you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I am still kind of filtering through stuff, but it does appear as if we did have a tornado there in Temple. It may have only been like a brief tornado, but from the damage that I've seen, again, there was like a roof that was ripped off of a building, for the most part, which could have still been downburst winds for the record, but it does appear as if we at least had some sort of tornado there in Temple. But if you guys do see anything, just let me know. Try to see if we can kind of piece the puzzle together. Regardless of it, I mean, we definitely had damage there. So if you know any friends or family there in Temple, just make sure they're all right. The highest winds went through Killeen in Temple, Texas.
That's what this is right now.
This is another view of it. A lot more tree damage here. You can actually see the trees down here.
It's just sound of branches breaking. A lot of these trees, you can tell they're very brittle, but...
There's a lot of trees down. Wow.
Is this like a through street?
Hold on.
I mean, honestly, this appears as if it was just wind damage, but always kind of hard to tell with some of these things. I'm guessing, again, the National Weather Service will do an official survey on this.
But we can. That's what I'm asking.
And the tornado warning that's currently ongoing, it's still really just wind right now. If anything changes, I'll let you know. Andrew, the main concern will be wind in Louisiana and maybe some hail. Maybe an isolated tornado. Thank you, Kiriana, as well as Doug, for becoming Velocity members. Dan, are you talking about the hail from the... If you're talking about the hail from the other day, I did see that. In Yuma, I think it was. Or Utan, one of the two. And there's no reason to be scared in Ohio, by the way. No reason to be scared. It's mostly just hail and wind. Yeah, there may have been a tornado here, and you can see they're kind of clearing some of the debris here. But there may have been a tornado here. I just think if there was one, it was probably brief. I don't think it's what we saw on radar. Because the one that, if we had a tornado that was like, the correlation coefficient when we're looking on radar does not look anything like this. It looked a lot worse. So I don't think that was actually a tornado that we saw on radar, but there may have been a brief spin up somewhere in there. So... But there have been some big trees down. There's some power lines that are bent over. So, at least very high damaging winds. That's for sure. Thank you, Sarah, for becoming a Velocity member. The tornado warning that we have here, again, is just to the south of Rosebud. Also, we do have some hail falling in Arlington right now. Pretty small. Or east of Arlington now, going towards Dallas. Actually, that could have been warned. That looks a little bit more like quarter-sized hail there near Arlington. Regardless, the storm here near Arlington is moving towards Dallas, and it should be overall on a weakening trend. Also, wind gusts have been just reported around 60 miles per hour in Cameron, Texas. So this storm is still producing damaging winds, but probably not as high as it once was. So that's good news there as well. But again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. We are only 2,000 subscribers from 250,000 subscribers, which is insane. Here's that count. Really crazy stuff. I think we have a picture of that Temple, Texas tornado. This would have been the tornado. It's hard to tell, but there may have been a tornado in here. The one near Temple. It's just so difficult to tell. Because if there is a tornado in there, it's completely rain-wrapped. Which would make sense. Again, where that tornado would have been on radar, it would have been rain-wrapped. So that does make a lot of sense. Crazy stuff, I tell you. Crazy stuff. Texas always has crazy storms, and today may have not been crazy. We had a couple of... if that was a tornado, we've had 3 now. If we've had 3 tornadoes, obviously it's been pretty crazy for having 3 tornadoes.
No one's behind you.
Yeah, just true.
This is, again, the damage here in Temple. There's a lot of trees down by the looks of it.
to get around me.
That's a tornado? Oh, the photo?
If you pull closer this way, yes. But other than that... Actually, she should be okay now.
I mean, it looked like a tornado. I just... Again, I don't know. Well, you have to do like more of a survey damage there. That was probably a tornado. But I don't know how long it would have been on the ground there. Because from the damage that we've seen already and the photos I'm seeing, there's a very localized area of damage. And this isn't the area where we had that damage. The damage that happened was like there was a roof that was ripped off and stuff like that. That's not where this is. Just for the record.
There, because beyond that, then this
Thank you, Oli, for becoming a Velocity member as well. It did look like a...
Yeah.
Actually, looking at the video, that does look like actually a large cone tornado.
She had some...
I just don't know how long that was on the ground. It must have been not too long.
Maybe for privacy, we should just put it on our camera.
Yeah, fair point. I thought we might be...
Once again, we still have a tornado warning here for another 2 minutes, and it'll be expiring after that. I think that will be let to expire. Still got some severe weather out there. The majority of the storms are hail and wind producers. The one near Shreveport, probably the most intense storm that we have, which is producing some 2-inch hail, and as well as maybe up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that is all possibilities here. Let's go back to the Cameron tornado warning for the time being. I cannot do closed captions. I actually talked about this last night. And closed captions, if I did it, it would delay the stream by like 10 plus seconds. And so it's not worth it, in my opinion, for having to get the word out there quicker. Getting the word out quicker is better than CC, in my opinion. You think Colleen will get more? I don't think Colleen's going to get much more. I think it'll just be rain and maybe some isolated storms here. I don't think we'll have too much there near Colleen. I think it'll be okay after this. I think Dallas-Fort Worth is also kind of winding down. I mean, you still got a couple of storms there. You got a hailstorm going through Dallas. But I just don't think there's anything substantial here anymore. It's 7:15, and honestly, really at this point for like the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the storms here are going to start to run out of energy with daylight heating ending. This is the HRRR model by 8 o'clock, so just kind of notice maybe a couple more storms there. But again, they just don't look super impressive even on the future radar. They mostly, again, look like maybe isolated hail and wind. That'd be really about it. And then we clear out overnight tonight. Back over in like the new tornado watch, I mean, we'll probably at least have an isolated tornado between now and like maybe at 10. I don't think it'll go far beyond that north of Houston, and then the storms will kind of fizzle out overnight. And then we'll be dealing with our next threat for severe weather, which would be tomorrow. So that tornado warning, by the way, just expired. Here's the threat for tomorrow, by the way. So storms will fire off probably sometime around 3 or 4 o'clock back over southwest of Oklahoma City. We'll probably boot up a live stream around 4, maybe 5. And then eventually storms move into Oklahoma. And we'll probably at least have a few discrete supercells. Anything that can be discrete like this will produce an elevated tornado risk tomorrow in Oklahoma and Kansas. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. And we'll be more than likely live tomorrow. Looks like they'll be relatively slow moving storms, so for storm chasers they should be pretty easy to, you know, chase in this sort of environment. But I do want to remind you, there are 12,000 of you watching right now. If 2,000 of you that are not subscribed subscribe right now, we could hit 250,000 subscribers. So if you're new here, make sure to subscribe. If you're new to the channel, that'd be pretty sick if we could hit that. I don't think we'll hit it today, but we'll probably hit it tomorrow if we go live. Drunk NATOs tomorrow, it is a possibility. With the slow-moving nature of those thunderstorms, drunk NATOs are definitely a possibility. It does look like we have a little bit of circulation also just south of Bremond. So still watching that potential as well closely. Want 250,000 merch? I haven't even finished the design yet. I gotta finish it because we're probably gonna hit it tomorrow. At this rate, we will. I mean, we're right now 1,800 now away. I mean, the number just keeps going up. Actually, kind of crazy how high this number just went in the last like minute is kind of crazy. If everybody subscribes right now in the stream, we'll hit it. Let's make it happen. I mean, it's actually possible. Maybe, just maybe, we might actually hit it. That'd be pretty crazy if we do. All you gotta do is hit the red button down below and subscribe. Yeah, we do severe weather coverage here all the time. We're live literally, it feels like 7 days a week right now. Thank you, Terry, for becoming a Velocity member, and thank you, Steven, for becoming a member. No, there's no way we're hitting it. I don't think so. Not today, at least. We're 1,700 away now. What's going on in Arkansas? Mostly just ordinary thunderstorms up there. Nothing crazy. Got a couple of severe storms, but they're just marginally severe with hail and wind. There's really nothing out of the ordinary there. Thank you, Jones, for becoming a Velocity member. I still think the most concerning area of storms tonight will be this complex in central Texas. We'll have some severe weather elsewhere, like Ohio, for example. We got a few storms up there, but I do not anticipate a significant threat for severe weather up there. I think it'll be pretty minimal. Just isolated hail and wind. I mean, guys, you guys are going kind of crazy right now. We're actually not getting to, we're not far from this. Could we hit it today? Again, everybody just, if you have not already, hit the red button down below and subscribe. We actually could hit it. I mean, we just gained 500 subscribers in like the last 2 minutes. It'd be crazy if we hit it today. I didn't think we would, but we might actually hit it. We got 25% of the way there in that little surge. That number's flying up. That's crazy. I'm actually surprised how much it just flew up. I wasn't thinking it would go up that much. We're now 1,400 away. I don't think it's happening, but I mean, it's making a run at least. Again, if you guys do have videos of any of the storms earlier, please at me on Twitter. Do not message me, because the messages just don't come across right. Oh, we have a trampoline and a tree in Jonesboro. I'll... Thank you, Anna, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Montes, sorry, for becoming a Velocity member. I mean, guys, we're climbing. We're climbing. It'll be. I don't think we'll hit it, but we might. If you're not already, hit the red button down below and subscribe. We could hit 250. We're about 1,300 away, and there are 12,300 of you guys watching. We could definitely hit it. Thank you, Wrecker, for becoming a Velocity member. We have 71 new members today. I didn't even realize that. You guys are crazy. Thank you, Angel, for becoming a Velocity member. I kind of wish I could just put this up like on the screen in like a little tab. I don't know if I can do that. Let's see if I can do that. I don't think I can. Thank you, Nortex, for becoming a Velocity member. Jeez. This is crazy. Oh, sorry, we're not under a tornado warning anymore. I don't know why it still says that. Still a lot of tree damage there near Temple, Texas.
I don't even have enough service to check.
We are currently 1,200 subscribers right now from 250,000. And if you are new here, make sure to subscribe. Thank you, Random Frog, for becoming a Velocity member.
I mean, I can go.
Counter's at the bottom right of your screen. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
I was just gonna say, maybe we should look at least, maybe.
be fair, I've never done this before, so I really don't know what I'm doing.
Alright. By the way, apparently some of you guys don't know, it is free to subscribe. There's no membership. It's literally just hitting the red button down below and subscribing. Just want to throw that out there. So, if you had any questions about subscribing, it literally is free. You just need a YouTube account. Which we are currently 1,100 subscribers away. I don't know if we're going to hit it. I mean, again, it's possible. If everybody here subscribes, it is possible. Actually, crazy how close we are. Let me go back to Stormrunner Media here. By the way, this is the photo that's back over in Jonesboro, Arkansas from Dr. Dre on Twitter. It's tossing trampolines on Tall Trees Thursday tomorrow, but we're having it today, which is kind of crazy. Thank you, Perez, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Man, look at that right there. Sheesh. Okay, we are now 50 subscribers from 249. We're making a big run. I'm actually surprised we actually got like 1,000 subscribers in the last like 7 minutes. I'm surprised how much of a run we're making right now. Thank you, Crystal, for becoming a Velocity member. I can't really show the sub count anywhere. I'd have to make like another... I kind of want to like keep it on the screen with me being able to go around to places. It's kind of hard. I'd have to make like a browser source for it. You get a plaque at 250k? No, you do not. But we are releasing 250k merch apparently at 250, which I have not even made yet. Thank you, James, for becoming a Velocity member. Well, we just crossed 249. We're halfway there. It's possible. Max is committed to buying us all Culvers if we hit 250k by the end of the stream. That is just not true. Just not true at all. We are now a little under 1,000 away from 250. Thank you, Lizzie, for becoming a Velocity member. We're now 950 away. It's just literally insane. We actually do have a legitimate chance to hit it, though. I'm actually shocked. This is something I was not forecasting today. Was to be anywhere near 250. Wow, the tornado in Sterling, Texas today was a massive tornado. Holy crap. The videos on Twitter, I don't know if this is actually the tornado. I'm not going to retweet it because I don't know if it's real. That's a pretty big tornado if it was. It's a brand new Twitter account, so it might not be. Alright, we're 866 away from 250. If you're new to the channel, it's free to do. All you gotta do is hit the red button down below and subscribe. We do severe weather coverage all the time. And again, we might hit it. We might hit 250 today. I would rather hit 250 today than tomorrow, just for the record. I would much rather hit that today than tomorrow. Marino, I'm not talking about you now. It's just some random account that was just created. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate the $2.50 super chat. Thank you, Jennifer, for the becoming a moderate velocity member. We're under 800 away now. Literally insane. Hey, Shelly, for becoming a 15-month member. I appreciate that. This is just crazy. Thank you, Nikki, for becoming a velocity member. Shreveport, Storm is trying to tighten up. Let me check it out. I'm not just doing, not just trying to reach subscribers. Let me look real quick. There's a little bit of circulation. Looks like more of a wind threat, though. I'm not seeing any really big wrapping here on the velocities. There's a little bit of hook on it. Just doesn't look super organized. But we will watch it closely in case it does do something. It is not, it does not have a tornado possible label, just for the record. Even though that doesn't necessarily mean we won't see a tornado. Sometimes they don't even add the labels to it. But we'll keep a close eye on it. Thank you, Perez. Appreciate the $4.99. All right, we're 650 subscribers from 250. If you've not already, make sure to subscribe down below. It's free to do if you're just tuning in. You don't have to pay anything. It's completely free. We've gained like 4,000 subscribers today. I think we actually have. I mean, we gained 1,400 by just showing this number on the screen for the last like 12 minutes. Which is just crazy. I honestly didn't realize how close we were until a little while ago. I am retweeting more videos on Twitter, which is at MaxVelocityWX, of the damage and all the wind that happened over there and in the Killeen and Temple area of Texas. Do the gritty. I'm not doing a gritty. I'm not gonna gritty for this. I don't know how to gritty. That'd be horrible if I had to try to gritty. I'll take a quick screenshot of this. Hey, Sky Meadow for becoming a Velocity member. Hey, you, Lisa, for the $20 super sticker. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Lisa. You know what's crazy? While all this is happening, we have 20, or no, actually we're back down to 17. We have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. It's kind of crazy. By the way, this looks like more of a wind threat right now, southeast of Shreveport. I think most of these storms are wind threats. I know we have a tornado watch until, like, 12 here in Texas, but I honestly think most of this will just be wind after this. And we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning near Ohio, or near Cleveland. Damaging winds up to 60.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where is this? That's actually the one in Louisiana. Okay, they actually warned it. Alright, so brand new tornado warning. That one's southeast of Shreveport. If you are in this warning... Oh, that actually wrapped a bit more on the latest scan. If you're in this warning, seek shelter. There actually might be a tornado there. Near Palmetto, going towards Coran. Plum Orchard Landing will be in the track of it as well. Armistead will also be in the track. So that actually wrapped a bit more on the latest scan. It wasn't wrapping as much before. tornado warning does go for 43 minutes, but I don't think it'll be here for that long. It is moving a bit faster than that. Pretty rural areas here southeast of Shreveport. If you're in a mobile home, get to a sturdy structure or get into a ditch. Mobile homes are not safe in this case. Stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Yeah, that rotation's right over Palmetto right now. It is radar indicated. You are in the pink polygon. Seek shelter away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Population in this warning is 3,000, by the way. It does include the Bineville Parish, Bossier Parish, and as well as Webster Parish, Louisiana. We're 520 away right now. Try to figure out a way to put it on the screen. I can't put it on the screen and have this on at the same time. Whoa. My bad. It's kind of hard to do this when I can't put it up on the screen. I'll just keep you posted. It's right now, we're 520 away. It's still a little ways away. And if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning near Palmetto and Coran, near Plum Orchard Landing in Louisiana, just to the southeast of Shreveport. And if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Thank you, Billy. Appreciate that. Thank you, Baseball, for the 1999. Thank you, Valerie, for becoming a member. Latest scan showing broader circulation. So, still broad. Didn't really tighten up here on the latest scan. But just stay in your safe place. If we have a tornado, it would be down in here, near just south of 527. And this is southeast of Shreveport right now. But right now, broad rotation, just seek shelter if you're in the warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Okay. Alright, I got it on the screen now. What we're looking at the tornado warning in northwestern Louisiana, southeast of Shreveport, which rotation on the latest scan is a bit broader. It was a little bit stronger there a moment ago. At least tried to wrap, it looked like, near Palmetto. It's kind of back to being a little bit broader. You can kind of see here, the velocities, again, just not overly impressive. It's still a broad area of circulation. But if you are in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, just in case it does try to drop a tornado. The storm near Sulphur Springs looks more like just a hail and wind threat. I don't know what that exactly is on the backside. It might be a little bit of rotation. Radar coverage is just so sparse in this area. I think it's more of a wind and hail threat, maybe an isolated tornado. But the radar coverage, unfortunately, is just really bad in that area. You know what's crazy? This storm over here in Texas has been going for like 4 hours. We barely talked about this one, but this thing is still going. It's like the most random storm ever. It's been going here all... I don't know where it began, but it began back, I think, near like Sweetwater or Big Spring. That thing's been going for hours now. That's crazy. And it looks like we do have a few areas of circulation developing now in Texas. So we could get a couple of tornado warnings with those too. Might be something to watch for as these storms continue to move east. A couple of embedded circulations. For some reason that radar site hasn't been working in a while. Still got a little bit of a wind threat, a little bit of circulation near Koran, but still relatively right now on the broader side of things, approaching Knowles Landing and Plum Orchard Landing here in Louisiana. Do you think it's going to get worse in June and July in Texas? I know it's going to get worse in June and July in Texas. It's going to be the heat. Storms won't get worse. They usually don't. They're usually the worst in April and May or even March. Usually much quieter after that. There's quite a bit of damage in Temple, Texas. A lot of wind damage, possibly even a tornado, but doesn't look like any major structural damage. It's Freiburg off to Evan. No, it's actually funny. Back to the Texas ones again. Yeah, we have a little bit of circulation near Franklin. The one that's back up east of Bremond does not look as impressive. One near Franklin has been a little bit stronger. Not super strong, but there's definitely a little bit of rotation there. Again, that's moving eastbound right now. Thank you, Brent, for the $9.99. Appreciate it. Also, thank you to Randall for gifting 5 members. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Randall. I appreciate your generosity. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, still a broad area of circulation right now near Koran. If you are near Koran, Plum Orchard Landing, Knowles Landing, Armistead, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Just in case this does try to produce a tornado, even though I don't think it will, still can't be ruled out. We do have a broad and large area of circulation that could still drop something as that continues to move east. Thank you, Bree. Appreciate your $4.99. Thank you to anybody that subscribed today, like the stream, anything like that. I do appreciate you guys. We are now 440 subscribers from 250. And thank you to anybody that became a member. We have 90 new members today. Almost to 100. It's crazy. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Texas near Tague and Fairfield. So this storm that is going to continue to produce a damaging wind threat for up to 65-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be approaching Fairfield and Buffalo areas and Centerville. And we still do have a little bit of rotation right now south of Franklin. So a little broad area of circulation. Not warned for any sort of tornado, but wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this activity as it does continue to track east. And the radar coverage will become much worse as this activity moves east. So definitely a possibility that we get tornado warnings down the road. Thank you, Garrett, for the $4.99. Yeah, the different colors are different velocity speeds. So this right here, like, is estimating velocities near 30 to 50 miles per hour, or even up to 55. Winds going towards the radar are like 15 to 20. So even if we got a tornado here, it probably wouldn't be super strong, but a tornado is a tornado. It can definitely produce some damage. Here's the latest scan. Actually looks like we have a bit of clearing now on this hook. So we actually might see intensification on this. Got a bit more of an inflow now, a bit cleaner of an inflow. See what the velocities respond with. It's a little bit stronger here. Alright, here's the latest scan. Still looks like a pretty good RFD surge here, but just not much beyond that. It's like mostly RFD right now. Just south of Doy Line in Louisiana. And if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. To your best tornado impression at 250k. What, you want me to spin around like a tornado in my room? Doylene, thank you. Alright, we'll go back to this in a second. Let me go back to Texas real quick. Oh yeah, alright, so they have now added a tornado possible label, at least to the College Station area, but that's going to be for this up here. So they have added a tornado possible label. If we do end up getting a tornado, it would eventually go towards Madisonville, Texas. So that'll be the next area in the track of this. A relatively rain-wrapped area of circulation there. It is, again, moving eastbound right now. And then this is your tornado warning once again in Louisiana. Did not mean to zoom in that much. Just south of Houghton, Interstate 20. God, I got like something in my throat. Moving eastbound. It is still radar indicated rotation just southwest of the Sibley area of Texas. Thank you, Master Sun, and as well as Lori for becoming members. We are 8 members away today from 100. That is crazy. All right, we have a new velocity scan coming in now, so we'll see if anything happens here. Let's see it. Let's see if this is intensifying at all or not. And still looks relatively broad. I think if anything, they'll probably end up issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for this. That circulation just doesn't look super organized. It might produce something down the road, but it's definitely struggling a little bit right now to stay organized. Let me go back to Texas again real quick. We'll have a new radar scan on this rotation in a second. The other one south of Franklin. North of Bryan and College Station. We're watching that one pretty closely right now as well. Thank you, Brian, for the very generous 20 gifted members. Put smarts in the chat for Brian, and also if you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Brandon in the chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Brandon. Do appreciate it. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. This is the latest radar scan on the storm in Texas near Franklin. And there's a little bit of circulation still there. It might be enough for a tornado warning. We'll see. It's going to be going towards Madisonville and Interstate 45. So they might end up issuing a tornado warning there in Texas. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, another scan coming in, I think? Or is it just looping again? Might just be doing the full loop. Yeah, okay. We have another radar scan on the one in Louisiana probably here in just a moment as well. All right. Best drunk NATO impression at 250. We've been live so much recently. I just want to throw that out there. We were live for 7 hours, and then 3 hours, and then 8, almost 9 hours yesterday. We've been live for 6 hours today. I've been live a ton recently. Been kind of crazy. Thank you, Sally, for becoming a Velocity member. Here's the latest velocity scan. Still relatively broad rotation heading towards Knowles Landing. Just continue to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible, until this storm does pass. It looks more like a wind threat. Again, I don't see anything strong, tight, and confined to the point where we definitely have a tornado. I just don't think we do right now, but it's at least a wind threat right now heading towards Knowles Landing right now. I do think the storm that might be a bit more concerning would be the one going towards Madisonville, Texas. We have a bit more rotation on this one. So we're going to keep a close eye on that as it continues to move east. Thank you, North Star, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. We are now 336 subscribers from 250K. That is literally insane. If not already, make sure to subscribe, and we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. We've witnessed some strange events on the site recently. I mean, I wouldn't say they're strange, but they have been big, which is something that does happen a lot more, again, during this time of the year. A lot of people think, oh, you know, weather modifications, doing this and that. I'm like, no, this is stuff that happens. I mean, this has been a bigger severe weather season than a lot of the ones we've had recently, but, you know, historically, this is probably one of the, you know, most severe seasons we've ever had. I mean, this is the most we've ever been live in April and May by a huge stretch. Back in 2023, we went live like 6 times in April and 5 times in May. We've gone live about 50 times in the last 2 months. So, you know, I do think this year is not... It's been definitely an anomaly. We definitely have a lot more severe weather than usual, but I don't think, you know, this is anything super out of the ordinary. It's not like a 2011 repeat by any means, because 2011 was way worse than this. But it has definitely been pretty bad. Thank you, Alicia, for the $9.99. There's currently no confirmed tornadoes. We do have a tornado warning back over in Louisiana. I was just waiting for the velocities to update here. We have an update on the radar here in a second. Philip, you're crazy. I appreciate your very generous $100 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for Philip. I'm glad I can help. Appreciate your generosity. And that's the broad area of circulation west of Madisonville, Texas. Thought we were going to get a radar scan, but we didn't yet. Let me go back to Louisiana again. Here's the latest velocity scan on the Louisiana storm. This one will probably end up just going as severe, is my guess, because that rotation still is, I would say, relatively broad in nature. It's going towards Yellow Pine, Heflin, and Martin Junction. Continue to stay in your safe place, though, just in case. Yeah, velocity should update on this storm in Texas in a moment. We got a couple areas of rotation. We got one that's back over west of Leona, and we got another one that's back over east of Franklin. A couple different pockets of rotation here, moving eastbound. How's my phone down to 5%? I haven't been on my phone at all, like, during this live stream, and it somehow went from, like, 75% to, like, 5. That's insane. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for either one of these. Northern radar site shows that rotation on both of those storms. The radar site in DFW still shows some rotation near, like, west of Centerville. They really need a radar site, like, right here. I'm surprised they don't have one, but they kind of need one there. It would be able to help this entire area with radar coverage. See what the velocities show here in a second. We are now 250 subscribers exactly away from 250k. That is literally crazy. New Helix for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, this rotation is just kind of hard to come by here. I mean, again, there's at least some level of rotation south of Marquez. I just don't know, again, how strong it really is. It's really hard to tell with this sort of radar coverage. I do think, though, the storm that's back over west of Madisonville looks a little bit more organized for a tornado risk. There's a bit more of an inflow on that storm, which could produce a tornado down the road. So this storm here does look a little bit more impressive to me. Shotgun a beer at 250. I don't even have beer. I actually bought a 6-pack of Mike's recently, but I'm not chugging one of those. How do you interpret the radar? A lot of learning and a lot of practice. I don't really have any great, like, tutorials for it. I have, like, one, I think, but, like, I think more than anything, I think more, you kind of have to, like, you know, just practice a lot, and you also need to watch videos and read textbooks and stuff. It's not super easy, though. You gotta do a lot of learning. I mean, it's not, like, super complicated, but it's also not easy. Kind of like learning calculus, in a way. Because there's a lot of things to radar. It's not just velocities. I mean, I show the velocities, reflectivity, and correlation coefficient all the time, but there's other things like echo tops, which those are pretty easy to interpret too. You got vertically integrated liquid. I don't use a lot of the precip accumulation ones, really. Differential reflectivity, specific differential phase. Those things I also use quite often. But yeah, there's a lot of different stuff. Also, they did just issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this, so it doesn't look like this tornado warning will continue, by the looks of it. That's going to include Arcadia in Louisiana, Gibbsland in Louisiana, and as well as Sibley and Bryceland. How do I become a member? The link is pinned in the chat, and it's also in the top of the description. All right, here's the next radar scan. We'll stay here, and then we'll go back to Texas. You have the passion for it, too? I love weather. I've been into weather for literally ever. See what this velocity scan shows us. What about Freiburg? Should I let Evan know? We should let Evan know. Gotta let him know somehow. I don't think there'll be a tornado there, but maybe some damaging winds. This latest radar scan is still showing relatively broad rotation, by the way. It's just a broad area of circulation. Looks more like a damaging wind threat, honestly. Yeah, you know, these storms here, they kind of look like they're going to produce, and they don't really come together. I don't know. I think it's still a low tornado risk. It's definitely not zero as these storms continue to move towards Centerville and Madison. We are now 197 subscribers from 250,000. That is insane. Is Evan in the chat? He is. Evan's keeping a close eye on the storm going towards Freiburg, Louisiana. Thank you, Carol, for becoming a Velocity member. I will check Ohio on my other monitor, and if there's nothing concerning, I'm not going to show it. I have a lot of people asking about Ohio. It's mostly just hail and wind events, literally everywhere. It's a very broad area of circulation near Berlin, and that's it. Ohio is literally just all wind and hail. This is what it looks like. It's pretty much all just wind and hail up here. There's some damage being reported back over south of Norwalk of a tree down on a power line. All right, we have a new radar scan coming in. We'll check it out. Something always going on in Ohio. There, it really is. There's always something there. Thank you, Melissa, for becoming a member. Here's the latest scan. And really, again, just does not look like much. It really just looks like a wind threat. Might be a little bit of something trying to develop right north of Plum Orchard Landing, but again, I'm not super concerned about a tornado with that storm. Should be probably predominantly be a wind threat. And then the storm that's back to the west of that actually does have at least a little bit of something. Doesn't look like much rotation, but there is a little hook on that storm. Storm's kind of exploding in size. And then the other ones that are back over east of Temple, and maybe an isolated brief tornado, but it should predominantly be a damaging wind threat as that all moves to the east. With some isolated hail. And then the storm also near Sulphur Springs. Looks like that one actually might have a little bit of rotation too. Maybe not. Looks like more of a wind threat, but we do have a little hook on this storm, so we might get a brief tornado down the road. But I think it's a more elevated storm, and if it stays elevated, it should be mostly just hail on those storms. We actually did have some one-inch hail near Grand Prairie and Arlington earlier. That was a non-severe storm a little while ago. Oh, there we go. All right, so tornado warning is officially done on that storm. We're back now down to all severe thunderstorm warnings. Thank you, Robert, for gifting a member. Appreciate it. All right, so again, I've had the counter at the top right for a while, but I'll put it back on the screen here since we don't have any tornado warnings and nothing looking super tornadic anyways right now. And we'll probably hit it if I just put it on the screen. So if you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. We're 124 subscribers from 250,000. Thank you, Vex, for the $10 super chat. Sunsets are beautiful, I know. Even after thunderstorms, it's quite incredible. And it also usually is a bit cooler, especially after thunderstorms. You get all that rain, cool air. They usually look really cool. When did I hit 200K? 17 days ago, apparently. Let me double check that. We hit 100K in February. We hit 200K 17 days ago, literally, May 5th. And we are now 80 about 88 subscribers away from 250. That is quite literally insane. Donate $2.50 when we hit 250. Well, I don't have 250K merch ready, just an FYI, so we are not going to be able to release that tonight, but I'll try to release it tomorrow. There's a lot of people are looking for that. That'll be out for like a week or two, so it's gonna be limited edition. Or limited release, I should say. 38 subscribers away. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. I really didn't think we were gonna hit this today at all. I didn't think we were even gonna be close. $24 subscribers away. $17. This is I'm not hitting the gritty. 6 away. Holy crap. Wow, that just jumped. Oh, we officially hit 250,000 subscribers. That is an insane number. Holy crap. We have officially hit 250,000 subs here on YouTube. That is literally insane. Holy crap. The chat is going crazy. Wow. I did not expect to hit that today at all. That is literally insane. I appreciate all of your support. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's just crazy. I'm not hitting the gritty. I don't have room to hit the gritty. That'd be so bad. That'd be like, that would literally be going on TikTok and that'd be horrendous. Chug water. Yes, let me chug some water. Okay, do you guys want me to actually gritty? Like, seriously? You actually, for 250K, you want me to gritty? That's gonna be the special celebration here? Is that what we're doing? I don't know how to gritty. I would have to actually look. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Public embarrassment in front of 10,000 people. Let's do it. I don't even have room for this. There's no room in here. Okay. Is that the gritty? I don't know. I don't know if the camera got that in the full shot. What the heck is a gritty? I don't know. The giddy. Got the crying emojis in the chat. We already know this is chalked. That's no gritty? Well, I mean, we gave it a shot. Did we not? Okay, we just got a surge of members and donations I will have to try to get to. Culver's to celebrate? Might have to. I mean, I'm probably just gonna drink a beer, to be honest, after all this. I don't think I'm getting Culver's. That's quite literally insane. All right. Thank you to. Oh goodness. I mean, you guys actually. There was like 15 people that super chatted $2.50 when we hit 250. Like, you didn't have to do that. Thank you to Carol, Flona, Melissa for becoming members. Thank you to, let's see. I mean, there's a bunch of you that donated 250. I appreciate it. I mean, there's like at least 15 of these. Thank you Spirit and Can for becoming members. Thank you Kay for the $9.99. Thank you Gerb for the $20 super chat. Thank you Philip for the $250 super chat. You're literally insane, and I do appreciate your generosity. I mean, that's just insane. Put some hearts in the chat for Philip. Very generous $250 super chat. Fittingly for 250,000 subscribers. Thank you Tommy for the $4.99. Best Gritty, thank you. We really try hard with our gritty celebrations. Thank you Friends of Freedom also for the $10 super chat. I do appreciate it. And thank you Goose as well. Appreciate that. Wow. What a crazy, crazy, crazy moment. And thank you, Roxy. Appreciate that. Does anybody have when I hit 250? Tucker, did you post it already? Or do I have a number somewhere? I mean, the amount of people that just added me on Twitter with this 250K thing is crazy. Did anybody get a screenshot when I hit 250? Or do I have to go back in the stream and look? Might have to go back in the stream. I need to post it on Twitter. For those that are wondering, we will have a the 250K subscriber merch. It'll be out probably tomorrow. No, it's fine. I got it. I can screenshot it. The 250K merch though will not be out until probably tomorrow. That's if I get around to it. I still got a lot of stuff to do tonight. Alright, the screen is gonna be white for a second. I'm trying to screenshot this. There we go. Thank you, Dorissa for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Arctic. Appreciate that. And thank you, Brent, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Alright, I'm posting the thing on Twitter here. If you want to check it out. And I gotta post this on Facebook. And all these other platforms. Thank you, Carla, for the $25 donation through the donation link. I appreciate that. $25 for 250. I appreciate that. Thank you, Carla. You guys are too kind. I do appreciate it. It's really crazy stuff. I don't even know how we got here. I really don't. I never would have thought. I'm watching my gritty back and oh my god, the gritty's horrendous. Thank you, Shauna, sorry, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Todd Father, for the $20 super chat. You can tell us the history of your channel and why you started. Well, it's actually kind of funny. I started because, I mean, I was doing this on Facebook for a while, up until like 2022, and the reason why this all happened literally stems back from a, it was literally from a copyright strike that I got on Facebook, and it ended up going away, and it wasn't actually, like, it went away after like 7 days, and it was illegitimate, but it made me think I need to pivot to a different platform, and I started streaming here on YouTube, and really started in May of 2022, and after that, the rest is just history. I mean, that's where it really all began. And we originally were just doing Texas weather, and then people wanted to like get weather in Oklahoma and Kansas tuning in. I was like, okay, I guess we'll do Central and Southern Plains weather. And after May, when we got into June of 2022, it eventually just went nationwide. And we covered a lot of stuff, and I really don't regret any of it. I actually love doing this stuff, and I still do. That's why I go live for so long and so often. I do truly enjoy it, but yeah. It's crazy. Thank you, Lisa, for the $25 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. Hey, Jennifer and Philip as well. Max doing the gritty as the 250k merch image on a shirt or a mug. That'd be something. Would be something. Thank you, Doris. I appreciate that. Do your parents know that you have this channel? Yes. Thank you, Jones, for the $10 donation as well through the donation link. Beer's on me. Thank you. I'll get a beer right now. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. This is Mike's. I actually like Mike's. They're pretty good. I'm not chugging or anything, but cheers to everybody. And I do appreciate Hidden 250. Pretty crazy stuff. I'm having one with you. I bet a lot of you are. I can't even open this. Get a opener. Yeah, black cherry is literally the best Mike's flavor. Literally is. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Barbara, for the $25 super chat. I do appreciate it. So here's the plan for merch. We are going to have a hat and a shirt. I think that's going to be it. And maybe a mug, but I don't know about the mug. I think we'll just have a shirt and a hat. Those will be the limited release. They'll be out for like 2 weeks. 250k merch items. Again, I don't know when they'll release officially. They'll probably be tomorrow. And if they do release tomorrow, again, we're gonna be live tomorrow, so we'll have a, full thing on that tomorrow, for sure. Just for reference here, we actually may have a tornado southwest of Shreveport. There might be something here. There might be even a tornado just around the 4 Franks area. We do have a little CC drop there. We might actually have a tornado here. South of Spring Ridge. If you're in this area, make sure that you're staying away from windows and get inside. There might be a tornado there. And the storms over here in Texas are still rotating. The one near Centerville also could get warned at some point. We may have a tornado here. Again, that's near 4 Forks, Louisiana. Stonewall, Spring Ridge, and Preston will be in the track of this. There's definitely a little something there. Little something. Thank you, Endless Mining, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jessica, for the $9.99. Thank you, Sally, for the $5 super chat. You guys are way too kind, and I do appreciate, again, your generosity. All right, I'm not seeing really anything here anymore. Was a little bit of a tightening there. We may have actually had a brief tornado. Thank you, Ann, for the $10 donation through the donation link. I do appreciate it. Thank you. That tastes refreshing. That's a good beer right there. Oh man, the gritty is so funny. I'll have to post a video somewhere about the gritty. That's so hilarious. Stall, you're literally insane. Holy crap. Stall with the $200 super chat. You guys are literally insane. I do appreciate your generosity. Man, it's way too kind. What's Mart's in the chat for Stall? You're way too generous. Thank you, Suzanne, for the $5 super chat. It's like the second super chat now over $200. You guys are literally crazy. Need Deborah for the $4.99. I don't know what we're doing for 250k. I think it's just gonna be a basic design. I don't think we're doing anything special for it, like any quotes or anything. But if you guys have any ideas, let me know. I mean, I'm open to ideas for the 250k merch. I mean, it's right now the design's pretty basic, but we could probably ramp it up a little bit. I honestly didn't think we were gonna hit 250 today. I would have been ready to release it today if I knew. I really did not think we were gonna be close. Caption it? That's insane. So basic. Mike with the $100 super chat too. I mean, like, seriously. You guys are literally crazy. There's no shot, guys. I mean, you guys gotta chill, really. Daniel with the $200 super chat. You guys gotta chill. I mean, that's way too much. Like, seriously. Holy crap. Thank you, T. Rimmer, for the $10 super chat. I'll get cheese curds for you, don't worry. Thank you, Greg Speed, for the $9.99. I don't know what you're talking about. Drunkenado merch? We already have Drunkenado merch. I don't think we're gonna do anything with that design for the 250k. Gritty into 250k. Thank you for your $5 super chat, Philip. That's awesome, Talon, or Talon. I'm glad I can inspire you. Yeah, again, I love doing weather, and I think it's a very fascinating topic. There's a lot to learn in college too. I mean, you'll learn a lot about meteorology if you do go to college for it. Some people think you don't, but you really do. You learn a ton. You really learn a lot in college. There's a lot of interesting things. I mean, probably one of the most tedious things that you'll learn is going to be dynamic meteorology with all the derivations and stuff, but there's a lot you can learn in meteorology. There is a lot that you can learn. Hey, Jeff, for the $5 donation through the donation link. That's awesome. I appreciate you being around for that long. Thank you, Granny, for becoming a member. Thank you, Edward, for the $50 super chat. I mean, guys, seriously. You guys are way too generous. I do appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat as well for Edward. Thank you, Brent, for the $4.99. Put some hearts in the chat for literally everybody. Anybody that just super chatted a ridiculous amount. I do appreciate your support. Strong max velocity is on the ground and has hit 250k. Stay away from windows to the lowest floor possible. That'd be a nationwide alert. Thank you, Suzanne, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Internet, for the $5 super chat. You guys are way too generous. I do appreciate your support. We already have max hydration merch, but and the 250k merch will probably be pretty basic. It's not going to be anything too crazy, I don't think. Thank you, Groovy, for becoming a member. I learned a lot watching you. I'm glad you learn a lot. I try to teach as much as possible. Need something to sip on, too. I guess get a Mike's. We need a Mike's sponsorship. Imagine we had a Mike's sponsorship for severe weather live streams. Would that be something? Thank you, John, for the $4.99. Are we at 300k yet? I don't know where we're at anymore. I didn't even look. No, we're at 250, 300. Thank you, Blue, for the $10 super chat. For that stop sign ticket. I appreciate that. Thank you, Doom, for the $5 super chat. How's Center, Texas? I will check it out for you. Might as well. You're probably going to mostly see a damaging wind threat. The storms are still well away from there. And they might not even make it there, so I wouldn't be too concerned. But damaging winds is the main threat if they make it there. I'm not doing gritties when we have tornado warnings. Thank you, Lisa, for becoming a moderate velocity member. We have 126 new members today. I do appreciate anybody that's become a member. You guys are literally insane. Well, I guess this new RGB light that we had to get is paid off for, because that was expensive too. Well, I got 2 RGB lights that I was using the last few days. This is the new one behind that you can see now the entire wall on. The other 2 are just too small and they don't do enough. So we'll have to use those for something else. Somebody said, I'm the person who pushed you at 250k subscribers. I'd like a prize, please. Yes, let me get you a Drunk NATO t-shirt. Here you go. Thank you to Talon for becoming a Velocity member. Default dance at 300k subscribers. Honestly, if you guys remember, I will do that. I actually kind of remember how to do that. That'd be funny. Once again, the Ohio storms are mostly just isolated hail and wind. There's nothing too crazy here. Not super concerned about it. I think most of the severe weather is kind of winding down. Still maybe a couple more tornadoes, but it should be a low threat. As I say that, we jinx it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I have a new tornado warning south of Mount Vernon. That rotation actually appears pretty strong. This is going to be just south of Mount Vernon. If you're in this warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. That would be your area of rotation. It's kind of on the leading edge of this area of storms. So, seek shelter near Mount Pleasant. Not confirmed, but it could drop at any time as it moves east. Thank you, Sally, for the $5 super chat. Tyler, Texas is, again, mostly wind. Thank you, Sandy, for the $9.99. I'm wearing my Drunk NATO t-shirt. I'm glad. Actually, mine is coming in here pretty soon. Thank you, Coach, for becoming a member. What is up with the level of jinxing recently is crazy. It's either jinxing or calling things early, one of the two. It seems like it's one or the other. It's so whack. Wow, the tornado near Temple was crazy. I'm retweeting a video of the tornado that hit Temple earlier. There's actually a better video of it. So that was a tornado. Well, that was on the ground there. That's pretty crazy. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation here, by the way. I think this is mostly a wind threat. We could still get an isolated tornado, but we'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Alicia, for becoming a member as well. Now, we will have to put this in the background. I'm not sure how we're going to do that, but this little tornado crocheted thing from Lori, well, let's put that in the background somewhere. By the way, this tornado warning is in northeast Texas, so it's near Mount Vernon and Mount Pleasant. Access time has been crazy the last few streams. It has been. It's been pretty. Actually, it has been in the past too, just not nearly as noticeable. You wouldn't say appreciate that. We do have this little trampoline that somebody mailed me. I might put that in the decoration in the background or something. I'm not seeing much on the radar here. We'll wait for the next scan. Let me look at the other radar site. Yeah, I'm still not seeing a whole lot of rotation here. There's definitely a hook here. Just trying to see what the velocity show in the next scan. Looks like more of a wind threat to me. It's a broad area of circulation in the upper levels. Because again, this radar site that we're looking at looks higher up into the atmosphere. So, not a super definitive circulation here on this radar site, but could still get maybe a brief tornado out of this. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you're on the southwest side of Mount Pleasant. This tornado warning does include... I don't know how many people are in this warning. I don't have a... the National Weather Service tornado website didn't post it, so I don't know how many people are in this warning. But Mount Pleasant, I know, is a bit more populated. It's kind of on the southwest side of town, though. I need to charge my phone. It's at 1%. My phone has literally died so fast. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for the $10 or 10-pound super chat. Yeah, it gets crazy. I mean, the United States, the Great Plains, it's a crazy, crazy place around here. Is a crazy weather area in Texas, or not even just Texas, in the entire country. We do see some crazy storms compared to other countries. We do. A lot of it has to do with the mountain range, though. I mean, that mountain range really plays a big factor in our weather over the Rockies. Yeah, if we do have a tornado, it would be just to the south of Winfield, and it would be approaching Mount Pleasant in Texas. So if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Thank you, Buckeye, for becoming a member as well. I do appreciate it. I'm not gonna help Christian. No problem at all. I have never been hit by a tornado. Now, I don't really know many meteorologists that have actually been hit by a tornado before. Believe it or not. I don't personally, at least. I only know like one or two that have actually gone through something like that. It doesn't happen to everybody, and it also doesn't happen that frequently in general, so. Thank you, Philip, for the $10 super chat. Have a great night. Appreciate your very generous super chats, and have a great night. Appreciate you tuning in. I think McKinney's done. I think most of North Texas is done. The only area that is really not done would be kind of over here in like Northeast Texas, and also back down, also back near College Station. Mostly a wind threat with these storms, but maybe an isolated tornado. So the radar coverage on this particular storm is very, very poor. So don't have a great view of this, but that rotation does appear strong enough to the point where there could be a tornado just to the west of Mount Pleasant. Chill day tomorrow and Friday? No. I wish it was a chill day. Tomorrow looks like another big day. Tomorrow is going to be another enhanced risk, which we could even see one in Oklahoma. It could be a double barrel enhanced. We could get one down here in Oklahoma, but we have one also we have one currently in Nebraska and Kansas. It is a huge area tomorrow. We got a big slight risk from North Dakota all the way back into Texas and Arkansas. Damaging winds, large to very large hail, and a few tornadoes, and maybe even an isolated strong tornado will all be in the playing cards. I do think there will probably be some upgrade to Oklahoma. Either an enhanced risk or even just an upgraded tornado risk would be definitely in play, I think, tomorrow. Especially with this year and how it's gone. Friday right now is a large marginal, but I do think we'll actually have to go live on Friday too. Friday did not look very pleasant from what I was looking at earlier. Let me double check and see. Let me look at the future radar here. Yeah, Friday looks like another big day. Or not big day, but a day. A day to watch for. Definitely not as big as today, probably, or even definitely not yesterday. Let me check that real quick. So this is tomorrow. So wow, that's exciting right there. This is what you call a cap. The HRRR for tomorrow night in Oklahoma literally shows one supercell and that's it, and that's in Kansas. What is this? This is actually crazy. HRRR usually prints supercells and doesn't just put one on the map. It looks like the HRRR on the latest run shows a cap here though in Oklahoma, which would be interesting if we only had one supercell. Then we got this like line back up in Nebraska. That's funny though. And then tomorrow's outlook I'll look at in a second when it comes in. Okay, if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning that is southwest of Mount Pleasant, Texas, south of Mount Vernon, near Winfield. If we have a tornado, it would be right here, just to the west of West Midway, approaching West Midway. And now, if it's on the ground, it would be approaching the southwest side of Mount Pleasant. Mount Vernon is done. Better. Storm has passed you already. Or at least the tornado threat has passed you. No reports on scanner for the storm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is really going to produce. I mean, it looks strong, but like at the same token, the rotation would have to be like in the hook over here. And so, I don't know. I don't think this is really that tornadic. I think it's more of a wind threat, really. Maybe an isolated tornado, but I don't know. I'm not super impressed by it. What is going on with the storm near Stonewall, Louisiana? This one's been weird. This very elongated hook here. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. You know we're doing good when we have a legitimate beer here. 250k subs. It's crazy. We're also doing pretty good that we didn't really have many tornadoes today. We only had like 3, and 2 of them, or we at least had 2. They were both in very rural areas. And we also had one back over possibly in Temple. Or we did have one in Temple, actually. We have video graphic evidence of it. So we did have one in Temple. Yeah, I'm looking at Storm Intermediate right now. That sky is freaky.
Yeah,
it looked a bit more freaky a second ago.
Yeah,
I mean, again, when we have storms like this, there are beautiful sunsets.
But a lot of it was these.
Actually, a lot of damage here. Look at this.
These are.
Right, we'll go back to them in a second. There's a lot of damage there, by the looks of it. I'm not sure where they are. I think they're still on the west side of Temple, where that presumable tornado was. That's the sunset right there.
I don't know if you guys can even really make it out, but there's a tree. There used to be a tree there.
I'm not sure exactly. It looked like a lot of damage though there. Alright, if we do have a tornado, it would be on the southwest side of Mount Pleasant, moving eastbound. Yeah, I saw a video of the tornado on Twitter. And again, I did retweet the video of the tornado on Twitter at Max Velocity WX if you want to check it out. Yeah, it does look like it was definitely a tornado. Hey to whoever just ordered a drunk NATO mug. I do appreciate it. Here's the latest velocity scan. And still some rotation there near Mount Pleasant. I really still think it's mostly a wind threat here, but maybe a tornado briefly. If there is one, it would be approaching the very far southwest side of Mount Pleasant, near Lake Bob Bandlin, I think it is. Here's more. That's some more video of that damage, by the way, from Storm Murder Media. Left side of your screen, that roof. Looks like there's some damage there. Also to the middle right, there's some damage. So that's where the tornado happened in Temple. At least some.
Jason, we
some
are not
view
going
there
to show that
of damage.
Unfortunately. One, they have us directing away from people, and two, we're trying to give people.
If it's like somebody's home, I'm trying to preserve some sort of.
There are a lot of cars there too.
See if that makes sense. We passed a couple
Hopefully
businesses
just helping out and
that
not
I
just
pointed the
trying to take
PTZ
videos of
camera
everything.
at. I didn't. I'm trying to find a happy medium with like.
You're just tuning in again. This is the tornado warning in Texas near Mount Pleasant. Seek shelter if you've not already. Away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in this warning. Here's another view of that. There's some damage right there. Looks like a fire hydrant spewing out water. Better shot of the damage there.
Sheet metal wrapped around that tree. There's a daycare center off to the right here, and then okay, there's a State Farm building off to my right.
It looks like
this is in Temple, Texas, where
the daycare.
A tornado hit the area earlier today.
It was later in the day.
Everyone was out.
Yeah, I can't think of any reason why they would have been open that late. Was this an apartment complex or what was this?
Also, the rotation near Mount Pleasant is broadening.
It's a business of some sort.
There's the damage to that roof right there.
I got roof's gone.
That's an irrigation system.
I can't tell everyone who lives here or just people that just.
Not a fire hydrant. That was a irrigation system.
Mostly the second half.
Thank you, Bowling King. Appreciate that. Thank you for your $10 super chat. I remember that coverage too. We've had a lot of crazy coverages, but that's definitely one that I remember pretty well.
Anymore because it's too dark, but
I want to look.
There's another irrigation system, or that actually might be a fire hydrant. I can't really tell.
You see it?
Something Positions Academy.
And this saw the damage in Temple, Texas, from the tornado earlier.
Oh, sorry. I did not see him.
Yes, we gotta thank our emergency responders.
Yeah, big time. I'm just gonna roll up the hill real quick because there's a couple firefighters.
Oh, that's the damage from Temple, Texas.
Do you know if there's anything else that we could... But like I said, I also don't want to be in the way.
Looks like they're gonna go back in here.
We're talking to someone else right now.
Yeah, I know. Oh, they got their window blown out. Windows blown out.
Holy cow.
I'm just gonna go fast, real fast.
By the way, update on the Mount Pleasant storm. Mentioned it a second ago, but this rotation is a bit broader on the latest scan. We'll see what happens on the next scan and see if anything concerning comes out of this. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Yeah, again, we hit 250K today. Pretty crazy. Really crazy stuff. Who would have thought? I didn't. I had no clue what happened today. Really crazy. Alright, we'll give this one more radar scan and see what happens. I'm not worried about Ohio. I mean, it's mostly just wind and hail, and that's it. I'm not worried about Ohio at all. Alright, the latest radar scan showing relatively broad rotation here, so it looks a little bit less concerning at this point. With that said, I think we're going to go ahead and wind down the stream here. And we've been live for a little over 6.5 hours, and I think the majority of the severe weather threat is now winding down here across the United States. With all that said, if you did enjoy today's live stream, again, make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the stream as well. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you become a member for as little as $2.99. It is the join button down below. It's also the link that is pinned in the chat, and it is also going to be the link that is in the top of the description. So if you want to support the page above and beyond, again, you can become a member doing that. I really do appreciate all of you guys helping us get to 250K today. I didn't really expect that to happen. We will be live again tomorrow, more than likely, for another severe weather outbreak potential. And we'll have 250,000 subscriber merch probably tomorrow, if not Friday or Saturday. I'm thinking I should be able to get it by tomorrow, but I do have a sponsored ad that I'm doing right now, and it's gonna probably consume some of my time tonight. So yeah, we'll hopefully try to, you know, work that in there and try to see if we can get that done. But if not, then it'll be probably Friday or Saturday, but I'm hoping to get it out tomorrow. But if you guys do have any ideas about the 250K merch, just let me know in Discord or let me know on Twitter. You can go to our Discord server. The link's in the description. Our Twitter is also linked in the description below. It's at MaxVelocityWX. Make sure to follow me on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX as well. And again, we'll be posting updates there on the Temple Storm. And again, if you have any ideas for the 250K merch, you can feel free to let me know, and I'll consider some ideas here. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be a basic design, but if any interesting ideas come out there, I'll definitely consider them. And yeah, ask AI for ideas. Might have to. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Stay safe. If you're anywhere in these watches or anywhere in the warnings, we are back down to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, so things are definitely dwindling. This is the first time in like 6.5 hours, I think, that we're under 8 or under 10 warnings in general. So definitely decreasing now for tonight. All right, we'll see you guys all again soon. Have a great, safe rest of your night, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one, which will probably be tomorrow. See you guys all again soon.